When the sun it goes down on us, and the fall means there's no way back up, to undone, to carry on by my side, you and I.
While you put on your makeup, put that makeup, don't hide those lies you tell. We go round and round on this carousel. I can see the signs, baby, you can spell. Being with you is H-E-L-L. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Ain't it funny how all the games played out? Like I don't know what you're doing when you stay out. Tryna lock me down, I had to break out. Cause you lie, repeat, rewind, retweet, then act like hoes that you see on TV. Ha, what a crying shame, with a body on that frame and a half a brain. Damn.
Your hurt and I
not one of those special days, baby girl, I'll be on my way. And any other day you can cry to me and I will wash those tears away. But everybody knows that you play it sweet, girl, you ain't no Sarah Lee.
Inside Stone's Gambling Hall in Sacramento, California, you'll find Sammy's Restaurant and Bar. Recognized for its innovative, healthy global cuisine, Sammy's offers menu selections made with local, organic ingredients. Indulgent options like truffle fries, duck tacos, artisan wood-fired pizzas, fresh salads, and more, along with an eclectic selection of craft beers and classic handcrafted cocktails. Plus, with 40 big screen TVs, Sammy's is also the perfect place to catch your favorite game. Satisfy your craving anytime, 24/7, tableside or in the dining room at Sammy's Restaurant and Bar at Stone's Gambling Hall.
Because I mean, if you've ever seen my Twitch stream, we're live, by the way.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Stone's Live Poker. I am Jake Rosensteel here with Chris Moneymaker.
What's up, Jake? How we doing,
brother?
man?
And we got the final table, the Stone's Classic, Stone's Fall Classic, 125K guarantee, and we are finally down to the final 9. It was a huge event. 484 entries. We had 248 runners on day 1C alone. Record field, 125K guarantee. We ended up with 193K plus in prize pool. And now these last 9 players are going to be fighting out for 41K up top.
It was a great event. You know, I think of the 484 event entrants, I probably did 84 of them myself. So I definitely contributed to this prize pool, and I'm glad that they're getting the benefit of my stellar play.
Likewise, I fired 4 bullets, finally got traction on, well, of course, the last bullet.
Who do you get traction from?
Some guy.
Yeah.
Some guy. Some guy might have given me some chips. And actually, on day 2 today, at one point, I did actually have the chip lead early here on day 2, and then poker happened, who cares, blah, blah, blah. But that's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about these 9 players that we have left. Slugging it out. Some familiar faces, guys that we know, we've seen on the stream before. Big Jake, who we actually saw win a World Series of Poker main event seat through our Stone Survivor Series here. A couple players from out of town, a couple local cash game grinders, and some other faces that I've never seen before. We'll kind of have to see how this little dynamic of the table works out. Everyone's like pretty deep. Right now, the average stack is 40 big blinds. 40 big blinds. We have hour-long levels. This might get grindy. I'm curious to see how it's going to play out.
Well, we went out before, and I told people that if I offend you at the table, I'm sorry, but we have to entertain the people at home.
Absolutely.
And so we're going to have some fun in here. Hopefully watch some great poker, but me and Jake will be probably throwing some barbs back to each other. We'll answer any questions you guys have, and let's keep this fun. I came prepared today, so you have your wine that's just basically wine. This is what Stones is allowing you to drink, and this is cheers, sir.
So if we're all ready to go, I think let's get down to the table. We'll walk you through the lineup here and chip counts. That's you see our tournament director Justin Karitis. Him and Colin, they put on such a great, this entire series went off really, really, really well, and we blew through the guarantees on all the events. The commentary from all our commentators, Tuckman, Bart, everyone come through. Lon McCarran. It's been a real blast, and I had a lot of fun blasting off in these events. So in seat 1, we have Ducky. Ducky's sitting on 1.25 million. We will be starting off at a 10K, 20K with a 3,000 ante. Ducky's got 1.25 million. Dave, we see standing up there in seat 2. Dave's got 411K. Dave might be Dave our short stack. Yes, he is.
He's a short stack, but he has a young wife.
But he's got it.
We've had all these discussions. We'll fill you guys in later.
He might be the oldest player at the table, but he's got the youngest wife, and he's still got 10 bigs. So Dave still has one of those stacks where no one wants to double Dave up. No one wants to tell anybody up, but it's not like he's so short we just don't care.
411K. He's not Jack's actually the short stack.
Jack's the short stack.
But at the same time, 411K is going to hurt every single player at this table, with the exception of seat 9. But anyways,
Stuart in seat 3. Stuart is a very good player. I had the pleasure and frustrations of playing with him in my end of day 1, as well as in the majority of my day 2 tables. Feelings seem to be mutual. He said he didn't enjoy me being on his left today when we first started out. Once I got moved, life got easier for Stuart, and now he's here at the final table. Stuart's got 1.05 million. Tony Bracey. Tony, local legend, grinds a lot of big events all over West Coast, everywhere. Tony had a real deep run in the main event. Yeah, 31st?
Yep.
Top 50 finish in the main event this year. Good run for Tony. Tony's got 624K. We got Cy Williams. Cy's a great guy. He's at the Bay. He's won a couple big events. It took him down, I believe it was a WPT event, or it was an Ante-Up event. I'm sorry, he took down. He's the reigning Ante-Up champion.
Now, Cy did say before we started, he said that his muscles might distract the table, so he wore a jacket today just to be kind.
Yeah.
He didn't want people to just be oogling at his muscles.
At his body, yeah, absolutely. We appreciate that, Cy. I mean, this is about poker, not about So, Cy's got a 558K. We got Jack all over, as we know him, Big Jake. He's in seat 6 with 316K. He is our short stack. He was a chip leader coming out of Flight 1A. We got Renee in seat 7 at 900K. Edmund in seat 8, 496K. And Hugh is our chip leader in seat 9 at 1.6 million. Got a couple hands developing here.
And Ducky has a hand that you're familiar with.
That might be, a little bit.
We have history with Jack 4 and Ace King. me and Jason. I'm sure we'll touch on that at some point throughout the night.
I'm sure we'll run out of stuff to talk to, and we'll just start, talking smack. Why can't you, right? So, it looks like Ducky here, out of the cutoff, is going to make a move. He's going to open up Jack 4, makes 40K to go.
And Ducky is, which one here? He's
C1. And Stuart,
by Ducky.
Stuart in the small blind wakes up Ace King suited.
Wow.
And he puts in a little 3-bet here. Tony's going to have an easy laydown.
And these are the two of the biggest stacks of the table. I would imagine Ducky probably is not going to get out of line. First hand of the feature table. Now, Ducky was telling me he likes to make moves. He likes to steal. It
would seem like it.
Yeah, he was aggressive with deuce 7, and he's already told me that Dave to his left is really tight, so he feels like he's going to be able to capitalize on that on the button a lot.
So I feel like, what the familiarity that I have with the players that are here, and a lot of these guys I don't know. at all. But from what I do know about the players we do have, and looking at chip stacks, I would expect Stewart. I mean, not just because they're two of the biggest stacks, but Stewart and Hugh to get heads up a fairly large frequency. And considering that they have such large chip stacks, and they're probably two of the better players at the table, I wonder if that's going to lead into a dynamic where they're like, hey, kind of, I don't want to mess with you, you don't want to mess with me, or are they going to fight for control over the table and like, hey, I'm the guy, I got the chips?
But they're not sitting close to each other. They're on the opposite end of the table, so I would imagine they're probably going to stay out each other way for the most part. The fact that you have so many short stacks at the table, I would imagine they'll weight it down to, we get down to like six people. I would imagine, they'll probably start
liven up a little bit.
Yes, they might attack each other, but for the most part, they'll probably wait for Jake and some others to bust. And what's sad is I've played this event probably 5 times and I only recognize one person.
Oh no!
Yeah, I played with Renee over there in the jumpsuit. He played really strong. He's the only one I recognize from actually playing in the event.
Yeah, Renee, from the little bit of time I got to play with him, he's very, very methodical. He's very, very careful not to give off anything physically. He goes through the same set of motions every time he checks his cards, looks at cards, where he places his cards, his hands, betting motions. He's very, very methodical in how he holds himself, making sure he doesn't give off anything.
He's very deliberate, but the problem is most of the people in the tournament aren't looking for it anyway. So it's a lot of wasted time, but it is good. It's good practice and something that you want to be aware of.
So here we go, our short stack Jack. This is going by his biological name today.
I like the fact that they give you all the stacks and all the hands before, so you don't really see that this often, to where you can see how people maneuver and how people play their hands. Like Jack here with the King Jack under the gun on a short stack. It's a little bit of an ambitious raise, being the second one out of the gate. Tony in the small blind, sitting at 624. So the good thing is Jack has position in his hand, so he's probably going to end up being a favorite in the hand.
The thing that's going to be weird for Tony is that Jack's short, and he elected to just open and not shove, which might look super strong. That said, you open 3x the big blind, a little bit larger of an open.
Like you said, Tony's got a lot of experience. He's played a lot of big events, so it'll be interesting to see if he goes ahead and puts him in. What's his stack? Starting out 316, so he's under 10. He's got about 16 bigs.
Yeah.
I don't expect Tony to call here. I would imagine he's either going to shove or fold. I would imagine he may call. Depending, it's weird when you start playing under the lights how that affects different decisions.
And it does. I mean, people tend to go one or two ways. Either one, they want to show off, hey, look what I can do, look at all my moves, and this, or they go the other way and like, I don't want to do anything wrong.
They lock up.
Yeah, they lock up.
And that usually will die off after time. But this is the second hand of the tournament, and that like right now Tony's sitting in a really good spot. With 588K, he doesn't really want to put himself in a bad shape. If he loses the hand here,
wow, yeah, he just lets it go.
And if you were to lose that hand there, then all of a sudden he's on this TV table with a very short stack, and that's not what he wants. I think he's more concerned. He came to me immediately, told me he got 31st in the World Series. You've already said he's made a lot of deep runs. I would imagine he's the type player that wants to conserve his stack and wants to be able to use those moves and play well.
Tony just wants to milk some TV time. That's
what it comes down to.
That's what it comes down to. It's like, if I value this at X amount of dollars per minute, if I fold now, but he raised it this and that, looking at the page jumps, it's an ICM fold for TV time. It's science.
Hey, you know what? But everybody needs that little TV time. It's good. That's what we're here. I mean, if people didn't want the TV time, we wouldn't be in this booth.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
You wouldn't be drinking your water. I wouldn't be drinking my wine, and we'd be.
God, you're so cool.
Oh, is that needling already?
Jesus. I apologize. So it starts. Jack 4. I gotta imagine that Jake's sizing and the fact that he didn't open.
Look at Nightbot, please.
Gotcha. The worst. I gotta imagine that Jake's sizing and the fact that he didn't just jam had to, affect Tony's, thinking there. He wanted to put him on a really strong hand.
Oh, that's not right. Hold on one second. Someone plays with Ed in seat 8. Oh, I got some love from Spudfish in the.
Oh man, the trolls are live in this chat.
I love it.
So Renee makes it 45K to go under the gun. King Jack off as well, and Jack's gonna defend the big blind. Ace 10. Gonna see our first flop. Renee's got position. Jack's got the better hand.
Yeah, I'm not thrilled about Jack calling with Ace 10 out of the big blind here.
I think that's a
stack.
I think once again you can consider jamming there and re-stealing, but the problem is Renee raised it early and under the gun. I mean he should be really strong there, right?
Yeah, I mean that's why I do like Tony's fold with Ace Jack. Feel it out. But you know what? They've been playing with each other for hours upon hours now. It's not like they're just jumping into this cold.
So here's the spot. So Renee has bet 60K on 6-7-4. 2 clubs. How often is 6-7-4 going to hit an under the gun opening range? I mean, she's only repping overpairs here, right?
Well, that's it. Renee at this point either has an overpair or he has complete air. He's never really doing this with Ace King that often. He's going to check that back a lot. And obviously Jake just wants to stick around. But that's the problem with calling with Ace 10 on the gun. If you miss and you don't have a move, then it puts you in a really tough spot.
Jack's going to let it go, and Renee takes down the pot. So there we get a look at our updated chip stacks. Hughes still got the 1.6 million. Jack's our short stack at 500. I'm sorry, with 15 big blinds at 319K.
Yeah, Farhar was serious when he wanted to make it. I don't think he was actually serious. He didn't think I'd actually take it. But we talked about a reverse deal. I got a question. Just basically, was Farhar serious when he wanted to make a reverse deal? Yeah, he wanted more. He wanted more money, which
money matters.
Money matters.
Now I wonder, if he would right now want the same deal. I mean, because now, if the money would be the same, is he still? I mean, you know him the way you do. Do you think he would still want the money, or now the title and the bracelet? You think that would matter more to him?
I think now the title and the bracelet would be more. Yeah. I don't think he would go for the money as much, and I think he went for the money more just to put pressure on me. I was an amateur. I was under the bright lights for the first time. So
yeah.
He thought that it would be a good strategy, and against me, it just probably wasn't. Hey.
Kind of the hard way.
Yep. So we got, I expect Jack or Big Jake to shove here. He just got in Ace 10 and missed. Ducky's obviously, if he's been following along, Ducky says he likes to raise. He likes to, try to steal the blind. So
Ducky's loose here. Look at this. Ducky makes it 55K to go. King 9 off.
Yeah, I could see Jack shoving this stack right here.
He's gonna squeeze it. Let's see what he does.
Hopefully he doesn't just call again.
That's a great spot to stuff it.
Yeah, obviously you have 3 choices here, and I think stuffing it would be my first choice, folding, and then calling would be my last choice by quite sizable.
We don't want to play our hands out of position.
Especially a hand like Ace 10. Ace 10 just doesn't play that well out of position.
If you do make the best hand, it's really hard to get value.
There he goes. He shoved.
Attaboy, Jackie. Jack's going to bury it. Just eat it. 316K. And unless Ducky goes absolutely mad here, which he's not, he lets it go. And
Ducky seems like the type of way he's going to try to steal up, but he's not going to respond well to 3-bets. He seems like a person that you can 3-bet pretty liberally with a pretty wide range, and he's not going to really defend that often. Just from talking with him, he gave away a lot of information. Now, granted, we're not playing, but I don't know how many. But I will say that Stuart was sitting, not Stuart, but Dave was sitting right next to me during this whole conversation, and Ducky laid out everything he was doing in the tournament.
Oh, wow.
And Dave was just sitting there like a fly on the wall, pretending to talk to his wife. If Dave was smart, instead of talking to his wife, he was listening to what Ducky had to say, because he could definitely use that against him. So Ducky basically said Dave's really, really tight. He raised deuce 7 and beat his ace king because he knows he can just open up any 2 against Dave because he's so tight.
Wow.
You don't really want to say that when your opponent's sitting
there.
No,
yeah. Players go on break oftentimes in tournaments and oh, would you have that hand? And we're still playing. I don't want to divulge that kind of stuff yet.
I'm going to lie to you, probably.
Yeah. What's up, our chat? T. Burke, Watt Bry, Plastica, Yo T20 Yo. Bluff check shove, all the usual suspects. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is the Stones Fall Classic Main event, final table, 125K guarantee, in it with 193K in prize pool. These guys are duking it out for $41,000.
This was a $450 buy-in. It was multiple rebuys though. You know, you could rebuy up to level 6.
Yeah, through level 7 every flight.
Every flight, and you can play multiple flights. Best stack forward. Ace 10 seems to be the hand early on here. Although, who had Ace 10 that just folded? I think that was Jake again.
So Side's going to open up, making 50K to go, 8-9 of clubs. And now Ed in the big blind, he's going to wake up Ace Jack here.
And Ed's got 500K, so I would imagine he's probably going to end up calling. I would think a fold's the best play. And it looks like he might find the fold. He's going to fold face up, which I do not like.
I do not know if I'd be giving away that. Once again, we talked about giving away information.
Yeah, that's not information you want to be giving away, that you're going to be folding Ace Jack like that. Because Sai's going to raise every time now.
Oh yeah,
that you just gave Sai.
And everyone else is too. I mean,
well, Jake's not going to. Jake doesn't have the stack to do it too much.
Sure, so
but if it folds to the small blind, Renee's going to do it. I mean, if you're watching at home, that's one thing. Make sure you don't do that. That's going to hurt you in the long run. First of all, I mean, I know that you're trying to show that you're playing good. I guess that's the reasoning behind it, or that you're
capable of it. You're capable of making a good fold. I mean, you're trying to advertise that you're tight. I mean, players in but
there's 9 people at the table, and they're all going to infer that differently, and you just don't know how people are going to infer that. And I promise you, how I would probably infer it is I'm going to be raising your big blind a lot more.
Yeah.
My range is going to open up significantly, and you know, Ed's come back to that. It's going to be, well, that's what I want. Well, no, it's not, because you don't get good hands that often. And it's something you want if you have, you know, 2 million in chips at this point, not when you're sitting on 600K.
No.
Or he's actually on 500K, so he's looking for a spot to reshove. You know, he had 30 big blinds there. I would say if he had maybe 6 big blinds less, I would have shoved to that spot.
I think you can definitely defend there with 30 bigs. I think you can
to a cutoff. I mean,
yeah.
I would reshove a lot of those. You know, it's just so hard to flat out a position with those type hands, and it just doesn't play very well. But you see it in tournaments over and over again, people making that, and that's where a lot of people bleed so many chips. All right, so again, now is Jack going to open his king queen? I would imagine, and then Renee will have. Renee's on the button with an ace 9, so this could definitely be a raise 3-bet type hand. You know Jake's going to raise because he raised king jack under the gun, so you know he's going to open.
Oh yeah, he's definitely opening here.
It goes without saying.
And Renee definitely has a 3-bet or fold type hand. I don't know which way it'll go here.
I don't think he has a raise. How much? Depends how much he raises. He put in a big raise. Those are two $25,000 plaques. Does it say what he raised?
We'll see it here in a second.
It looks like 55K. So Renee just got away. So obviously this hand will just go ahead and be dead.
65K from Jack.
And so that's a That's a 3.5x raise right there. Jack's, I guess, basically trying to say I'm going to be playing this to the river.
I'm going with this hand.
You know, and again, you know, I don't want people to know that. I want, you know, I'm going to keep my. It'll be interesting to see if Jack varies his raise sizing based on his hand strengths. You know, I don't want people to know that I'm going or not.
Exactly, yeah.
You know, that information is for me to know and you to find out by putting your chips out there.
So after Jack's won a couple pots, now
I'm in the booth.
Oh, you're in the booth, so yeah. Can't bleed any chips in here.
I really like the table though. It's going to be a lot of action. They've got a lot of good stories. We went out there and we talked to them before we started up. We've got another ace 10 under the gun, and this is Dave, who's supposedly really tight. It looks like he's going to have only one person that's going to give him any fits. That's going to be Sai. We'll probably see a flop here, I would imagine, with these two. I think Sai will call off in position with the king queen.
I think suitedness definitely makes it lean toward a call than a 3-bet or.
Well, the fact that he has.
Wow, Sai lets it go.
Well, we've already said Dave. You know, if he's not playing with Dave,
Dave's tight. Yeah, if Dave really is that tight, and he's raising under the gun, king queen becomes a whole lot less attractive.
It does for sure.
Now Jack,
I think anything else would be suicide. I could see Ducky maybe trying to outplay him here. He could call in the big blind with 9-7 of hearts and try to outplay Dave. I could see Ducky being that type player to try that. That wouldn't surprise me one bit. I mean, the thing is, it's a 3x raise. It's a pretty sizable raise.
It's a big raise. Like, I mean, generally by this stage in the tournament, players have reeled it in and are opening 2x, 2.1x. I mean, very, very, very small raise. Because you effectively accomplish the same thing for the most part.
The smallest raise that we've seen is 2.5. 50K is the smallest raise we've seen thus far. Everything's been 50K and up. It's all been 3.5x so far.
Jeez.
Which is, quite unusual. That's, 2006 racing.
I was going to say, yeah, let's bet it for protection.
Yeah, for sure. We got Jimmy Bluffett in the house. What's up, man? Long time no see. He's been a mod on my stream for a while now, and he's basically always there when I'm there.
It's one of the best. We love Jimmy here. Rick and Barstow.
Thanks for the kind words, Plastic. Appreciate it. Yeah, I love all that. You can sort of see the hand, how it's going to develop before the hand develops. So it's going to be interesting. So, you'll have Ducky right here. He's going to be on this small blind. Where's the button? So, I mean, more than likely.
Button's in seat 9 right now.
Yeah.
Hugh's got the button.
So we're going to have Tony raising, relatively under the gun with a 9-10.
So here we see, this is what I expect the open sizing to be more like. Tony makes it 45K to go at a 10K, 20K big blind, and I've talked about this before on the stream, and it's kind of, I don't want to say it's a little key, but you're going to accomplish the same thing. When players, if they got a calling hand, they're going to call. If they got a folding hand, they're going to fold. I mean, sizing, you can give away, we don't want to be like varying our sizing based on hand strengths here, and if you want to get action on your monsters, you're better off. I mean, and if you're trying to make people.
Well, you want to get action on your monsters, but also if you want to be able to play a hand like 9-10.
Exactly.
It's hard to play a hand like 9-10 if you're making it 60, 65K every time.
Yeah, you're just building these massive pots.
Yep. And again, you're right. I mean, people are going to call. The only thing that you'll do with 45K is you might get the big blind to call you a little bit wider than you normally would. But at the same time, the person's calling you out of position. You have position.
Yeah, I don't mind laying the big blind a price to call, and if I feel that I'm a better player, laying a worse player a good price to call with a worse hand out of position.
Yeah.
I mean that's a dream. So let's run that as many times as we can.
Then you end up in the booth.
And then you wind up in the booth. I went with my read and I was wrong.
Oh, thanks, Donald. Appreciate it. It's great to be back in Sacramento. I've had a great weekend here. Everybody's been really friendly, other than Jake, and I can't say a word about anything bad about anybody.
Anybody else, right?
If you were nice to me and didn't bust me in the cash game or the tournament, you might have to be able to have some wine with me tonight. But
you gotta draw the line somewhere.
You do.
And I drew it at Jack 4.
You did. I pushed the barrel a little bit too much.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. We don't have a whole lot of going on here.
Edmund's got King Jack and the hijack. He might open there. Jack plus 2. No.
Now, it's weird. Jack's calling ace 10. From an under the gun raise, but it'll be folding ace 9. I like folding both of those.
And now Renee steps out, and Renee takes a 9-10 off.
I mean, it's not much different what Tony just did with 9-10 suited. I mean, obviously one's a little bit prettier, but again, look at the sizing here, though. Renee, I saw 2 plaques go out, so I think he made it 55K. And, honestly, like when I'm playing, I can quickly judge who's an experienced player, who's more of a recreational player, just based on these raise sizing.
Yeah.
I mean, you can really tell a lot just by how much they raise deep in tournaments. Your more experienced players are hardly ever going to go above 2.5x to open up, and that's just where we are in today's game.
Yeah. It kills me. I saw an article once talking about that, and they're going over from the final tabling in 2003, and year by year by year, breaking down what the average open sizing was, all the way up to now. You can see this like went from like 3.5, 4x, all the way down to it trickled down to where we're now, where that average like
2.2 or
2.1, 2.2, and we're.
It's so. I mean, it's really. No, but I will say, me and you both play this event a lot, and a lot of times, and the majority of the raises were 3.5x. I mean, it was pretty standard from the beginning to the end. They didn't really fluctuate based on stack size or blind size. You obviously made it a little bit further than me, seeing how you were the one that knocked me out. That's your one plug, your good plug for the night, by the way. So, I'm sure you saw it the whole way through. That's
Yeah, I know, it was still something that you're dealing with later in the tournament.
This is Hugh.
Hugh.
Yeah, Hugh's going to be playing off his image here and the big stack. He hadn't played a hand yet. He's obviously not. It's not a premium, but the fact that he hadn't played a hand and he's the big stack, it's a really good spot for him. Hugh's in a really good spot here. On the table draw, I think. I mean, he's got Dave, who, according to Ducky's, relatively tight, so he'll be in his big blind all the time. He's got the better players generally are going to be. He's going to have position most of the time. So
no, he's in a great spot.
Yeah, I like his spot at the table from a seat draw standpoint. Yeah, unless some kind of cold deck happens, I would expect Hugh to be there towards the end. Now, obviously, that all changes a little bit if, like Jack or someone busts in the middle, and now all of a sudden...
change the seating dynamic,
yeah. Stewart has a little bit better position on him. But generally in poker, you worry about the two people to your left are the two most significant factors to your stack. Those are the ones that are the most dangerous. Those are the ones that are going to give you the most fits in general. Yeah, this is a little bit different than the New Jersey Firewater. This is a little bit more high class, the California Firewater.
Bad read on you. Go on now.
So now you hear some of the table talk, and now the stream, you see Jack there, he's watching the stream. We're on a 25-30 minute delay here, so you can see the hands that guys played a half hour afterwards. So what we're seeing now, the players at the table, they can see it as well. And you hear we had that hand earlier where Jack opened the king jack it was, and then Tony folded the ace jack. And they're talking about it now at the table, and it's going to be interesting to see, on these streams we have, the cash games, tournaments, thing where hands that you see a guy play, hands that effectively get shown down, on the stream, and now knowing, okay, well he did this, he opened that, and you can see every hand.
But you said they're
change and affect play.
But you said they're talking about it at the table.
Yeah.
So Jake obviously said something you can see it up on screen here. Jake's got his phone on the rail.
Jake's watching it.
If that's me, my phone's in my lap. I don't want people to know I'm watching the stream because it doesn't look like anybody else is looking at it on stream. So Jake actually, for all intents and purposes, has a huge advantage at this point because he's the only one who seems to be watching what's going on. So I don't know if I'd be discussing what's going on. I'd probably keep it to myself. And I don't know how you can hear this stuff because it distracts the living hell out of me.
Multitask, right? I think a lot. It's really fast.
So you're smart. Hold on one second.
It's just background noise.
Hold on one second.
No one wants to watch the hot pages. Oh, I'm not watching shit on my.
And they're talking about it right now. You're the best, Chris. You're the best.
I've set up some Nightbot commands for when you get out of line, so I want to be prepared. I came ready to fight back with any kind of things that you might throw at me today.
You watched the Georgia-Tennessee game yesterday?
I did, and I'm a Tennessee fan, so you can't get me there.
It's good. It's good.
Yeah, it was really
very good for the balls. Last second Hail Mary.
I was in the poker room and I stood up and I go, holy shit! Real loud. Everybody turned at me and looked at me like I'd won a pot or something. It was just we caught that Hail Mary.
Crazy game.
Is Dave going to get in trouble here? No, Dave just folded. I thought he was on the button. I still have to get the whole thing figured out as far as where the button is that moves on you. When they fold, they move the damn graphics on you.
Jack's on the button for Tony.
Yeah, this is pretty nice. Now this is where him folding ace jack could come into play majorly for someone like Cy. If he knew that information, he could feasibly take his ace and re-raise, and that, obviously seeing the cards, that would be a huge mistake. But if someone said that Tony folded ace jack of diamonds already, if you're Cy, you could use that information and go on. I can probably 3-bet here. Obviously, given the hands, it probably won't work out so well. Actually, Jake had the deuce.
Jake shows an ace, and we talked about that before. He's showing cards, letting your opponents know you're capable of making folds. I don't know. He's gonna let it go.
Seat 3's name is Stewart. Or was it Stu that he goes by?
Stewart.
No. Yeah, there's a lot of great football games this weekend. Clemson Louisville was great.
Yeah.
The Florida State North Carolina game was awesome. It was an interesting weekend for sure. And the good thing about sitting here and playing at Stones is, if you've ever been here, there's TVs on every single corner. So I mean, I literally had 4 different games going, all just basically centered around my table. It was awesome.
It's a great place to play.
Yeah.
Sundays here for NFL football. They do all sorts of cash game promos and give away money anytime someone scores a touchdown. It's a good spot to be.
It is. The first time I'd ever been here was last year, and I said right when I came in, I said I have to come back. I met the owners and met everybody here, and they do a fantastic job. So really happy that I get to come back here and do commentary, even though it's with you. Other than that, it's I'm looking forward to tonight. We haven't had any of those really interesting hands yet.
Nothing's gotten too crazy yet.
Tony's ready to make it interesting with Jack 4 of Hearts, no doubt.
No doubt, Jack 4 of Hearts.
This is the specific hand that I do remember me and Jake have history.
Tony takes the nuts and makes it 50K.
Now, one thing you notice about Tony, he made it 45K earlier.
Yes.
Making it 50K.
Maybe wants a little bit more fold equity.
Yeah,
a little bit. Even if it's only 5K difference, but
5K is significant.
But it matters. Size to make the call with 7s.
And
it's got about exactly 10-1 implied.
Size got started the hand with
a little over 50K.
A little over 500K.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, a little over 500K.
Actually, is this stacked 466 after he makes the call?
After he makes the call, yeah.
Okay.
That's
our graphics department up there's working hard. So
those guys are killers. They're crushers.
They haven't done anything wrong yet.
Disco. 7 right in the window for Cy. Jack 9.
Renee called too with the Queen 9. He hit
middle pair. Tony's got top pair and backdoor heart.
I just said that we haven't had an interesting hand yet. Look what happened. You just gotta ask. You gotta ask for it.
Now, Tony's in an interesting spot here where he was playing his hand as a bluff pre-flop, now has some showdown value. It's going to be harder for him to get value from him. You can get value from 1 pair straight draws. Anything else that's not a 1 pair straight draw with a jack.
He's just going to be in bad shape here. I would imagine Cy's probably going to raise on this board. I wouldn't imagine Cy's going to give another card for cheap here. And that might be able to get Tony off, but this is a tough spot for Tony. If Cy calls here, Tony's going to be in a world of hurt. But on this board, I expect Cy to raise.
He's going to call.
Oh, that's great. That's a tough call because this is a scary board. And we got another call.
And Renee overcalls. Wow. A little bit surprised there with Renee overcalling with middle pair.
Yeah, that's tough. That's
5 comes off. It's a pretty safe card for Cy.
I don't know if does Tony bet again here? I mean, he's going
to. It's really hard at this point, especially now when you got 2 callers to get value from more hands. I mean, you can get value from 7, 8, 10, 9, 10, 8, 9 hands like that. But that's about it. I mean,
and you have 2 people in the pot too.
2 people in the pot. You're losing to every other jack.
Yeah, you're losing to all jack. Jack 8, jack 10s. He just checked. So which is the safe, correct play.
And against multiple opponents here, I wouldn't be surprised if Tony just checked folded top pair.
I would, yeah. I don't think that there's a whole lot of value in. I would expect, Cy, if he bets 100K.
Wow, Cy stuffs it.
No, don't stuff it, sir. That's going to effectively end the hand. Well, yeah, okay, it should end the hand.
Now Tony's gonna be wondering, did Cy call the hand like 9-10 or 7-8, something like that? Peel the flop with a pair and an inside straight draw, and is now trying to take the pot away from Tony.
How often is Cy calling the pre-flop raise?
I wouldn't think he would be. I would, if I were in Tony's spot, I would definitely be thinking on beat here.
I would give it more Jack Queens, Jack Kings, like something like he has 7s. I mean, he could have 8s, he could have 10s. That's definitely in his range that he would play this way. I think 10s is the most likely scenario that he would play this way, which Tony is ahead of, but the only problem is there's more hands that he's behind.
And I would think almost that Tony, or I mean, even 10s, Cy might be more inclined to just check back on the turn if he thinks that Tony is airballing here. Because I mean, if you have 10s, we would never expect Tony to fold queens plus.
Nope.
So
Cy looks.
And you're not gonna get value out of ace king ace queen. There you go. Tony makes the right play. He lets go of the hand.
Yeah, I think Cy let him off the hook a little bit there, but at the same time, I mean, that all-in shove can be very compelling to try to call, and
he might have maybe thought that Renee was strong there, considering that he overcalled. Maybe he thought Renee wasn't gonna be able to get away with the hand. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's a lot of chips to throw in the pie. Hey,
Jimmy, I just tweeted out that I was going to be in the booth literally right before I got in here.
And that's why we don't play hands like Jack 4. They get in trouble.
Shut the hell up. Or you can just flop the 4 and call all the way down.
When it's good, I mean, then we can take it to the wall. But I mean, when it's bad, I mean,
you just fold because you just know you know the percentages, right?
I pretend to sometimes. Actions on Edmund. He wakes up. Oh no, I'm sorry. No, Edmund's in the big blind. I apologize. Dave's got a suited ace +2.
There's someone in the chat box for you, sir.
Can we ban can we
that was
mute Nightbot?
That was some art.
I'm sure it was.
That was all art.
That was
right
all
there.
art.
For you people at home that don't know, Art runs the show here. He's the man, and
Art is the man.
Yeah, he had a little special one for Jake. He put that one in for him. Yes, USA won the Ryder Cup today, pretty dominating fashion.
Outstanding.
So Edmund's in the big blind with jacks.
Cy steps out and makes it 47K. He takes his newfound wealth and opens up the 8-6. And Edmund is going to fire right back at him with 2 red jacks.
And that's a pretty sight. I mean, he's basically over half
moved in effectively, right? I mean, God, we
just go ahead and put it all out there, or I mean, what did he put out there? 100 and 200K?
Well, we talked about that. Edmund showed folding the ace jack. They would not defend his blind ace jack earlier, and Cy thinks, okay, well, I'm on the cutoff. If I can still pass the button.
I would do it, yeah. And granted, he woke up with jacks there, but next time around, Cy will get away with it probably because it's hard to wake up with hands. If you get away with it half the time, you're successful. So even though it did work that time, I like where Cy's head is. I like that he was paying attention and saw that, he folded ace jack face up.
Absolutely. Run it up, Legion. What's going on? Welcome to the chat.
Look at they're trying to put in Jake 5. I put in Jake 1, 2, and 3. So for an in-night bot. So they're trying to go to Jake 5 before I can get there.
It's like DEFCON 5.
First of all, the joke's on you guys, because I stopped at 3 because I know you guys would try this. It's not my first time ever on Twitch. I've been here before. But I love the effort, guys. I love it. They try to jump ahead. I've got other ones that y'all won't guess.
Oh no! Can't wait.
I need to come up with more when we go. I don't even know. Do we have a break here? Do we
yeah, when they go on break, we go on break.
We'll talk to Nightbot on break about more fun. We got an ace king suited from Stewart. And looks like he made it 45.
45K.
Yep. It doesn't look like he's going to get much resistance, so we can just do zoom poker and fast forward to the next hand.
Wouldn't that be great? Oh my goodness.
I will say, there's not a lot of tanking going on here, which is good. You know, you do watch some poker now, and people take 5 minutes to fold a hand.
Oh,
And they'll tank every single time for 20 seconds. It's like, oh, come on, just let's go. So none of that. None of that going on.
Listen, I'm not guilty of being one of those over tankers. Like I'm trying to blank now, thinking of players that have been called out for doing that. But that said, I'm generally trying to be more methodical in my actions, especially in tournaments, and I take longer than most players. And I probably get the clock called on me a higher percentage of the time than most players in the room. I'm not like proud of it. I'm just saying, like, I like to think through hands. I like, if I'm calling or if I'm betting, I like to do it for
Jake 2016, Jake Jack 4. Hey, Goose and Tonic, that's good, man. Here, look, I'll give you this one. See, I got a little smarter than you guys. I just went J4 total. Oh, but it didn't work. The Nightbot must be broken. I had a J4 function, but oh well. Fail. Nightbot fail. All right.
Fail.
We'll move on.
Not a whole lot of playable hands here.
Yeah.
Whoever wants to steal it.
Who's the big blind here? It's going to be Ducky.
Edmund's on the button with a suited 9-6. If it folds to him, I think he can open
I
there.
think Renee would be the most likely candidate to steal.
Wow. Edmund does not like to steal.
I don't think Hugh's going to play 8-3.
Hugh.
He's
Wow.
going to get the walk.
Walk in a park.
That might be the only walk you see today.
I hope so.
Walks are no fun.
No, we need blood. We need people to,
We need Jack
raise
4
raise-
blood.
Jack 4. We need people to play.
We had one fun hand thus far. Come on, guys, let's get some good cards. Their defense, there haven't exactly been a lot of premiums dealt.
Yeah, nothing really. No setup hands, no coolers. So, what's on the schedule for you? I mean, you played this now, so I mean, any kind of big events coming up that you're looking forward to?
Actually, head here. We'll probably get down to what, 3-4 o'clock in the morning, probably.
Nah, I won't go that late.
Well, I got to leave here about 3:30 in the morning and drive to San Francisco because I'm catching a flight. I'm going over to the UK IPT. 4. We're getting done at 4.
J4.
J4. Oh,
Yeah.
Nightbot's working.
Nightbot's working. Okay, so you're saying
so-
yes, you gotta get your.
I'm heading to San Francisco. I'm going to play the UK IPT, which is over in Birmingham, UK. So I'll play that this week, and then coming up, and then I'll go home for a whole week before I head to New Jersey. And I'll be actually on Twitch for a month. They have the New Jersey Scoop on Poker Stars, New Jersey.
Yep.
So I'll be there for a month. They have a festival there, which is Jason Somerville's Run It Up Festival.
Yeah.
Is going to be there in New Jersey, so we'll be doing that, and we'll have Scoop. So basically October is going to be a lot of streaming. So if you followed along, I know Jimmy Bluffett here was big on my stream, and I appreciate that. But anybody wants to come check me out, I'll be there all month.
It's awesome. It's great.
We got. Is it Edmund making a raise?
That's Edmund. Makes it 88K. With
Really?
5s.
Really?
Yeah, we're not level up yet. No, we're still 10K, 20K. Wow.
So he just made it 4.4K? Wow, that's got to be exploitable.
It's a 4.5x open. But I mean, if you're there sitting there, if I woke up with like 6s or 7s there, I'm probably folding. Here's a guy who's not defending Ace Jack, who's now at a 4.5x open.
But see, the difference is we're on stream now. They can see that hand.
Yeah.
If you're sitting there and you're playing in a tournament, no one knows what that hand was.
Yeah.
You don't give away information.
Yeah.
But Jake's sitting here watching this.
Yeah.
And he can see what your 4.4x raise
Stu was
is.
watching too. I mean, Stuart's watching. I mean,
if you're secretly watching that, that's really valuable information now that you can see the cards. And that's something you don't really have to consider 95% of the time you're playing, but
yeah, you look at what could show, actually shown down now. I mean, anyone who's paying attention can go back and watch this, on a 25-minute delay, and kind of map out what you're doing.
And again, have pretty ranked cards here. You know what? You got Renee with King Jack, who's probably just going to take this one down and be done. Dave might do something with. No, that's Dave. Never mind. He's got 354K, and Dave's not going to get out of line. I wonder if Dave's wife's in the chat. She was supposed to come in the chat with us tonight.
Really?
Yeah, he showed me a picture. He's got like 18 kids and 15 grandkids. And
wow.
Yeah, they range from.
He's busy.
Yeah, I told him he needs to win this tournament.
Jesus.
I may be exaggerating on the number of kids, but. Now Renee goes up to 55K here. Which I think Renee's pretty much stayed. Renee's pretty much his standard opening is 55K. He really hasn't varied much from that.
For those of you watching tournament poker with us for the first time, the chips you see there, the gray plaques, those are 25K each. The yellow chips are 10K each. You have the lavender 5K chips, and the blacks are 1K. And those are all of our chips and plaques in play right now.
And before the final table started, we went out and we met some of the players. Jake knew most of them, but I didn't. And that's where I'm getting Dave. He was telling me that his wife plays poker, and he married this smoking hot chick, and she's like 20 years younger than him, and he's got 8-year-olds, he's got 18-year-olds. So Edmund over here, who's about 58, about 4 years younger than Dave. So my wife's 27. So we had a.
They were going back and forth like one-upsmanship on each other. It was wonderful.
What did you call it? A marriage dick size contest or something? It was quite awesome. There was a lot of smack talking before the tournament started. It was fun. So we got some good characters on the table. And I asked them all before we started. I said, everybody have thick skin here. No, everybody can. I can be tough on them if I need be, and they all.
Yeah.
Seemed like they were pretty cool with it. Here. Can we get a dealer here that can fix a hand or two that might give someone something to play?
Yeah, a lot of junk out there right now. What is funny? I mean, that's the thing. Like when you're watching, tournament poker like on TV, WPT, things like that, you see the highlight hands, and it's like all in smash up, ace queen versus pocket sixes and junk like that. And I mean, this is what real tournament poker is really like: going card dead.
Yeah,
and coping
and
through
even
that.
high stakes poker. I mean, you'll see like they used to show that on TV. They advertise that they show it all the hands and all this other stuff. Well, they aren't going to show hands that just get folded around like this. I mean, there's got to be action. You don't realize how many of these hands there are, and that's where they have to get expert commentators like me and you in the booth to entertain these folks.
Got to talk some junk.
Yeah, got to talk some joke.
So Stuart's going to complete the small blind. Tony's going to check his option in the big blind, and we're going to go heads up here.
Someone's feelings got hurt. How much money do you need to marry a 27-year-old? That's a good question. Someone said that's my brother. Whose brother? T. Burke. Oh, so we got some interesting here. We got Jack 8. These are the two big stacks.
4 on the turn. Stuart's going to check out with Tony, who now makes a pair.
He's probably just going to go check all the way down here, I would imagine. I don't see Tony. I mean, Tony's got the best hand.
He's never given Stuart to fold an ace. Then I wouldn't expect
the only thing he gets him to fold. I mean, he has like pocket 8s or something, maybe.
I wouldn't expect him to just limp the small blind. I would expect him to raise the small blind and it would fold to him with any ace, any pair.
Yeah, this hand's over. It was fun to watch. Whee!
Tony's gonna bet it anyway.
I didn't know it was limped. I thought it was raised. I was actually trying to answer some Twitch questions over
with our chat.
Yes. I feel like I'm ignoring our chat a little, so I wanted to.
Fusion Asian says that's his uncle.
I don't know who Tom Burke is. Is Tom Burke? Tom Burke's not.
T-Burke? No. He was being facetious.
DraftKings. Who is this? What?
DraftKings?
DK. I don't know. When I see DraftKings, I think DraftKings. Because I had DeAndre Hopkins in my lineup today, and I lost a lot of money. Thank you for that.
Yeah, in your lineup instead of who?
I had Hopkins in my lineup.
When your other option, you were going to put in who instead?
Shut up. It was cool.
Here we go. We got to smash that pan.
Oh, yes, we do. We
got to see some chips fly.
Big Jake's in trouble. Jacks against aces, and there's a jack on, already a jack out. No, both jacks are dead. So Jake's in real bad shape here. Jake's short stack. This is just really bad.
20
for Jake.
bigs.
He's got 20 bigs with jacks. He's not getting away from this.
No.
All his jacks are gone. He's got one of his 4 flushes covered up by the aces. Yeah, as T. Burke just said, big.
Jake opens to 100K. Stuffs in a third of his stack under the gun with jacks.
Yeah, and he's not going to like what he.
Happy birthday to Renee.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yep. Good. Everybody's saying good game, Jake.
Now at that, with Jake putting in a third of his stack, Renee, do you ever? I mean, it's a 5x open under the gun. If Renee, do you ever consider just flatting here to make sure that Jake puts in the rest of it on the flop? I do.
You know, you look behind and your stack is.
It's a 5x open. No one. Who else is going to call that?
I'm probably limping here. Yeah, you got an 800. I mean, he's never gonna. The only thing is
if I'm in Renee's position, I'm flatting and letting Jake hang himself.
Other than giving someone else an option to try and isolate. You know, if someone else wakes up.
Yeah, you can bring someone else in.
Say if Jake has ace queen and someone else wakes up with the jacks.
Yeah.
I mean, now if you raise here, you're going to run them out, which you don't want to do.
And Renee's going to go ahead and open up. I mean, there's nothing wrong. With 3-betting aces, obviously, but like, I think when considering stack sizes,
I think this is a spot you can definitely.
Just Jake now. Jake might get a chance to get away.
Jake's not getting away from this.
I don't see how you can with the stacks at 20 bigs. I don't think you can. I mean, can you? Fold
But this is why you don't make it 100K.
As we were talking about, I mean, Jake and I accomplished the same thing opening there for 40K. And then he's given himself a chance to get away. I still don't know the stack size. If he doesn't have
I don't think he gets away from it anyway.
I think if he opens to 40, then Renee makes it 100, and then Jake jams 400, and then it's all over anyway, probably. But I mean, Jake now, and that's coming going through his head though. Like, Jesus, I opened 5x under the gun, and I just got 3. Like, how light can this guy be? Is he ever doing this with 10s? Is he? I mean, his best case scenario in his mind is this guy's got to have exactly ace king.
Yeah, no, but so you're sitting in Jake's shoes. I mean, he's got. He started the hand with what, 400K, and now he's got 300 left. So he's put 25% of his stack in the middle with jacks already. I mean, he has ace king here so often that.
Oh man.
I mean, the thing is, there's no way he's doing this light. So how does Jack play up against a tight range like this? It would be a supreme fold. I just don't like the fact that he made it 100K. That's gonna.
And he said you can under the gun open to 45K and get the same amount of folds. I mean, you're opening under the gun. You're going to be very, very strong. You should be. Unless you're a maniac.
Make it 50K.
Yeah, something you can save a lot of chips.
I'm going to make it 45K just because that's what I'm going to do with everything.
Whatever I'm opening there. Same sizing, but
he's in pain right now.
He knows it because he knows Renee's got to be super strong to do that.
Yep. I really think he felt like, it could be one thing he made a mistake, but he could get away from it.
So here's one thing that I've struggled with is a 10K denomination chip is not a very commonplace chip. You got 5Ks, 25Ks, and I've been messed up by that before late in tournaments where between the 5K and the 10K, and I just work.
But Jake plays here a lot though, right? So
he does too. But I mean, I do too, and it messes me sometimes. There's not a 10K denomination chip.
I usually don't make it deep enough to see 10K chips. So.
Well, they're not common. I wonder.
No, they're not.
I'm always wondering, did Jake mean to grab a fistful of chips and mean to open to 50K and accidentally? Oh, hell, those are.
No, he meant to make it 100K.
Wild Child 916, welcome to the chat. I'm with you.
That's what we've been talking about, probably from the hand one. Is
every time I commentate a final table of a tournament, that's like the first thing I get. Like, why are people opening 3 or 4X's? Like, it's just
he's gonna fold. He's folding.
Shows the jacks, and Jake gets away. Wow, Jack lays down the jacks. He probably could have saved a little bit more, but
I don't know. I mean, that's the one. If you're gonna make it 100K, that's the one benefit. If you get shoved, if you make it 45, you pretty much screwed yourself.
That's the thing. If it goes the other way, if he does open the 45K, like you said, like you and I probably we make it 45, and then Renee makes it 100,
then
we 4-bet jam.
So I mean, yeah.
But that's being results oriented.
But also, that's what's so great about poker. If Renee has ace king there, he's probably going to do the same type maneuver, and there's a lot of different ways to play poker. So you do it. It's comfortable for you. I'm just not a big proponent of varying your bet sizing that much, but it worked out really well for Jake in this one situation. He gets to play another hand where I have a feeling 2 people in this booth would be right back in the booth.
Yeah, goodness.
If I got 20 bigs,
it's going in.
We're going. We're going. Good on you, Jake. Those big arms get to stay around a little longer and make us feel a little less adequate.
Yeah, it's funny. Like, I was talking to him before the final table, and he actually didn't even mean to register for the tournament. He was at the cage trying to buy $450 worth of protein powder, and accidentally registered the tournament. It was strange, but good for him. He's here at the final table, and we love him.
He's still here.
I can say that because Jake, whoever's going by, like him and I are good friends, and I love the fact that he has this opportunity here. And I love the fact that he's still in the tournament. I mean, that's a tough fold to make with his stack size.
That's a
getting away from 2 jacks
the way
there.
he played the hand
Probably lend it to him getting away.
If he plays it any other way, he's probably broke. So
yeah, but
good for him that he chose that path.
Yeah, Jake's he is one cool customer. He's a gentle giant. He's a great guy, heck of a poker player, and I'm really happy for him that he has this opportunity to. Still be in the tournament here. 41K. That's a lot of money right now. And a $450 buy-in event. That's a pretty good ROI.
Yeah, no, it's great. Good for him. That's right. I've never met him before other than today, but yeah, he came up. He said, "I tried to break my hand when I shook it, but other than that, he's cool by me. I like it." I thought Renee was about ready to call. I guess we were already a little delayed there.
Ducky opens 4s, takes down the blinds nannies. So we have 18K just in blinds and nannies. So we're level up. I apologize. Are we level up? How long have we been level up? I don't know. We should be paying attention.
We're gonna remake the 2 Jakes. Jake from State Farm, I guess, or
2 Jakes. So we're now up to 1,500. I'm sorry, 15,000, 30,000.
we weren't at 30,000 when we made it 100, were we?
Maybe we were. Maybe that would make more. It's still a big up.
No, we're only in it for a minute.
We just started. Yeah.
There's no way.
So yeah, we're up. Blinds are up.
He tanked for 2 minutes there. So
yeah, solid. So
it would make a lot more sense.
It would have. We were at 30,000 with a 4K ante.
We would have to take back all those things that we were saying about Jake. Now, all those things we said about Jake, he's still in the tournament. We're not. Because I know how I play, and I know how you play. We're both broke there. And I dare to say, almost everybody I know would be broke there. There's not many people that are gonna. First of all, I don't know many players personally that I play with that are gonna ever make it 5x. Other than Helmuth, probably no one's ever folding, and he's gonna claim white magic or something.
Yeah, exactly.
So I guess just Renee's going to raise, or is he going to get a walk, or is Sai? Here we go again.
Sai
is
stepping out,
going to town, and this is what he should do.
If players are playing this tight, yeah, you should open up your range.
Now I did think it was. I thought it was Edmund's big blind. It's actually Renee's big blind. Renee will probably defend here. He's got a big stack. It's a really tough hand to play. If it's me, I'm going to be 3-betting this a lot.
SRM 67, yes, I did cash. I actually, at one point on day 2 today, did have the chip lead, but we were unable to hold on. And now we're in the booth.
I played 4 times, maybe 5. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, it's a big blur. There's a lot of wine, a lot of barrels. There's sports going on. There's a lot of distractions.
He did 3-bet. I like the 3-bet here with King Jack. No, I did not compare Jake to Helmet by any stretch of the imagination.
I said, should he be insulted by that, or is that a compliment? You can take it a couple ways.
Would you be insulted or complimented if I compared you to Helmet? Hey, do this one instead.
Right? I would need to.
I love it.
So Renee puts in the 3-bet. Sai.
Renee's playing really solid right now. I like the way he's playing. I think I'm with you. I would have flatted the aces there, but again, sort of results oriented. But when someone makes it a 5x raise,
now I wonder if part of it is. So I mean, not to be the horse, but let's say if you're Renee there, do you maybe because this guy just opened up that big piece of stack. I don't want him to get away. So I've got aces, but let's say if he's got jacks or tens and a king flops, and now somehow
Now
he
he
finds
gets away,
he
yeah.
gets away. Maybe in part of it where Renee's like, I don't want to let this guy off the hook. It looks like he's committed. It looks like he's going. I'm going to get it in now against a guy who there's no way if he opens that large and from that position he could ever fold. So I mean, I wonder if that's part of it. As it is, I would expect heads if under the gun opens and under the gun plus one calls.
I think Renee said, "Oh, I have aces. I'm going to raise."
That's probably his thought process. But I mean, either way, I would play the hand. I'd probably flat there, and then just thinking like heads up, under the gun plus one, raising a call, that he's going to be c-betting his entire range, and he's going to have a very, very, very strong range raising that, big that early, and that by then you can for sure get it in on the flop. I mean, that's my take to it.
I agree. Bubblegum slats. I haven't played open face since probably 3 years ago with the World Series. It's been a while. Open face isn't as popular as it once was. I've never gotten to the huge craze, but what do we got? I mean, if I'm Renee, I'm opening up 100% of my range against Edmund here.
Absolutely. I mean, it looks like, did Edmund put in a 3-bet here?
My bust out hand was ace 4 to a monkey's ace 7. I got really short in a button V blind scenario, ace queen versus ace jack.
So, sorry, the plaques are now in play for the blinds. That's how big we are now. It folds to Renee in the small blind, who makes $85K to go with Jack 5. We are at 15,000, 30,000 blinds with a 4K ante. Edmund's, he's got worse clubs.
Wow.
And he's going to defend. Edmund might have adapted. Maybe he got a little, maybe players at the table were needling a little bit about folding the ace jack. Maybe he's seen on the stream now.
Or he could have suited connectors in position and just likes to play.
He just wants to party. King, king, queen. Two diamonds.
Now, if you're Renee in this situation, I mean, you can make a pretty small bet and get a, Edmund's never gonna, he's gonna tell you what he has right away.
Yep.
And Edmund's never really probably gonna flat this with king queen type hand.
9 on the turn hits Edmund.
Wow, such a bad turn. I think if you're Renee, you make this raise, you just go ahead and make the C bet.
I mean, the problem then if you're Renee, I mean, you're not repping much, because I mean, there's, king, king, queen. There's, you hit it, you're way ahead or way behind. But at the same time, it's the same case for Edmund, where it's hard for him to hit that board as well. And so, like you pointed out, just a small continuation bet is usually going to do the trick.
Whoever puts a small continuation bet wins generally in these situations.
So Edmund, he now pairs his 9. He can only really get value from like worse 9s, maybe pocket 8s. 8s and worse. But I think Ed can actually check back here oftentimes and maybe try to induce a bluff by Renee. As it is, I mean, that's what I think he could do. It's not what I expect him to do. It's not what he's going to do.
He's just going to make this is going to be the end of the hand, and we'll move on to the next one.
That's it. Next hand.
I'm trying to see what's going on in the chat. It's my chat. I need to pop out my chat. I think that's something that probably works out better.
Yeah.
There we go. I think you can scroll through chat a little bit easier this way.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Jake's down to 8 big blinds here.
He's lucky to have any blinds.
Yes,
After that setup hand that was pitched.
Well, I don't want to call that lucky. That was really well played. Given, I mean, I'll take my hat off to him. I'm not folding in that spot. So, as much as I want to criticize someone's raise sizing, that led him to the correct decision and got him to lay down a hand where he would have been out of the event.
In a world of hurt.
Yep. Now this ought to be interesting. We have 8 jack, 10s, 8s. And king jack.
And Ducky, under the gun, ace jack off.
And these are all pretty big stacks here that have this. There could be some fireworks here.
And Ducky makes it 80K. Puts in 3 of those plaques and a 5K chip. And now Stewart, 10s, 1.1 million in chips.
If Stewart 3 bets, Edmund's just going to go away.
He's just going to make the call. He's got position.
Yep. So that'll bring Edmund along. It'll probably bring Renee along as well. Renee called with the queen 9 in the big blind earlier. I would imagine he's probably going to play a king jack on the button with $1 million in chips. I imagine he'll play this.
No.
I'm actually surprised you didn't play that on the button.
Yeah.
There's a lot of this one.
You got to worry about being dominated, you know, with someone who raised under the gun.
And Edmund just folded 8s, just straight folded 8s in the small blind.
I
don't know how to play poker. I don't know how to play poker.
I give up.
No, I don't know how to play poker. How do you not call 8s there, getting that kind of odds?
Getting 1,000,000-1?
Yeah, and they can't be reopened. I mean, he at least didn't show it. That's just... Wow. Wow.
So, Ducky's in the lead for 105K. Stewart quickly makes a call. 8 on the turn.
Well,
we don't know.
In
we don't
Edward's
think
defense,
he probably wouldn't have saw the
he's
turn.
He's not going to see the turn because he didn't call pre-flop, obviously. But does Ducky really make the bet out with 2 other people in the pot?
Ducky picks up an inside straight draw. The flush draw gets there.
Oh no!
Jack on the river.
Oh, the worst card for Ducky.
Stewart makes his straight. The board is 3 flush and paired, but the way this hand is played out, I don't think Stewart's too worried about being up against a flush or a boat. Ducky checks. He might think that he got lucky here. Stewart knows what's really going on in this hand, and he's gonna put in a little value bet.
This is a really, really bad spot for Ducky.
If you're Ducky, what are you beating here? What are you beating that Stewart would flat call a flop with?
You're beating bluffs, and that's about it.
And that's all you were beating. And Ducky corrects and gets away.
That's a good fold by Ducky.
A lot of players make a mistake. They roll, okay, well, I can beat anything but the queen, and they just call off. Not really thinking the hand through. As it is, I don't think there's a whole lot of hands at all. There are any hands that Stewart would
play that way.
Will play that way. That's not.
Well, first of all, he had to call. He had to call under the gun. A call under the gun raise. I mean, it just. There's nothing that hits that range that he can beat.
No.
So, really well played hand by 2 of the 3 involved. I'll say one thing for Edmund. He probably was going to get out on the flop and wouldn't have been happy on the turn, but
yeah.
All right, so doesn't look like a whole lot going on here. We got Renee in the cutoff with Queen Jack, and Ducky. Ducky might defend King 10, although he didn't defend light before when he had the opportunity. I think he had a King 10 or an Ace 10 and he folded. Ducky seems the type of player to me that he likes to be the initiator. He likes to
likes to be raising.
He's raising, but he's not going to call many raises.
And I think that's a good approach to most forms of true poker.
That's generally the approach I like.
Yeah,
it's going to be winning poker generally. I would expect Renee to open this a lot of times. We sat down here. You told me that Hugh was going to be the most active player at the table, the most aggressive, and he's played exactly one hand.
Exactly
but
one
I mean,
hand.
you've seen his hands. I mean,
yeah, he hasn't had a whole lot to work with. Some part of he was dying inside, not being mixed up in the action. Renee makes it 75K to go. Ducky will defend.
He does defend. It was 50-50 whether he's going to defend this one or not. It's probably really close to his range, and you just hope Ducky doesn't get unlucky with a 10 on the turn.
It would be a disaster card. Check, check.
Oh,
Queen ball.
Renee catches the bad card.
What's up, guys?
Hey, what's up? Are you gonna come in? Oh, don't.
Not in there.
Why are you asking us?
Oh, I don't know. Sorry.
We're not the technical guys, are we? No.
I look at you and me and like we are not the technical aspect of the show.
No, you're asking the wrong guy. The next dealer came to us and asked to get wired up. You're asking the wrong guys.
So Ducky bets 100K on the turn with his king. Renee makes call when he hits his queen.
I like another 100K here. I mean, you don't want to go too big here. He's going 150. No, he went a little higher. He went almost to 200.
It's a big bet.
It is a big bet.
Renee checked back the flop and he called when the queen peeled off.
He might get looked up here. Just
Ducky bets 150K. Renee makes a call. Sees the bad news.
Yeah, again, with a hand like Queen Jack there, I mean, you got called out of the small blind, and he bets the flop and bets the river, and it wasn't like a super polar.
Check, flop, bet turn.
Yeah, it's not like a super polarizing bet though. Like, is he betting many queens there on the river? So I mean, what are you?
I'm probably betting a lot. I'm probably betting most of my queens, but oh my god, I'm betting king. Well, king queen would be too big, but I'm betting queen jack plus. Probably, maybe. I'm for sure betting ace queen. I'm probably betting ace.
But if you have queen 10, you're behind.
Yeah.
That. So I'm saying if you have queen jack, what are you ahead that you're calling off?
Yeah.
I mean, how many queens are you betting? You're not really betting queen 9, queen 8. You're not really playing those that often. I don't know. It's tough to put them on a range that queen jack's going to be ahead of when he bets turn and river.
Yeah.
Very often. Now Ducky does. He's already said that he likes to steal and he likes to be aggressive, so that definitely goes into play. My best tournament score. I feel like I'm getting trolled here. I won the World Series. I won the World Series like 50 years ago. I should hit up the tournament scene. No, I'm not big on the tournament scene. I'll play here and there. Try to be selective. I'm getting trolled again.
Yes,
Fun.
very much so.
Yes.
The troll is real. So,
see, Angry Pollock, I agree with this. They're surprised that me and you aren't on the funnel table. But all right, go ahead. What do we got? Hugh woke up with a hand, and
makes it 70K to go.
And we go away. Well, no one's busted because there haven't been any hands other than that J can that just was very unusual.
Yeah, weird spot.
There hasn't been really a lot of hands that are going to bust people. But you'll notice here as the graphic pops up, you see a lot more of these 8 big blinds, 9 big blinds. People are, the shorter stacks are
gonna get short.
Yeah, they're dying off.
Chips are gonna fly. Angry Pollock.
Am I ashamed that I took all the money off Veronica? Why would I be ashamed of that? That's like the best thing that happened on the trip.
That is Veronica.
What?
Angry Pollock's Veronica.
Oh.
She is like the troll of trolls in the chat.
She said she was gonna troll me. Like I said, that's the best part of the trip. Oh. My straw.
We almost got her straw back.
Well, the straw.
Oh, Jesus. Chris,
now, you said that we had like something in here before that Veronica did.
Yeah, Veronica whipped creamed the entire booth. So.
See, I can get that straw. See, my plan tonight.
Tony under the gun is going to take ace-9 off and make it 75K to go. He's got to be recognizing these players are playing pretty snug. And mind we alluded to, we haven't had a whole lot of big hands.
Is Tony watching the stream?
He has to be. For him to open 75K under the gun, ace-9.
Actually, I don't think he is. Because if he's watching the stream...
He just got a lot of problems and just like, hey, yeah, screw these guys.
He's bored. He's bored. No, I mean, these guys aren't playing that snug. They literally had the worst cards I've seen over a long course of time. There's been no... like legitimate playing hands from anybody other than that one hand that we saw. I mean, you see a king jack here and there, but for the most part,
couple ace tens, couple king jacks.
Yeah, but it's like really
no real smash up hands.
No. We didn't lose anything on the Jets today. We did not have the Jets. I'm not from West Virginia, flat collar. I hope you die. You didn't even insinuate that. No offense to anybody from West Virginia.
Of course, no.
That's the best thing Angry Pollock's ever said, probably. I'm so dreamy. I like her a lot more now. Again, look at these hands. I mean, like 9-7 is the only one that has any kind of potential that's under the gun. Wow. It's hard to get, there's something to be said for being creative, but it's hard to be creative with some of these hands.
If I'm Ducky, I'm opening a 4-3 and the cutoff.
I was going to say, Ducky's probably going to be the one that's going to open here. And Hugh could make an argument. He's played so tight to open, which looks like he's going to open his queen 7. And again, his image so far has been extremely tight.
Yes.
And it's not going to really matter what his image is because no one has.
No one's got anything they can
Nope.
play with.
Everybody's destroying. Veronica wants to buy Nightbot a drink.
All ready for residents who are into and out the packs. For the next price, it is about 450 units.
Veronica, I did some of these Nightbots for you. I just wanted you to know that.
Goodness. Yeah, if you can't needle your friends.
It is sunny inside Stones. I've got a definite glare about me. So do you.
You're glowing.
Yes, we need makeup. All right.
No, I need.
Nick, serious question. How does it feel to be directly responsible for the poker boom? Honestly, it's not something I really think about, and that's the truth. I don't ever perceive what's going on with the stream. There we go.
Fixed it.
Thanks. Good. Let me see it before I continue answering. Yep, no hands still. How is this possible that we must have some real fireworks later? Y'all need to stay on the stream because we're gonna have some big hands later. Honestly, I just don't think about it.
Depends on the scoring format.
I'm glad that Veronica's enjoying every minute of Nightbot in this stream. It's worth every penny that she went broke on. That's good.
Yeah.
What, but not many people are as old as you.
As anybody.
As anybody. I mean, you're probably older than anybody at the table.
I think Walt was like one of the original road gamblers with like Doyle Brunson and Sailor Roberts, and
that's back in the day.
There's
a guy here, Thunder. I think his name Thunder. I played with him every single flight. He played back with those guys, and he got a lot of cool stories about playing with those guys. Is the Hall of Fame a big deal to me? Honestly, not really. Not something that I've ever thought about. And we got Tony opening the small blind. It looks like he's probably going to get away with it with Jack 5 again. This is just a condition of just junk cards, and it leads to just a bunch of blind steals. And
Sai's asking how many chips you have. Is Sai really thinking about re-stealing this with the Queen 4?
Sai's been playing. He's a little.
Sai stepped out, and Sai's got gears.
He's got gears. I like it. Low limits.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, we must pause for gears. Sai's my new favorite player at the table.
And there goes Sai. It makes it, was it 115K? Is that what I said?
And I love the sizing. That's really good sizing. That's 160 probably.
160.
He made it 70, so it's got to be 160.
And I can go smaller because
you can, but I don't think you want to.
No. So he makes it 135.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, anything 130 to like 160 is going to be good there for sizing. And Tony asked how much Sai had, so this could be really
good. Levels on levels.
This could be like the coolest hand of poker we'll have all night if Tony were to pull this trigger. Which is really would be crazy because Sai hasn't got out of line on the table yet.
He's reaching for chips.
Oh, I love this.
Jesus. Well, I can't profitably flat Jack 5, so I might as well.
Well, yeah, you're never flatting. Sai just went from my favorite player to now Tony's going to have to be my favorite player. It's a very fluid situation here.
Whee!
Krieg Shosh, for your advice real quick, no, you don't ship Queen Jack in that situation with 14 bigs with 2 calls in front of you. You're going to get looked up too often, and you can wait for a better spot. Tony thought about it. I'll give him credit for the think about.
Some of it might have been saving some face, maybe, but I think he was. I'm with you. I think he was legitimately like pondering whether or not
you can save face by not counting out the raise. I think he was legit wanting to do it. He felt something, but it's tough to pull that trigger. You have to be sickos like the people in the booth that are sitting here not playing anymore.
Sigh. Re-stealing the queen 4 off. Super beast.
So no, I wouldn't play queen jack with 2 colors, and you can if you're going to play queen jack, it's better to play when there's nobody else in the pot. You want to be the first to enter the pot, and 14 bigs, you can be a little bit more selective than queen jack. Now if it's on the button, you get to queen jack, yeah, you can go ahead and ship that in pretty profitably. Just for anybody that is curious, there's an app called Snap Shove. You might want to check it out. It's a really good shove equity app. It'll tell you all the ranges, what you need to play from every position, etc., etc. Edmund picked up 6s. Now, did he make it really big like he did before? Because remember with 5s, he made it 5.5x.
Trying to see it here.
So this would be 150. He made
110K.
So now he dropped it all the way to 110 with 6s, and he did it with 5s. You know, really sizable. So the good thing is I don't think it's hand dependent.
No, I think it's just his open sizing. He's opening, he opens large. In this case, we have,
And Ducky just folds 8s right back to Edmund.
Wow.
People are staying out. They're not calling off. And I don't like Edmund's fold with 8s. I thought was questionable. I don't mind Ducky's folds with 8 there. I mean,
not versus that. Yeah, not versus Edmund.
Yeah, Edmund's really tight. Probably hasn't got out of line in 2 days, and so 8s generally is not going to play very well against his range. But you do have position on him. You're relatively deep.
If I'm Ducky there, I'm probably cold folding 8s. Just as sick as that is to say it like out loud, but against his sizing, I mean, you have no maneuverability. We're not deep enough to really outplay and post. I mean, he seems to be, he's like, what's a C-bet sizing? I mean, he's gonna go like pot. I mean, all the way through.
Well, that's the thing. I haven't played with Edmund enough. What is his C-bet sizing?
We haven't seen him take a flop. No one will call him.
That's the problem. We can't judge on what people are doing. Stewart's got 10s. Again, it doesn't look like he's going to get. He's the hijack, so doesn't seem like we're going to get a whole lot of action on this hand. We got someone that said that I guess that's played with him. He says his C betting size is 25% of the pot, and we have 66K, which again is really small compared to what other people are doing. But this is
what I would expect from
standard
a player like Stewart.
Yeah, pretty standard for everybody else. Now Renee, I've seen when I played with him, he will probably defend 6-3 here. He didn't, but I've seen him defend suited hands like that when I was playing with them to small raise sizings. I was making a small raise sizing. He was defending a pretty wide range. So you see Jake and Dave both getting into the real danger zone with 6 big blinds and 8 big blinds respectively. I'm really surprised. Like Jake's on the button here.
Yeah.
If it folds to him, I would imagine he's probably
jamming any 2.
I mean, you got Edmund in the big blind.
Who likes to fold?
Who likes to fold? We hold it. I mean, I think I'm jamming any 2 here.
Force Renee to wake up or get out.
It is. I actually have the what do I call it? I don't know. Did I not call it Snap Shove? I knew what it was. I know what it is. I've got the app, but I just don't know the name. I guess I've downloaded the app.
I think that's it.
It is Snap. Well, someone correct me. I guess I didn't say Snap Shove. I don't know what I called it.
I thought you said Snap Shove.
I thought I said Snap Shove. What I call it, Jimmy? Again, here, not a whole lot going on. Renee's going to wake up with King Jack in the small blind, which is not really good for Jake. But Tony looks like he's going to save Jake here. I think Jake would shove the queen 4 if it got to him, and I think Renee would have looked him up.
Just going to wait for another spot. Wow, yep. Renee just...
Poker's all about timing, and Renee's been
position.
I will say that sort of the theme of this table is no one's calling anything. It's all,
I mean, even then, I don't really mind Renee folding. I mean, I typically all my hands in position.
I don't like to call King Jack against a. Tony's an experienced player. I wouldn't want to play him with King Jack out of position. I'm not saying it's a bad fold. I'm saying it's just unusual you see those type folds. A lot of players get married to King Queens, King Jacks.
Well, they're so shiny.
They're just like us.
Just like us. And if you start playing shiny cards, well, you end up in the booth cliffs. Out of the tournament. I barreled off this series. Oh, Jesus.
Okay, yeah, I did say snapshot. What's that now?
I barreled off this series. I really fired. It was good.
Phil, cheers, sir. I did as well.
Whee!
No, I'm actually heading out in about 5 hours to go to the UK. I'll be on a flight at like 7 o'clock in the morning. We got Ducky coming out with 5s, and Dave's going to shove 6s, I would imagine. And Ducky will call, and we'll go from there.
Please.
Come on, Dave, don't call.
Don't flat, Dave.
Don't flat this, Dave. No, Dave. Dave's wife, if you're watching the stream, this is a hand you need to scold Dave about.
Just grab your husband and you're just like, honey, just shove it.
Yeah, just
shove it.
That's so wrong. That's so wrong.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
I don't know what you're talking about.
whatever. I love it. I love being on commentary events sometimes. Hey. Well, there's a lot of 5s and 6s gone, but Ducky's going to win this hand a lot of times now because he's the first to act. He was the aggressor.
He's going to see about his entire range heads up, and
he's already proved that he's going to do that, and Dave's going to fold this, and that's just going to be it.
Now, he might be worried about that board against Dave.
But he still, I bet he's going to make a small continuation about, yeah. Dave,
100K.
Dave shoves all in pre, he avoids all this disaster. 6s plays so poorly post flop. It's a hand you just want to get it in.
You just can't be flatting 6s there.
Yeah, like you said, the good thing is I got to see this hand later on. There you go. Everybody doesn't really watch it. Every hand. I'm not up there. I've been watching you.
All right, guys at home, we like Dave. Dave's a good guy. But that's lesson 101 on what not to do. We don't play 6s that way.
And now he's pulled even with Jake. They're both the short stacks, 5 bigs. They're going to have to get something going. They're going to have to find a hand, find a spot. The problem is when you're stuffing only 5 bigs,
you're going to get called.
You're going to get looked up a lot.
Dave may not.
Dave might not get looked up. He's probably got aces. He might have kings.
I mean, you know, I just don't know what you're waiting for there. If you're going to play 6s, play them. Just
go for it.
Or fold. If you can fold.
Fire, fire, fire.
Don't set mine with 8 big blinds.
So looking at our payouts, it's 41-3 to first.
Yeah, he makes $800 to stay in.
25K to
now,
second.
And you can make an argument to fold 6s because Jake's down to 5 bigs. So if you want to try to outlast Jake,
but you're gonna do it. We're gonna do it pre, right? I mean,
we're gonna fold pre. Yeah, we're not gonna call. And so Renee has got 5s this time. Tony's gonna raise. Renee's not folding 5s this time at least. He might. You know, he 3-bet. Look at Tony folding King 10. That's a little bit shocking. You know, he's raised 8-9, ace-7.
Ace-9 under the gun.
Yeah, I mean, he's been Jack-4. He's been the most active player at the table, and a hand that has quite a bit of equity in the position that he's in, he folds, and it's kind of surprising he folded that in that spot.
So here's something, I mean, Renee, we talked about him being very methodical in his actions and his posture and like that. Sometimes you'll catch players, or I know, cash game tournaments that will look at their cards early, and they'll hold their cards one way when they're going to fold. They'll hold their cards another way when they're going to raise. They're going to play. Some players will even go as far as like grabbing chips and cutting out a raise size already. So I mean, I'm not saying that's what happened in this hand, but if you're Tony and you're paying attention to what's going on around you, if he might have saw something, from Renee or someone else, like, hey, He's got it's the type of player, he's got a playable hand, or at least I have a reason to believe he's got a playable hand.
But you got to think so. He's got something like that going on because it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense for
With the training, what we've seen so far,
in a vacuum from just a default king 10. But you don't make deep runs like Tony's made without having some of those chops. So that's something to look for later on as we go through the commentary. If you're right, that's I look for that all the time. People looking out of the
people that look early, hold their cards different. I mean, I'll find myself, and
people pick up their cards like they're going to mug no matter what. For sure.
You're in the hijack or the cutoff or the hijack or middle, late middle position, and you see the 3 characters behind you are all going to fold. Next thing you know, I mean, you're effectively on the button now. I mean, you can dramatically change the range that you can open, and now it looks stronger because you're raising the middle position, not on the button.
That's right. Gay Corps, Stones is a very, very sweet card room to play at. It's really, really one of the best card rooms I've been in, and that's not because they brought me in. That's because I really believe that. They run a class establishment here. They do a lot of things right.
The food's good.
That's what you got to say. The food's good.
and the food's good. And the food's good.
The food's good. The action's good. Everybody, I've never been at a table where the dealers, when they get up to push, they say, "Does anybody need service? Does anybody need anything?"
Yeah.
You never see that, and every dealer says it here.
Can I get you? Yeah. Can I get you service? Can I get you something? Anyone need anything? Okay.
Dave's gonna step in it here, I guess. He's gonna go ahead and shove his Jack 4, I guess, or he's just gonna raise fold. Dave's got himself in a world of hurt this table. Just fold, Dave. Don't.
Stewart's made it 66K under the gun.
Oh, I thought this was blind v blind. No, never mind. Dave's not doing anything here.
And Dave.
I mean, he didn't shove 6s, so is he really gonna shove Jack 4? Is he going to the school of Jake?
I didn't shove Jack 4. I called Jack 4, and I called down when I was good.
Nick said he wants more duck meat on the duck tacos.
Everyone's a critic. It was a really great structure for the main, and I know that but poker players, they will find something to complain about, especially with structures. Everyone's an Alan Kessler. Everyone's got something to say.
Not everyone's an Alan.
That's all. Alan Kessler is an Alan Kessler among Alan Kesslers. I mean, you can't even say that about the guy. He's a great guy, but blinds go up, and I think we went from like 816 to 1,000, 2,000 or something like that. Yeah, 800, 1,600, like 1,000, 2,000. And I just couldn't help myself. And I'm looking at Justin Karitis, our tournament director. I said, what, no 918 level? And he just, who said that? It's sort of like, he spends a lot of time trying to work out structures and like finding, and he listens to the players and feedback and inevitably someone's going to complain about something. It's usually Chris Hinchcliffe. But
no, he's not here to defend himself. Don't be doing that to him.
Oh, he's always here. Watch, he'll pop up in the chat like a minute now. He's watching, I guarantee.
I know he's always
Chris watching. Is a great guy. We love Chris.
Oh, Chris is a great guy. And you can pick on Chris all you want. It's fine.
See, I got permission.
Yeah. Dave is fine. He picked up a hand he's definitely going to be playing. And he doesn't. He'll get called here. Who's his big blind? Stewart is probably going to look him up with a 4 deuce. Renee might raise Queen 10, and we'll see Queen 10 versus 9s. I can see Hugh raising if it did get a no. I guess he's gonna raise here. Yep. So we're gonna see Queen 10s with a raise against 9s.
T-Life Daily Vlogs. Val, we were barreling some cash games before we started, and Veronica is in the chat trolling our friend Mr. Christopher Moneymaker. Renee makes it 75K to go, Queen 10 off. Dave's got to go with it.
Yeah.
All of it. Both inches.
At least we didn't call. Did you say both inches?
I did.
Guy's got like 18 kids, dude. He's got more than.
I don't know. It's just like a figure of speech. I mean, he's got a little stack. His stack's about 2.
You're telling his wife to shove it in early. Now you're doing this. You're
the worst.
I know I'm the worst. I don't know what Renee's thinking about here.
You priced yourself into trouble at this point. What?
Oh my God! He just folded. He just folded for like 60K. What just happened?
My brain's broke.
I don't know how to play poker anymore. What's going on? Really?
I mean, I was just saying he priced himself into trouble at this point. You can't fold anything at this point.
I just had the same reaction as when Tennessee called the Hail Mary. My head just immediately, what the hell's going on? Really? He had to call 60K. He had 57K in, he had to call 60. He's got $1 million.
Getting a grape. All right. I gotta take a walk. You're doing this for yourself.
What? I don't know how to play poker anymore. I'm lost. I have nothing to say. I'm lost.
I mean, let's say you go for the steal with like a 7-4 suited, and you're like, I got 7 high, but I'm priced on it, and like I hope you get 2 overs, and I'm just gonna get lucky here. And that spot, like you queen 10, it's not a great hand, but
you have so much equity. I mean, queen 10's so live. You have ace king you're up against. I mean, you can't fold. Oh my goodness.
Did he think that Dave had more? Did he not even ask the count and just like look at the plaques and like and thought he had more chips?
I have no. I'm
playing trying to play devil's advocate. I don't know. Like,
I'm gonna drink more wine and maybe it'll come to me.
Oh God!
Wow.
That just happened.
The chat box is saying collusion. I mean, holy cow.
All right, Chris, it's nice to meet you.
Hey, buddy, good to meet you.
Nothing, dude.
No spoilers.
No spoilers. I don't think they can't get spoilers, can they?
No spoilers.
Yep. Good to meet you. We have a bust out soon, guys. Spoiler, we won't tell you who. Wow. I can't get over queen 10.
There's so many things that happen. So we have an open here. Ducky made it 80K to go with ace 4. Stewart, realizing that Ducky is pretty wide often, he puts in a 3-bet to 215K with ace jack off.
Is that Tony on the table?
No.
Okay.
That's not T-Bird.
Okay. I'm sorry, what happened? Do we have a 3-bet? Is that, or we just have a ace jack fold, that's it?
Open, it was open ace 4, 3-bet with ace jack,
and then fold.
And then fold.
Well, Ducky's already said he likes to do that, so it's pretty standard there.
Hey,
worst fold ever? I don't know. I mean, you had 8s was up there, but queen 10 just destroys that. Queen 10 is probably one of the most, I won't call it the worst fold, most unusual folds. The worst fold I've ever seen is actually Phil Helmut's fold of queens on TV. That was bad. Queen 10's up there though. Whew. I'm on like
it's like Phil Hellmuth WSOP main, and then Queen 10 is Stones Live. Like,
they're right there.
It's
anybody from Wind River calls there. Anybody from any casino calls there. I've never seen. I'm dumbfounded.
At that price, you're just like you're not in love with it. You're like, okay, I got myself into this mess. I hope I can get myself out of it.
I guess Dave is going to be going up against Cy here, maybe. I don't see Cy making the laydown because Dave's going to raise. Cy's in the big blind. What did Dave make it? Did Dave just ship, or I mean, surely Dave just shipped Ace King, didn't he?
It's on him now. Dave's got less than 10 bigs, and is going to open the pot, not shove.
Wow.
Makes it 75K to go. It's got to look super strong considering its stack size, but you have no showdown value or minimal showdown value with Ace King.
Yeah, Cy's probably just going to fold this. I mean, Ace 10 doesn't play very well.
Or do you just try to get it in with him? I mean,
I like this guy. Jake and Valerie, take your spot. We need better eye candy. Notice they said you go away, not me, because I'm good eye candy.
Sex sells, and our chat knows it.
What's that now?
Sex sells, and our chat knows it.
That's right. It's hard to be this sexy, baby.
Cy eyeballing the rest of Dave's chips.
I mean, he only has, under 10 bigs. So, I mean, yeah, you got to shove it in or you got to fold. I mean, Dave's range is not going to be that wide. It's the only bad thing here for Cy, but
he's going to make the call.
Oh, he flatted. Wow, really? Now does Cy just do a stop and go, or?
That's what I thought. That might be the other angle he might be taking.
He didn't. He checked, and Dave ships and wins. That's it. I just don't know how to play poker anymore.
I mean, on some level, it's easy to see when we can see the cards, but at the same time, I'm scratching my head at a lot of
there's some unusual play. We'll leave it at that. There's some unusual play.
What a great event! I mean,
But listen, I'm happy for Dave that he shoved on that flop because I thought he might have checked back that flop. I mean, Raider. You laugh, but you know he folded sixes and
yeah. He flatted sixes and
yeah, flatted sixes. He's gonna win the tournament now, probably. By the way, unless that was him shaking my hand.
Gotta feed all those kids.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, if I have ace 10 there, I'm either reshipping or folding. I'm never flatting. And if I'm gonna flat there, when that board comes out, I'm gonna ship.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, dude likes to do a stop and go.
Yep. Especially against someone like Dave.
Give him the opportunity to miss.
I'm really surprised someone like Hugh hasn't just been abusing the hell out of this table.
As it is, Hugh makes it 80K to go.
And he's probably going to get through here.
Jake, Queen 8 suited in the big blind. Jake's going to stuff the Queen 8. Hugh makes a call.
Now, Hugh hasn't played a hand one. He's been so patient. I don't know if I picked this spot.
It's not like Hugh just opened the button.
Yeah, he opened middle position. I think this is frustration.
There might be a little frustration here. 6-4 deuce isn't going to help Jake at all. Still looking for backdoor hearts. There's a heart draw, now it's live. Any Queen 8 or a heart for Jake. He's still in this thing.
Or a 3.
Or a 3 or any bricks.
Talking about eye candy going away. There, for the women out there.
We lost Beefcake Jake.
Yep, so Veronica's gone.
That was it.
Hey, we got payouts. Look at Nightbot going at it.
So congratulations to Jake. Jake finishes 9th place for $3,800. He was the chip leader coming out of the first flight, Flight 1A. He was able to carry that day 2 all the way to the final table. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to get anything going. And when he had that really, really strange hand, that really unique hand, Jacks versus Aces.
What's up, Dave? How you doing?
I'd love to hear your comments.
No, you don't. Dave said he wants to hear. What?
My wife's listening, so is the whole poker wheel.
I told you I'm sorry up front, right?
You got down to 22,000. What do you say about me being tight?
We're on break right now,
love you.
guys.
They're on. We're not on break.
They're on break. We're 20 minutes behind here, so we have Dave in the booth trying to figure out what I've been saying about him and how he's been playing. We love you, Dave. We've given you a lot of props for your wife.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hey,
You can ask your wife. She's going to scold you about a hand.
so Edmund's gonna make it 73K
Yeah,
to
get
go.
5s. Well, he had 5s when you had 6s.
And did Hugh?
You're not supposed to call.
So here we go. Here's an
right.
under the gun. Edmund makes it 73K to go, and Hugh, possibly trying to exploit how tight Edmund is, puts in an immediate 3-bet under the gun +1 with a King 8.
I love this. Oh, did he just say all in? Or did he say call?
He's gonna flat. Wow, not expecting that. I expect Edmund to be
And he did it fast too. Like
insta flat. So it's 3-bet to 210 from Hugh. We just talked about we were expecting Hugh to open up.
I
and
love
abuse
this play
yeah.
by you. I love this play.
Heads up in a 3-bet pot.
Oh, this is so bad for Hugh.
5-6-3, 2 diamonds, and Edmund's gonna open jam.
No.
Maximize his fold equity.
No, this is a mistake.
And Hugh's gonna get let off the hook.
Yep. He could have picked up another 100K from Hugh here, or from Hugh. And now he shows. Come on,
The
Edmund.
ace of diamonds.
Come on, Edmund. Don't show your hand anymore, buddy. You flop a hand like that big, you gotta let the pre-flop raiser hang himself a little.
Get some value from your hand.
Yeah. He's 3-bet you there. He's not.
Well, I mean, the spot is. I mean, he's never going to be folding an overpair on that board the way the hand's played out. So I mean, I get part of okay, you're open jamming, trying to maximize your fold equity, I guess. And you might give him a chance to fold ace king, ace queen. So I mean, you might be able to get better to fold in a strange spot there.
But you're deep enough. I mean, he had chips to check. And if you have one move, that's fine. But he had chips to put pressure. Let him bet. He just lost about 100K in value there.
Yeah.
Tournament players start heading back to the teams about 30 seconds, and we'll be back with you once again. All tournament players, please have that safe.
So Hugh makes it 70K to go, and Hugh's got to really. People are playing tight. People are trying to fold their way up the money ladder. I'm gonna start playing pots, and Hugh opens to 70K and immediately gets 3-bet by Ducky,
which we have no idea what Ducky has.
Ducky makes it 150K. Clicks back at Hugh, who raised under the gun. And now we see Ducky's hand. Ducky's got him dominated. Ace-10 suited. Edmund is going to wake up the big blind. Queen-Jack suited. He can't play now.
I don't think Hugh's.
He's got an open under the gun and a 3-bet under the gun +1. And Queen-Jack looks real unattractive at that point.
I don't think Hugh calls here.
No.
It's only 80K to call. He's got a good price to call, but he's out of position. He just got 3-bet under the gun. He could 4-bet. And
I think it's definitely a 4-better fold that I lean more toward folding. I don't even know if I want to even open ace-4 that early. But like I said, I mean, the table's been playing so tight. Hugh might feel like you can start opening up, from everywhere around the table. He gets away.
I got Poker Pro Eric telling me that the Ace-Jack was well played. We can have a discussion during break about why that was not a good play.
What he's going to argue is that you're maximizing your fold equity.
Well, no, he's actually going to argue that it's only ace high. It's not a made hand, so it was.
You're maximizing fold equity with no showdown value. Yep. But the problem is we're never getting overpairs to fold.
Yeah. Poker Pro, I appreciate it.
You might be able to get ace king, ace queen to fold. That's the one.
You are going to get ace king, ace queen to fold, but you can get ace king, ace queen to fold on a check raise too.
Yeah.
And pick up 100K. I promise you, Poker Pro Eric, I'm not right all the time, but in this situation, if me and Jake agree on a play, we're probably going to be right, even though Jake doesn't know what he's doing.
Clicking buttons, baby.
Clicking buttons. All right, Ducky's raising under the gun with King 10. He looks like he's trying to open it up. He just 3-bet with Ace 10. Stewart's got Ace Queen, so this could be interesting. I wonder if Ducky calls the 3-bet here. He just flats with the Ace Queen.
I think his suitedness gonna,
Well, I think Stewart feels confident at this table that he can play
better post-flop poker than anyone's playing. He's deep.
He's deep. Ducky's deep. There's some players at the table I think he can take advantage of, so I like the flat.
I mean, like I said, in being suited, his hand's going to win, at showdown more often than if he was off. So I think if he's off suit, I think Stewart definitely leans more toward 3-betting. Being that he's suited, that his hand's going to get there a little bit more frequently.
Well, the fact that he's in position too.
He's in position. If he's out of position, he's definitely 3-betting.
Yeah,
all day. He was going to defend the big as well, Jack 10, and we got a 9-high board.
So this will be interesting. Ducky probably will continue, but he may not 3-handed. It'll be interesting to see how he plays 3-handed. And I expect Stewart to call. It's a really interesting turn card for the table. Hugh picks up top pair, and Stewart picks up the nut flush draw, and Ducky picks up open-ended with 2 overs. Very, very interesting card.
Hugh now leads out on the jack.
But he's got to know his jack's good there most times, unless someone's got ace jack, which is a definite possibility. But he's got one of the 4 jacks, so there's only 2 jacks left
I mean,
in
I
the
guess
deck.
he can get value from straight draws and flush draws. But other than that, I mean, it's really, I don't think we're ever getting better to fold here.
You're not getting better to fold, but the thing is it's hard for people to have better. There's a lot of ace queen. He probably assumed the ranges correctly: ace queen, ace king type hands. But there's a lot of ace jacks in the ranges too.
Yeah.
I personally like just calling or just checking here, but
like
against 2 people.
Yeah, against multiple opponents. And now
That's just a call.
Ducky's gonna make the call with an inside, just an inside.
And you know
straight draw.
Stewart's gonna minimum call. I don't expect Stewart to raise, but
it's gonna be harder for Stewart. If Stewart raises here, he's repping a really strong hand, like 5, like pocket 5s, pocket 9s. It's hard for him to say that the jack improved his hand when he didn't bet the flop in position. He's just gonna call.
yeah, I mean you can't really raise ace jack there if you're Stewart.
No.
If you had ace jack.
King on the river.
And Ducky gets there. Ducky just made the best hand. But
That's bad for Hugh.
Hugh's not gonna. I don't think Hugh pays.
No.
He didn't even bet it.
That's the worst card in the deck for Hugh.
He didn't even bet it. So it's.
And Stewart's got to wonder, did Hugh just try to pick up his pot on the flop? And what did Ducky call with? What is Ducky checking the flop, raising, checking the flop, and then calling a lead on the turn on that board with?
Oh, I don't like this bet.
There's 647K in the pot. And Stewart might be just thinking about making some blunt force trauma bet.
Yeah.
I'm just going to barrel here and push these guys out of the pot.
I'm gonna try and rep ace king, I guess, queen 10. You know he doesn't have ace king.
No, we know he doesn't have ace king.
Generally don't. I'm not a big fan of this bet, especially when you feel like you have an edge. I generally feel like he feels like he has an edge over the field, so I'm not a big fan of this bet. Now this is gonna be interesting because whoever calls first might win.
The other guy's out, yeah.
I don't know if Ducky overcalls or not.
I don't think Ducky overcalls. If Hugh,
it's hard though to put Hugh on a king because Hugh bet the turn.
yeah, he'd have to only specifically have King Jack, and would he check King Jack?
Would he check or would he just check call? Would he not check raise? So
He gets away, so now I think Ducky's gonna make the call here. He says call, there it is.
Yep.
And I think when Stewart goes back and rewatches this stream, I mean, Stewart can still take this down, don't get me wrrong, but that'll be the way, and you see him there, he shakes his head. He's going to want that hand back. Stewart's going to, and Stewart knows, I was able to play a lot with Stewart at the end of day 1. We played a lot, today, day 2. Stewart's going to want that hand back. The way he played that hand, and
Yeah, Stewart's not. Well, Stewart played the hand fine until the river.
yeah, exactly.
I mean, he did nothing wrong until the river.
He's going to want that river. I mean, if Stewart were to, he could uncap his range if he raised the turn. Because then he can have like pocket 5s, pocket 9s.
Ace jack. He can
have ace jack. It's harder for him to rep a strong hand, or harder for him to have a king.
And
the way the hand is played.
I mean, it's funny because Poker Pro's in the chat. It's like, why can't he have ace king? You have ace king easy. No, he's not going to have ace king. He can, but he's generally going to he's going to 3-bet pre-flop with ace king there the majority of the time. Dave wakes up with queens. I'm hoping he doesn't just open ship. It's not going to matter. But
678 in the chat. What's up, buddy? Sorry to disappoint you kids today. I, at one point, had the chip lead in this tournament on day 2.
How did you lose the chip?
Do you really want to hit back?
No, I don't.
Really?
I don't.
Okay, all right,
I don't.
all right. Yes, Poker Pro Eric, that is exactly right.
Poker Pro, he can have ace king. He can have it. He can. But it's a higher probability that he's going to have ace queen or king queen or queen 10 type hands. It's just not very often he's going to wake up with ace king flatting to an under the gun race. It's very, very rare.
I'll ask Stewart on break, hey, when's the last time in a tournament versus one open that you flatted ace king?
It's just not yet.
With as deep as it, like, you know, it's never.
Poker Pro, we love all the questions, but you know, and if I'm wrong in spots, I'll tell you I'm wrong. But the two spots that you're looking at, I think you're looking at them in the wrong way.
I think he's got an argument with the ace jack hand. I think there's something said about maximizing your fold equity with no showdown value. I think he's got an argument there. When the open shove the ace jack diamond. I think there's an argument there.
If you're Dave with that stack, but Edmonds actually won some pots. He's actually got about an average stack.
Yeah.
I mean, if Edmund was down so short.
Well, I think in that hand, because it was open and then 3-bet. He had 3-bet, so there's 400 and change in the pot.
No, it was open to.
It was open to 80, open to 75, 3-bet to 210. He called 210, so there's 4 and change.
There's no way open to 210.
No, he opened to 75, and Hugh 3-bet the king 8.
Hugh didn't 3-bet to 210 though, did he?
Yeah, he did.
He went that high? He went that big?
I mean, with the pot size, I mean, if they were deeper, maybe. I mean, check raising's obvious if you're deeper.
I thought they might have been deeper. So if he's shallow there, it looked like. I guess those plaques looked like he had a lot more plaques than what he did. So maybe ace jack works better as a shove. I
think he's got an argument, but I still like check raising there.
It depends on how deep you are, because he could have put it in to where. But look, Edmonds look at all those plaques he's got, dude.
That was after that hand. Yeah, he got those through Hugh.
I mean, I guess you can sit here and look at the stack, Edmund. Well, you can't see it now, but. So Ducky's going to be our big chip leader going into break. I think we're about ready to go on break, aren't we? What do we have? Like 9 minutes till break? Is that our clock right here?
They're going to break right now. So guys.
What's this clock here?
That's break. That's the break clock. That's the tournament clock.
Oh, okay. So we are on break.
So guys, we're going on a quick 10-minute break. Don't leave us. We'll be right back. We have 8 players left. They are fighting over $41,000, and it's getting live. Blinds will be up. We'll be coming back to 20K, 40K, if I'm not mistaken. See you in a few minutes. Get a break.
Hey everybody, welcome to another Stones Live Poker Hand of the Week. We're going to take a hand from a 10-25 game with a 50, and this hand has a double straddle on it, so 10-25-50. It gets folded around here to Nat, who's been playing pretty wild, and he's going to open for 250, 2.5 times the double straddle, and JC Tran is going to defend the double straddle spot with King 8 of clubs. We can't see what Nat has right now, but we can see that JC has flopped top pair. This one goes quickly check, check. So now JC is going to take the lead here on the turn. He bets $325 here on this wet board, and Nat doesn't think about it for too long, and he's going to make the call here. So you start to think about what types of hands would raise pre-flop, check back the flop, and then call the turn. River's got to be one of the worst cards here for JC. It's the ace of diamonds, so a hand like ace-jack, ace-10, make a pair of aces. Nat might have a hand like ace-queen that could have been checked back. He's going to think about it for a little bit, and he's going to bet about $750 here into a $1,200 pot. So it gets back around to JC, and you can see the discomfort here in his seat. He's getting about 2.5 to 1, and Nat has played pretty wild. So he is eventually going to come to the conclusion that this is a profitable call. He puts the money in, and Nat turns over ace-9 for rivered aces up and wins a big, big pot. Check out Stones Live Poker on Monday and Wednesdays at 7 p.m. Pacific Time. And this weekend, the 24th through the 26th, Stones Live Poker will be streaming the final tables of the $250,000 Fall Classic. I'll be there on Saturday the 24th, announcing the Monster Stack final table. On Sunday the 25th, David Tuckman will be announcing the Classic Deep Stack final table, culminating on Monday the 26th, the 6 Max final table with Lon McCarron. It will all be at twitch.tv/Stones Live Poker. Hey everybody, welcome to another Stones Live Hand of the Week, and we're going to get into a pot here at 10:25. This game was playing with the straddle, and JC Tran right here was in the straddle. Nate raises here to 160 pre-flop. Brian calls in the big blind, and JC Tran calls in the straddle. Both the blind and the straddle flop flush draws, but it gets checked over to Nate, and he does not bet his deuce. The turn here is the king of spades, and you can see here Brian with the top pair and the nut flush draw, but JC Tran with a huge draw, queen high flush draw, and a gut shot to a jack. He just calls the turn bet here by Brian, however, does not raise on the come, rivers the four of hearts, and both players make a flush. Brian with the nut flush, ace-5 of hearts. JC Tran, he's got the queen-high flush. Now, Brian's going to make kind of a small bet here at the end, about $425 into $1,100, and JC Tran is going to raise it up here. He is going to make it $1,300, and you've got to love this spot if you're Brian, staring at the nuts, and a guy has raised you on the river. He's going to put a little bit of a Hollywood act for about a minute on, and then he finally moves all in. JC feels like he's pot committed, I guess, and he makes the call, and Brian wins a huge pot in this 10-25-50 game. If you want to check out live cash games, watch Stones Live Poker every Monday and Wednesday at 7:30 Pacific Time over at twitch.tv/Stones Live Poker. Welcome everybody to another Stones Live Poker Hand of the Week, and we are going to take a look at one of the deepest 1-3 no-limit games you have ever seen. Up at Stones, they do Match the Big Stack, and we have several people with over $1,000 here at the table. Kathy, who is in the straddle in this spot, is lucky enough to pick up kings, but she is just going to flat call L8-8's raise pre-flop. She does not 3-bet, and that's going to bring Frank along here behind, and they're going to see it multi-way to the flop. Wow, you flat with pocket kings, and you get top set on a board that's just not that draw heavy. L8 is going to make a continuation bet, but Kathy figures there's no reason really for her to raise. She's just going to flat call, but that's going to bring Frank behind in the pot with a gut shot wheel draw. The turn comes off a deuce, and Kathy now gets checked to by L8, and she's not going to slow play now. She's going to bet, build herself up a little bit of a pot, but she bets really tiny. She bets 90, and Frank is going to continue to come along here as well. You can see L8-8 releases his pocket tens. We move to the river, and what a crazy river it is. It's an ace. It gives Frank aces up, but it's got to be really scary here for Kathy. But give her credit, she is not scared, and she is going to make a small type of value bet here to try to get looked up here by two pair aces up, and you can see that Frank calls her immediately, and she wins a big pot. Check out Stones Live Poker every Monday and Wednesday night at 7:30 p.m. Pacific Time over at twitch.tv/Stones Live Poker.
are back from break. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We have 8 players left. The Stones Fall Classic main event, 125K guarantee. We ended up with 193K in prize pool. We have 8 players left, and the blinds now are going up to, I believe, 20K and 40K.
That sounds right.
So effective stack sizes are getting thinner. We started the final table at 10K, 20K, and with effective average stacks at 40 bigs. And I want to say now we're going to be down with 8 players. Our 7 million chips in play.
Average stack of 907.
900. So I mean, still, now we're just doing like 20, 22, 23 bigs is your average stack here. I mean, you start to get into that very, very, open and then, re-steal kind of shove mode in 20 bigs.
It's going to be interesting to see how these guys approach the table. I mean, it's
going to...
The first couple hours have definitely been unorthodox.
Yeah, people were getting, I think no one really wanted to be the first to bust. I mean, stuff like that.
I mean, again, when you get onto the lights, you
can go one or two ways with it, and or you can turn your blanker on and just go completely exit stage left and throw us for a loop. And we're just sitting there scratching our heads.
That's the truth. All right, so we're back here.
Cards in the air. Tony Bracey, Cy Williams, Stu.
And I think we got Ducky's the chip leader now with 2.2 million, if I'm not mistaken.
He's got a lot of chips. That was a big bluff he picked off from Stu. I didn't like Stewart's line there.
Yeah, I wasn't a huge fan of that either.
But I think he saw it, and Stewart, he saw him as soon as he got called, and he's just shaking his head why did I even? He knew.
Now Tony's going to open up King Queen right under the gun. It looks like he's probably going to get by pretty easily with it. As you can see, Tony's down to 475K. There's some short stacks. Ducky's pulling away from the field a little bit. I think he's got almost everybody covered, with the exception of Hugh, over 2-1.
Tony makes it 90K. King Queen.
KCM, yes, Moneymaker is my God-given name.
How often do you get asked about that? Every time, right? Every time.
Most days, yeah, most days. Is Ducky gonna call? No, he's not calling. He's not gonna. Is he doing something with 10-5 here on the button? Oh, he already folded. He's just counting his chips.
I'd heard
No worries. Oh, well, thank you. We get a break in about 2 hours, man. So if you're around, oh, thanks, man. All right. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I'll talk to you in 2 hours.
Very cool. Building up the Chris Moneymaker fan club. So I heard a story where you had a friend of yours that was in 03 was with you, or someone who bought a PC or something like that. And then what was his last name?
Well, we had Gamble. Yeah, he bought a piece of me. My original friend bought a piece of me and lost all the money in Tunica the next week, so he didn't get his piece. But he's done all right. We still do business together. He actually he got. I made a deep run last year in the main event. He got like 50th in the main event 2 years ago. Sorry, 2 years ago.
Oh, very cool.
He's cashed the last 4 years in the main event, and he lets me know that he's cashed 4 times, and I just told him to let me know when he wins it.
It's like the greatest rebuttal of all time. Like, what are they going to say?
It's funny because I played with who is it that I play with? Oh, Lee Childs. Lee Childs gets picked on. If anybody's ever seen the coverage, he folded queens to Jerry Yang's jacks in the final table, and his rebuttal all the time is, "Talk to me when you make the final table in the main event." So I heard him say that rebuttal to somebody, so I started making fun of him. And he goes, "Fuck you." He didn't really say that because Lee is he's very he doesn't use that language.
Yeah,
obviously do, but that was basically his response. So you can't really use that when it gets me.
That's wonderful. Hugh makes it 95K to go with King 8 off. Tony now in the big blind, 530K.
You can see Hugh's definitely opening up his range. I mean, I don't know if he's been paying attention to the webcast or just knows people are tight or playing real tight, but Hugh's definitely looking to step out a little bit here, which I think he should.
Absolutely. I mean, the pay jumps are getting it a little bit larger.
Well, see, we've got 9th is gone. So, first place, as you can see on the bottom of the screen, is 41,000.
8th place, I think, right now would take home 4,600.
4,600. So,
and then after that,
you get to 6th place, you go to 7,700, 5,900. So, it starts to get a little significant. And actually, I think with taxes, how it sort of breaks out, it's
that's the thing. Busting an 8th, if you're going to bust an 8th or 7th. I mean, 8th is not a bad place to be.
You're supposed to be paying taxes on everything.
I've actually read the entire 2006 UIGEA. They don't there's so much money in poker and tournaments that anything under 5K we don't care. Stop, just we don't care about. Like, don't pester us with your Peasley 4K.
Yeah, when you get audited, let's see how that rolls. I've been there. Anyways, all right. Ducky's got ace queen. Edmund's got 10 jack suited. And I think did Edmund raise? I'm assuming he raised. No, he didn't. It was frozen on him. The graphics guy messed me up. See, it's frozen on Ducky now, and obviously Ducky raised. It'll be interesting to see what Cy does here with ace 10. Now, he's had ace 10 a few times in the big blind. He's elected to fold it, I think, once, and I think he elected to flat call once. He flatted against Dave when Dave had ace king.
And Ducky's got more hands in his range than most players do. You've seen Ducky step out. Ducky's generally pretty, he says he likes to get a little bit loose out there.
I mean, he made it 120K.
Yeah.
He made it 3X.
It's a big open.
So, like, this is a spot where I could, there's an argument for shipping, and there's no calling. It's either a ship or a fold here, I believe. Ace 10 doesn't play well enough to call.
No, I don't think you can ever flatten this.
Yeah, you got to either ship this or just get away from it.
Definitely a 3-better fold type hand.
And against Ducky, generally against Ducky, I would probably ship. But given the fact that you have some shorter stacks, I probably get away from it. But
and there you go. Cy's gonna jam it.
He just has to ship.
I can see the cards, but I think this is the right move. If you're Cy with ace 10 against Ducky,
the only reason I would ever consider folding this is
did Ducky just fold face up?
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
What's going on?
Poker's broken and it's wonderful.
What's going on?
You see, you have all these weird spots in these hands that, like, you and I were making these bad folds that they have to have, and like, no, like, just call.
Just call.
I've got a tuck pair, and I will call now.
But see, look, like Dave has 9 bigs. Tony has 12 bigs. I mean, I love Cy's heart. I love the fact that he was willing to go with it, knowing that Ducky's got a big stack. He's wide. I love the shot.
What it cost Ducky 25% of the stack to call there?
I just can't believe
part of it is, I think you got to.
I told you early on though, Ducky likes, but he doesn't like to call off. He's not the type of player that's going to call off very light. And
said it from the get-go.
And I didn't think he was going to do it that tight. Ace Queen's tight, brother. That's tight.
Well, and it gets Cy. I mean, Cy has a tighter image, but if you actually look at the hands that Cy plays, Cy's got gears.
Yeah,
Cy's got moves.
Yeah. I don't think there's any world that if you go play an EPT or you go play a higher level event,
EPT,
they're never getting
WPT,
folded. Ace Queen's never getting folded.
An Elemental P. You go play any acronym poker tournament. Like, come on.
Again, I don't know how to play poker. There's been like 4 plays here that I'm just like, what the hell? I thought that was the end of Cy. I thought we were going to lose Cy there.
We can't lose Cy. Cy's great.
I don't want to lose Cy, but
I know that's like the poker universe is like, no, you guys.
Now this will be interesting. He was going to open with Queen Jack, I would imagine, and then Ducky would probably flat with 6s. Cy's got one of Ducky's 6s. Dave's got one of the queens.
Ghost of M says when Cy wins, Ducky will regret that fold. Cy can win this tournament. Make no mistake. There's a guy who's got enough moves up his sleeve to take this thing down.
Oh yeah,
he's done it in big spots like this before.
No offense to Dave or
anyone else at the
Edmund.
table.
You know, I'm not sure if Dave has enough moves to take down. You know, he can wake up with hands.
Yeah.
But now, that being said, I talked to Dave on break, and he's watched the stream, and he realizes that his 6's hand was pretty rough. But outside of that, we haven't really seen a whole. We haven't seen any mistakes from Dave. Dave's played. Everything else has been pretty much fine. He hasn't, you know. Everything else has been great. This is interesting. We have Ducky flops open-ended with a pair of 6s, and Hughes got 2 overs with a gut shot. I don't foresee Ducky folding to a C-bet here. A snap calls him. I don't know if I like the snap call.
I was just going to say that.
think you take your time.
Lean on the turn. Because I think you immediately take the strongest hands out of your range. I mean, are you ever just like snapping, Jack 10, set of 9, set of 8, set of 7s? I mean, I don't think you are. I think you're going through a little bit of production about it. Kind of hem-haw, make the call. 4.
I think Hugh at this point knows he. What? Wow.
I think he's trying to induce.
I think
he thought that with as quickly as.
But Jake
Ducky
Fault, but Ducky Fault checked on the King Queen hand just a little while ago. He already showed he's not going to bet top pair or something like that. So I think I don't think Ducky's the type you induced with. I think you value that Ducky.
Ducky's ever bluffing, taking a 10 or a busted diamond draw there, a busted straight draw, busted diamond draw, I'm turning into a bluff.
I don't think so right now. I don't think so. He might. Anything's possible in poker.
So
Ducky just doesn't seem like the type of player he's going to barrel there that often.
If you're value betting there, you're obviously trying to get called.
Everything I've seen,
9.
talking to Ducky and talking with Ducky, Ducky likes to play pre-flop. He doesn't like to make a ton of moves post-flop. Yeah, so Ducky definitely has the game to do it. I just don't think he's doing it in that spot. I think it's too obvious. Diamonds missed, the straight missed. I just don't think that, you have a hand like 6s, you're just not going to barrel too often there. Size got deuces this time, and doesn't look like there's a whole lot else going on. I wonder if
Tony might open up an ace, in the cutoff right in front of him.
Yeah, that's a possibility. I don't see much else as an option there. It might be our second walk of the day. Never mind. Size on the button. He's on the. How they have the things? I'm going from top to
bottom. Yeah. Gotcha.
Now, this is where you're talking about maybe he has something on some players, because he folded King 10 earlier, and now he's raising with Ace Deuce.
Well, and it's Edmund's big blind, and we've seen Edmund play very, very conservatively out of his big blind before.
Folding Ace Jack face up.
Yeah.
And Renee, if he does have something on Renee's when he had the pocket pair before, and now he has 8-6. So, and we saw side just open folded deuces there, which I do like, but I also like 3-betting there to a cutoff raise a lot.
Reno Grinder in the chat. I know you had bagged and were actually chip leader at one point in your event today that you were playing in a HPT in Peppermill. How'd you end up finishing there, brother?
It says Reno won the Peppermill tournament.
Reno won. Oh, Reno Grinder.
Poker Pro Eric just said Reno won the Peppermill tournament.
Reno Grinder, is that true? You took it down today?
Oh,
nice.
Congratulations, man. That's a good feeling. What did that one pay?
Ship it.
Well, what was the purse on that one?
I wonder, was it like 12K, 7, somewhere around 15K, somewhere in that window, maybe a little more?
That's a lot of wine, my friend.
It's a lot of wine. It was a relatively small buy-in, too. Large field, small buy-in.
We got Ace Jack versus Kings versus 4s.
Here we go.
Oh, I saw this hand.
No spoilers. Put it away.
That's not a spoiler. Me saying I saw the hand's not a spoiler. You're going to see me on screen in a minute. The magic of TV, I'm going to be 2 places at once.
So we got Dave. He's going to open up the Ace Jack of Diamonds. Tony.
I bet Tony 3-bets. I'm just going to throw it out there.
You're the worst.
You're
the worst.
All right, no more spoilers after that. Other than Hugh folds. Oh. Did I say that out loud?
Jeez.
No, come on. You're the man. You want a bottle of water?
Yeah.
Hey.
Thank you. So now we see a 3-bet out of Tony.
Wow! Whoa! Now Hugh folds? No way.
Wizard.
I'm not from the future, guys. Or am I? $7.2K worth, he says.
Oh, they did a chip chop.
I can't believe you folded this.
4-bet now. Tell me, do you really want to love me forever?
He folds.
Don't break my heart like that. He would not fold here.
Oh, I must have misread the situation.
He was gonna stuff it. Let's get some of that. And this ought to be the end of the hand.
Well, you say it's the end of the hand, and it should be. But look what Tony's done to himself here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Dave's kind of short. Never mind. Well, check that.
But Dave's short, but look what Tony's done to himself. He's put 230 of his 360 in, or is it? He has 360 left.
He's 360 back.
Okay, so he's put 230 of his 600 in. It sucks that he has his hand he can't really call, but hey, there's a really good-looking guy back there in the right behind Dave.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I see him.
I seen him. Dave folds somehow.
Somehow, really? Really, you're going to go there? Raise and a re-raise? I agree with Dave's fold in this spot. And Dave immediately got up and tried to tell me he had ace-jack, and I was like, shh, don't tell me. There's a hand going on. I should get a shirt like that guy. Maybe some jeans like that guy. That guy's a really good-looking guy.
Crusher. Tony Bracey. Speaking of crushers, you got caught, brother.
I mean, this is a really, really crappy spot because you have ace-8. You put yourself in a really bad spot.
6-7 aces that he has to call, but it sucks.
I don't know. You don't have to call with ace-8 because you have 3 outs.
I think
you have 3 outs in this spot way, almost all the time. Like, I don't think Hughes is ever doing this with king-queen. He's just not very often.
Ever.
Not enough to ever make it profitable. So you have 3 outs essentially. He either has
3-8s,
3-8 plus, or 2-8 plus, or ace king, ace queen. Phil Hellmuth makes a valid point though. It is suited.
Give it up, brother. You can get away from this.
Or can he?
Or can he? Reno Grinder says punt. Jesus. The chat.
Did you just win 7.2K today? You can afford to say punt. I'll be there. Leave Tony alone.
Jan, you gotta make it come in.
I mean, is he just getting Twitch time here?
Tony, I can see Tony maximizing some TV time. I just don't think with the sizing, like I said, Tony 3-bet such a huge percentage of his stack. I don't think he has any 4-bet like bluffs. I mean, if Tony had like 5 million in chips and Hugh had like 15 million, Tony might have some 4-bet bluffs there. With those stack sizes, and he makes it 230K out of a 600K stack.
100%.
When Hugh jams over that, he is never bluffing.
Never.
He is bluffing with the same frequency that Stewart's flatting ace
Look
king.
on the screen here. How many people are below this 20 big blind bubble level? Stewart's right above it. The whole table's almost less than 20 BBs.
Yeah. 6-7, I don't necessarily agree with that. Once you have 40% in, you can't fold. I don't think that's right.
You're not really supposed to fold once you have that much money out there. That's generally
The way
the
that
rule.
hand played out, I mean, that his range is so narrow that like his worst hand is what, queens?
No, I mean his worst hands. I mean he can have king queen sometimes. Not
I don't
very
know that
often.
sizing.
I don't think so, but.
I mean, let's say. I mean, normally, what traditionally when it's open.
First of all, I'm not raising Dave with ace-8 there.
No, okay, but we made an oopsie. Okay, so we made an oopsie.
I made an oopsie.
And now we're in
Now
this
we're
spot.
fold.
And then so like I mean, what's the worst hand that once we 3-bet 30% of our stack.
Ducky and Hugh are trying to run away with this thing right now, and someone's going to have to
take a stand
here at some point. Angry Pollock, go away. You've been outed. Coming in here asking if the chips are real and if it's live. Valerie and friends, is that real? That's not real, is it?
That's not real.
No.
Veronica and Friends.
Veronica. I ain't called her by the wrong name.
Veronica and Friends is real.
I know. It's Veronica over here making up things on the Twitch. She's trying to cause trouble. She's trying to troll us.
Sounds about right. Trouble's always in her range. Like, she's got, like, bluff trouble,
Is
value
Edmund-
bet trouble.
Edmund just... Did he just open fold the... He did.
What?
He open folded ace-7 on the button.
Yeah. Ducky's gonna defend the 86?
They're the two big stacks. I don't really hate this.
I hate a lot of things. I hate this.
I don't hate it because they are both really big stacks. He's got position. The only problem is Hugh's not really one I would want to be tangling with.
That's just, I'd hate it because it's a big stack. Because I mean,
If it was like Edmund or something that had a big stack, I would probably be more inclined to play.
I mean, yeah, you're getting more implied odds and everything like that. But at the same time, like, if this goes south for you, I mean, it goes really south.
Well, that's the thing. You got to be willing. You flop 8 high. You just got to be willing to get away from the hand.
I mean,
if
you got position on him in every hand. Yeah. Chris is sexy when he's rejecting you.
What's that now?
Veronica says that Chris is sexy when he's rejecting me.
Wow.
See, there's a reason why we're not allowed to have whipped cream in the booth anymore. I mean, she is all sorts of trouble.
I could not fathom that when we were playing PLO that night. I'm just kind of surprised that Edmund folded ace. I mean, he folded an ace on the button. That's,
Are you surprised though?
No, I'm not surprised. It's just you made it this far. You have to have some kind of moves, or I guess you just run good. Is Tony just gonna? He's gonna open ship.
That's the right move.
Yeah, it's gonna get through. I mean, everybody at the table's, playing a very unique style.
Yeah.
But I'll say, Hugh, Tone. I mean, you could tell some of the players that are a little bit more experienced. I like the shit by Tony.
I mean, Tony got caught with the ace-8 hand, but I mean, he was making a move that he wasn't trying to do.
Yeah.
I mean, he just got caught, unfortunately, and ran into
That
huge
happens.
hand.
That hand, it works if the king.
If Hugh doesn't wake up with kings,
Yeah, it works.
So Tony's not going to wait till he's crippled. He's going to jam 9 bigs and 9.5 bigs.
Yeah, he's basically saying he doesn't give a hell about $1,300. He's going to try and get back in this.
And with this pace schedule, these 19, 17 stacks, they all ought to be going. I don't say you're going crazy, but I mean,
I think the short stacks go crazy, or I think Hugh and Ducky can go crazy. I think those two guys, Ducky can be really applying a ton of pressure.
But they have all this. I mean, that whole 15 to 19, 20 big stacks. There's such great stack sizing for reshift. Reshift, exactly.
But the thing is, the only person that has the reshift stack that's going to do that, well, I guess Sai will obviously re-steal. I don't know if he re-steal. Ace 10's not really re-steal. I think that was more of a value ship. Even though Ace Queen folded.
It kind of emerged. I mean, because you can get better to fold this time. Ace Jack folds.
Ace Queen folds.
Ace Queen folds.
Ace Queen folds.
Oh goodness.
I bet you wouldn't have said that one earlier.
No, I would not have. I don't know. We've seen some pretty strange things here.
All right, I wonder if Edmund's going to raise Ace 10 here.
Either if I had fortunately was unfortunate enough to not make final table, I would either have all the chips here already or be completely flamed out from. I would be opening so many hands here.
We know
because everyone's.
I agree. I would have been the same way.
Yeah, I mean you can't help but recognize how tight everyone's playing.
Renee just shipped all in.
So there we go. Renee's gonna shove his 10 bigs. I love you, Veronica.
What's Veronica saying?
Jesus died running from a T-Rex.
Some of us still ride dinosaurs.
It's gonna get through.
Renee's had a bad final table. He came in as one of the bigger stacks.
Had a rough go of it.
Yeah.
The hand that was shocking was the Queen 10 hand. I liked seeing it, and I think Renee is capable of riding the ship. He's capable of I think at this point with his stack size, getting aggressive.
Honestly,
and not waiting.
I think anybody left in this tournament has the ability to go and make some plays, with the exception of maybe Dave and Edmund. I think those two guys are probably going to have to wait for hands and wait for spots. But I think anybody else has gears.
Yeah. Well, it's funny, like, and someone mentioned in the chat, like, just like I just said, like, I would have stolen the blinds every hand for 2 orbits when no one had anything. I mean, that's why when my starting day 2 table started, it was me and Stuart at the table, where the only one with chips, everyone was playing not too dissimilar to this, where everyone was just kind of sitting back waiting, nut peddling, and we were just arbitrarily opening anything. And it would work great until it didn't.
We just got a spoiler alert. And that doesn't mean anything.
No, we don't know what that is.
I've got a spy.
Psi makes it 100K to go under the gun.
And the blinds are, 40-80, so that 100K is perfectly acceptable. It's good to see Ducky folded the ace deuce. A lot of people, they'll play ace deuce suited.
Get a little silly there.
It's a trap. Get away. Yeah, I mean, again, we haven't exactly had like the most supreme hands to really discuss and to go into too much.
Angry Pollock's looking to lift her Uber to stones.
Is Angry Pollock? Oh, she wants to come over to stones. She wants to come do whipped cream in the booth and stuff.
Probably some other terrible things. Who knows?
Security.
Security.
Security. I wonder if anybody's I went out there on break and I asked them, said, is anybody offended by what we're saying on stream? Is everybody all right with it? They all said we're not watching the stream. So that's shocking to me. Because if I'm at this final table,
so much information
you're
out
playing
there.
for 41K. You can mute you, and that's fine. But I would have someone standing behind me watching this table.
Absolutely.
I mean, when you watch the main event of the final table and it's on, they have the 30-minute delay. Mm-hmm. Every person at that table, now granted, you're playing for millions.
Yes.
But
still,
you would have a team of pros behind you dedicated to telling you what's going on, who's doing what. Mm-hmm. And now, granted, you're not playing for millions here, but you're playing for $41,000 here. Surely you've got a friend that has something that doesn't have something better to do than come stand behind you or sit over in the corner and fill you in every 5 minutes what's going on. Not a gay corpse. I wish it was too, because I'm a bigger guy and I would represent Carl's Jr. better. Because I obviously eat their products.
Food.
PokerStars just put out Win the Button. I don't know if it's going to be a hit or not. I played Win the Button. I like it. I just don't.
Win the Button. California, we don't have stars anymore, so talk about what's Win the Button.
Win the Button. If you win the hand, you win the button. So you play a hand,
yes.
And if you win the hand, you win the button. It's a cool concept, but the only thing is the active players love it. The nits hate it because
they never
get the button
ever.
And the nits always the big blind or always under the gun or always small blind. So and there's a lot of nits in poker if you don't know.
Yeah.
Let's see here. We got King Queen. Hugh's going to definitely raise size. I don't think it'll defend with ace 4. It's going to be another hand that probably just going to go raise fold. I will eat burgers for tips.
Hugh makes it 95K now. Stuart's got 10s again.
Oh, where'd the 10s come from? He must have been hiding the 10s underneath.
He didn't have on the reader. And he's going to stuff it. He's going to re-steal 20 bigs.
This is what you do with 20 bigs.
Yep. And Hugh can never call.
No, you're not going to get a call out of
Never call.
I would be shocked if Hugh gave up his chip equity in this spot.
Hugh grinds too much poker. He was never calling off there.
Yeah. He's got to realize at this point that he's got an edge with his stack.
Stack and his skill level, he's got.
I told you Hugh's probably going to win with this position of the table and what stack he came in with, and as you can see, he's slowly distancing himself.
Any one of these medium stacks get messed up with one another or with one of the big stacks and double up, and they are not just right back in this, they're right in there for the chip lead. So it's, Hugh and Ducky have kind of distanced themselves chip lead wise. Stewart's, coming up a little bit.
Anything can happen.
But there's still, it's whoever gets the next double up is contending for chip lead.
Maybe Dave.
Read about it.
There's some 7 and 9 big blind stacks out there.
It's kind of a broad general state.
You got a 365K stack. There's a couple stacks out there. But they can still do damage to you. Here's Ducky. Look, he's going to make a raise with 9-10. And it looks like it's going to get through. Again, this is sort of the dealers just aren't giving the guys a whole lot of hands to have a lot of resistance. You can 3-bet light, you can do a lot of stuff, but it's really hard to 3-bet with these type hands because they don't have any showdown value whatsoever. They're just,
you'd be just totally dry bluffing.
You got to really have a good indication that guy's getting out of line.
And it's going to get through.
Yeah, pretty open, easy open there, I guess.
Edmund. Nah, he thinks better of it.
I was about to say, there's no way in Golden Hill Edmund's calling 3-6. And here's Stewart's pulled a little bit above that 20 big blind stack, but you can see there's 5 people there with under 20 big blind stack or under. So, if you're someone like Cy and you get 20 bigs, you're in a really weird spot because, now granted, I don't think Cy's here for the $1,200, but, you want to move up this money ladder here. You get to like 6th place, then you're starting to talk about a little bit better money.
Mm-hmm. I would just try to specifically not want to bust 7th. That's it. 8th, I can contend with. 6th and up, great. Don't bust me in 7th.
7th would be bad.
Yeah, I don't want to pay the tax man and have to lose money on it too.
But that's almost you would think, knowing the fact that you get the form, that it would inspire you to play more aggressively in 8th since you have to get really to 6th.
Yeah. It's 6th or better.
And actually 6th probably only gets you 8th place money if you
exactly
don't do what you're supposed to
I'm
do.
here, it's 6th place, 6th plus or bust.
Yeah.
And look, Renee is going to jam 433K with King 4. Folds his button and says, "Wake up! I dare you."
I like these plays because, especially given what we just talked about.
Yeah, he's got nothing to lose. Correct. J-Do blah blah blah.
Poker Pro, I'm glad you kept my buy-in ticket on the floor. There's one of many. I hope you enjoy. That's a good souvenir. Dubla, we're not saying that 7th's bad because 7th's bad. Yes, you have to report on taxes. You're supposed to report all of this on taxes. But as we know, that may not always be the case.
They require you to report anything. So here we got an all-in from Dave. He's way short. King 9 of diamonds.
He picked up King 9 under the gun and ship. That, given his profile, that's kind of an ambitious ship for him. He's going to get looked up by...
He's coming into the blinds.
I would say he's probably going to get looked up by Ducky, I'm thinking. I've seen crazy things there today, but
We've definitely seen some crazy stuff here
this
today.
is true. Donald Trump doesn't pay his taxes. But
Yep.
anyways, if you finish in this tournament with more than 5K, you get a form to pay taxes on. If you finish under that, you do not. So 7th feasibly, technically could be the worst, construed as the worst place. I don't know what he was even looking at here.
Hugh might be thinking, which like, I gotta call here with any 2 and hope that Ducky's savvy enough to.
Oh, wow. He did call. I mean, I guess it's only, what, 7 bigs, maybe? 6 bigs?
And Ducky jams all in.
No!
Ducky went all in.
I thought he folded. Oh, I thought I was losing my mind. I really thought I was losing my mind. I really did.
10s versus King 9 of diamonds. Dave's gonna need some help.
Ooh, nothing there for Dave.
King of running straight cards. 9, King, Brick.
And we've lost Dave.
It's a good one for Dave. Dave's gonna finish here in 8th place.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be upset with that. That's a good showing.
$4,600 for his 8th place efforts. He outlasted, 478 players. 470.
Well, maybe 400 players and a couple of rebuys.
470, yeah, and a couple rebuys. He outlasted 476 entries.
He beat me 5 times. He beat you 4. So congratulations to Dave. Thanks for coming out and joining us here at Stones. And now we're down to 7 players. You don't want to bust 7th.
No. No. So now do you
Don't know why. Don't know why.
Don't know why. So okay, but there's that interesting dilemma for those medium stacks now. Do you knit up?
I knit up if I'm a medium stack. If I'm the short stack, I
Barrel off.
Well, I mean, the thing is, so if I'm Tony, I mean, I think you almost have to start. You have to get back in contention.
Yeah, you're not going to outlast Psy. And
the problem is you're down to 8 bigs, but you're also 7-handed, so the blinds are going to come around a lot faster.
Yep.
So you're going to be forced to make moves even quicker now.
Alex Keaton, welcome to the chat. Mine was $450.
Looks like we have 2 king queens here.
Suited eights.
Yeah, suited 8's ace is probably not going to be relevant, I wouldn't imagine. Renee could ship here. Renee and Side both have equal type stacks, but I imagine Ducky, it'll be interesting. Does Ducky, in the small blind, does he 3-bet here? Or does he just take a flop? This is spots where Q could really, punish people. I don't think Side's really the person I would target to try to abuse. Side just seems like to me he might be the type of guy he's willing to go broke if he thinks he has.
Yeah.
He's not here for, granted $41,000 for anybody's great, but I don't think he really needs the money as much as maybe some of the others. So I don't know if I would attack him.
And now Ducky is cutting out a 3-bet.
Yes, he is. Looks like 240K or so. 230. I don't know if Cy folds this in position, so this could be a very interesting hand.
You lost some weight, huh?
This is a tough spot for Cy because his stack size, he's with 20K. I mean, it's like a shove or fold type situation.
I don't mind the fold.
I like the fold. I don't think that Ducky's getting out of line there really that often. He's got a stack here where you got Tony sitting on 8 bigs. I mean, you got 3 stacks underneath you right now.
Yep.
I mean,
no need to get silly.
I mean, someone's going to have to make some moves, or it's going to be Ducky and Hugh running away with this thing.
Yep.
both of them seem really willing to get it in. And
but I think everyone's pretty privy to the pay jumps and the tax implications, and no one wants to bust here. It's the worst spot to bust in.
You say this like people aren't going to pay their taxes.
People haven't paid their taxes.
Not everybody's Donald Trump, my friend. Like, these are the type hands that, in general, Ducky and Hugh should feast on. No one has anything.
Five, 4 on the cutoff.
I would imagine this is going to be a raise or Ducky's going to raise. One of the two. Ducky's got a raise here.
Wow, Ducky just lets it go.
I'm really shocked that he did that. I guess he probably obviously
worried is that Tony's just gonna be reshipping a ton of hands. I don't know. He's still got 8 bigs. I think 8 bigs.
Honestly,
I think he can still steal from 8 bigs.
I think a lot of it is that Ducky's a very aware player, and I think he's aware that both Tony and Stewart are capable and will 3-bet him a lot more liberally than someone like, say, Dave would have. So you might see Ducky actually tighten up his range a little bit here. That being said, I would have opened at 10-8 on the button there every time with that stack. I remember a guy that helped me in poker when I got too complacent, a guy by the name of Calvin Anderson. He told me, when you're on the button, you're in a situation like that, make him shove it. Yeah. You know, he's got 8 big blinds, make him put it in there. You know, he wakes up with 8-3 a lot. He wakes up with hands. So now Tony wakes up with queens, and he's going to get called by either Hugh or Hugh. Ace-Jack against queens is going to be should be a race. It's 8 bigs. He's gonna. If Hugh folds Ace-Jack, I'm gonna leave the commentary booth. I will never commentate again.
Hugh's not folding Ace-Jack. Hugh's not folding Ace-Jack. We don't gotta worry about that. There it is. Hugh's gonna open.
Yeah, but it hasn't been shipped yet. If it gets shipped, I'm leaving the booth. You're doing this because I just don't know. I don't know poker anymore.
You got nothing else to say, right?
I got nothing else. No commentary I can do anymore. I like Tony that he pondered, he waited. You know, it wasn't Hollywood, but he didn't just snap shove.
Hugh calls. Here we go.
And we're off to the races. I'm calling the ace on the turn.
So it's always there.
Queens and kings just pull that ace. Mathematically it happens more to those pairs.
Oh, and top 2 for Hugh.
It wasn't the turn. I was wrong.
Tony's gonna need a king.
King.
Or a queen.
Oh,
Jesus!
Ace on the river.
Ace or a jack for Hugh. Oh! My goodness. Jesus.
Ouch. Welcome to poker. That's our first, really,
live poker's rigged.
Live poker is rigged. Wow.
Ay-ya. My goodness.
Well, that's tough. I mean, that's what's so tough about poker is,
yeah, check went out of it. Yeah. Oh, ace only. Wow.
Someone like Tony comes in and plays and gets his money in really solidly, and he's going to walk away with $4K here. Poker's not fair sometimes.
Yeah, Jack wasn't good. Only the ace was good. Hugh had to have it. Tony Bracey, he'll take home $5,000 and change, $5,900
less taxes.
For his efforts here. And he's coming off that really deep run in the main event.
Yeah, and we talked about that, and he was saying, it doesn't matter where you bust, you're going to be disappointed.
Someone points out that ace 10 was folded pre. That was the one outer. He got Uno outed.
Oh, that's right. There was ace 10 folded pre. Ouch.
So Hugh now.
Hugh is going to be opening very wide, obviously, and He's gonna get shoved here, obviously.
And I think he'll actually be able to fold. Renee has just enough where he can fold. He's not going to be priced with any two.
It's going to be close, but he will fold. He put in 100K, and he's got, is that 55 part of his stack? That's, Renee, what's his stack? Is his stack 500?
He's got 468.
Left on top of, he didn't even think about it. It's good.
All in for 508.
Don't show it, Renee.
Yeah, okay, that's enough money.
Renee, use that to your advantage. You got to steal one later without showing.
So now we're down to 6. I see 7. No, 6. Sorry. There's a guy just standing there.
We're down to 6, and we got, looks like we got 4 sort of huddled in the back, and Hugh and Ducky, almost a 2-to-1 lead over the rest of the field. So, we haven't had bust outs frequently in this thing, but you could definitely see
it's going to pick up the pace.
Yeah,
for sure.
you once you get down to 5-6 handed, the chips will start flying here eventually. What up, babyface? ATL. I expect. If this is me at this point, if I'm Hugh or Ducky, if Hugh folds, if I'm Ducky, I'm raising.
Yeah, Ducky's in a great spot because if Hugh doesn't open a pot, you can open ATC.
ATC means any 2 cards, by the way, guys, for anybody at home.
Just go nuts.
I am never giving Edmund a walk. Edmund will never get a walk at my table.
No.
He just got a walk. It would never happen if I have the big stack like they do. Do I follow the online poker legislation process in the U.S.? Yes, I do. I actually follow it quite a bit. I can answer quick questions, but that I could talk to you about it for several hours. And
he wasn't joking. He literally found your entry card and he kept it.
I believed him.
Jesus.
I believed him.
That's some straight stalker stuff.
I didn't doubt it. All right, Hugh's got a ace deuce on the big blind. Renee's got ace queen. Ace queen's probably just going to go ahead and up. I guess he's just going to open chip. He's got 623 on the button.
Thank you, guys.
I don't really like a ship here. I like a raise to, induce Hugh to try to do something. That's good. But the only thing is do you do this with 5s? Do you do this?
Yeah. I think you just.
He's got 12 bigs.
Wow. And Hughes jams. Snap. There you go.
Oh, and there goes the stream. What the hell? What do you do?
I didn't touch anything.
That's all Jake's fault, guys.
I don't love it from Hugh. I don't love a lot of things, but
yeah,
I really especially don't love that.
Well, that's why you put in the smaller raise to get this.
And it's going to pay off beautifully. Renee's going to get the full double.
Yeah, I guess,
ripping 20 bigs isn't necessarily all the rage, not gay corpse.
I don't hate ever ripping 20 bigs, but I hate ripping 20 bigs when you have someone like Edmund at the table that is playing so snug that.
Yeah.
And Renee and Sai, like I said, I'm not going to really tangle with them too light right now.
Yeah.
I think they're just better spots. I'll be right back. I'm being called away.
I usually do slur my words. I don't know why you would think that's something new.
And I'm back.
Missed you.
Yeah, it was a long time.
They had 6 all-ins, but they chopped the whole time. It's poured right out Broadway every time. It's the craziest thing. So nothing's changed effectively.
What's that now?
It's a joke.
Oh, sorry.
So now Renee gets that double, and Renee moves to third place. He's got 1.3 million, and now he's right on Hugh's ass.
Yes, that's
I don't want. It's just
Hugh hurt himself. I mean, Hugh could have picked and bobbed and weaved his way to a second place here pretty easily, I would assume. Now he's made it a lot harder for himself.
Six-handed, 9-7 suited in the hijack for Cy.
How many bigs does Cy have? I mean, they're both around like 13, 12 bigs, right?
Yeah.
Service to table 1, please.
It's interesting. I bet for people that are watching it, one good thing that I would do as a recommendation is when you're watching something like the Stones Classic here, go get the Snapshot app and pull it up and see. You'll see there's a lot of mistakes. Like a 9.7 is a borderline ship right there with 11, 13 bigs. I don't know how many he has. So, but it's opportunities that you can have to really educate yourself. I get a lot of questions. How do you improve your game? How do you work on your game? That's one way I would be working on my game here, actively watching this, is going and getting that app or going and getting poker, equity apps and putting some of these hands in on the fly.
Yeah, you'd be surprised 10, 11 bigs, just how wide you should be shoving.
Yeah, and calling, yeah.
And calling, yeah. It's just...
And how much equity you leave on the table, especially live.
Especially in live, yeah. Online, very different. Yeah, I mean,
people understand rage is cold. Online, especially like a tournament like this, people just don't understand.
Yeah, I mean,
and that's why Hugh, while it was a misstep, at the end of the day, Hugh probably understands that Renee's probably not calling correctly here enough.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't just hate the ship. I think, given the dynamics, I think Hugh could have waited and bobbed and weaved a little bit more. But the fact that Renee's probably not going to call correctly enough makes Stu sitting bad. PokerBurst said he shoved 8-6 suited today. That's what you're supposed to shove, hands like that.
He was Stewart a walk.
How is Stewart getting walks? First of all, Stewart's one of the better players at the table.
Yes.
You know that you can pick on Stewart because he's right above that 20 big blind stack, and you have the 2 big stacks to your left. I mean, you have Hugh and Stewart should never get a walk again with Hugh on the button.
Or even ducking in the small blind. I mean, that blind versus button violence, it should never happen.
Nope. I mean, at least make him do it. Make him put the play out there. Don't just give him the free walk. These chips are way too valuable at this point.
And Hugh's got kings.
Wow, he wakes up with kings again. Is he going to catch Cy? I mean, Cy's only got, 11 bigs?
I think Cy's probably going to call off. Hugh's going to open. Cy's probably going to jam. And Cy might be in a lot of trouble here.
Might be, really? Might be.
Might be because he's got if he does it, if he rips it.
Well, this could help.
What?
What's Ducky he's sticking out there with the Jack 9. I don't like this.
Not a fan.
No, if you're gonna do this, you got to 3-bet Jack 9. You don't flat Jack 9. You just fold here. Now, obviously we see the cards, but I think you 3-bet. It's a 3-bet per fold.
Yeah, I didn't never flat in there, ever.
And here's
Cy's gonna stuff it.
Hugh runs pretty damn good. He's got kings twice when all this action started.
Rejam, and Ducky gave away 100K.
Yep.
And Cy just sees how much hurt he's up against.
If that's me, I give away 200K probably though on Ducky. If I decide to play the hand.
If you play the hand.
But the thing is Hugh hasn't been out of line. Like, he just folded his button. I mean, I don't really think I would be calling Jack 9 against an opponent like that.
And that's all of it. Drawing dead.
And Cy finishes in 6th.
Good run for Cy.
No one runs better than Moneymaker in 03. That's a lie, Poker Pro. Check your facts, brother.
Really?
Yeah, no one runs better than me. In 03.
Really? Golden 06?
Okay, well maybe Golden 06. And maybe Yang and...
I was saying Yang and stuff.
Okay, maybe a few.
Okay, there's been some spots.
Alright, someone asked a long question.
So, Cy finishes in 6th place.
No, the reason that online poker is not getting through is congressmen don't understand really what's going on. They don't understand that a lot of congressmen don't even understand that it was outlawed in the first place, and they have so many more important issues going on that that's not something they're dealing with. And then you have someone like Adelson who's putting his big money behind it. And, you know, there's a lot of money going into legislation. We've done a lot going into legislation here in California and nationwide. And, you know, unlike the DFS market, which, you know, when DFS got shut down in New York, there was a lot of stink about that. There's just not as many poker players out there as there are sports bettors, DFS players. And that's just not, you know, the unfortunate truth of the situation. You know, I said a long time ago that online poker will be back in the U.S. in the short term because there's so much tax revenue that can be generated.
Absolutely.
But they really did online poker a disservice by legalizing it state by state. Because this is where the legislature and the congressmen, all these guys don't see this, is they'll go to look at the case study of New Jersey or Nevada, and they say it's not generating a ton of tax revenue because they don't understand that you have to have
this large player
pool to support it. Like you have to have a PokerStars player pool to support, and you will get the revenue. But when you're dealing with one state, it doesn't show that much revenue, and a lot of the congressmen see it and they don't understand it. They're not poker players, they don't get it. And the stake today state has really hurt us.
Renee, Queens.
Renee's waking up with some hands. It's not going to really do him a whole lot of benefit with a 9-5 for Edmund, but
we still are at 20K, 40K.
We got about
5K.
3 more minutes until we move up. And once we move up, I mean, you know, Edmund's getting really short. Stewart's pretty short. You only have Edmund down there with 13 bigs. Hoggadogger, you must feel so sweet. That's like the nicest thing. I'm happy for you, man. Like Hugh, he's in the big blind. Where's the button? I always get confused here with the
Renee's in the button.
All right. So Edmund with ace-9. Stewart, we don't get to see his hand. I'm imagining Stewart's got some king-queen plus here. He hasn't got out of line yet. I would imagine, you know, it's going to be really hard for him not to have, you know, big pocket pair, king-queen plus. Again, he hasn't got out of line, so I would imagine he's got a more of a top end of his range type hand in this spot. But, you know, we're down to 5 players, too. He's got to start opening up.
He was going to defend.
I don't hate to defend. I'm not a big fan of it, but
9 deuce 3. That should miss Stewart most of the time.
It's going to miss Stewart almost all the time, but I really don't think Stewart's going to give a free card here because 9-3 deuce does not hit Hugh at all either. It'd be interesting to see if Stu comes back with a check raise. I don't think he will. I think this is just going to be the end of it. Yep.
He can't. Check raises, I think, was definitely an option there.
It was. I mean, you know, Stewart's got to have a big hand. Not a big hand. He's got to have 9s plus. If he has 9s plus, and actually he could have 7s. He could have 7s there and call off. No, you know, I don't think so.
Stewart said he had ace. He had ace 9.
Stewart said he had ace-9?
Yes.
Someone else had ace-9, so...
Yeah.
Ask him what suits. Where do you see that? Oh, he says it in the chat thing here? Gotcha. Well, yeah, that's king-queen plus. I mean, ace-9 is definitely in his range. I mean...
Yeah.
And he flopped top pair. Renee is picking up some heat here. This ought to be interesting because Stewart's opening again. Renee probably is not folding ace-jack in position. I would say he's never folding in position, but I've seen some crazy stuff on this table, so. And then you got Ducky in the big blind with king-jack, so we might actually have our first three-way flop here of significance. And I like the fact that we don't get to see Stewart's cards. It's more fun this way.
Make the call. Blinds will be up next hand. We're going to go to 25K, 50K. With the same 5K ante.
Stewart raising on the gun here. I mean, you know, he's probably got 8s, 10s. You know, he could have ace-king.
He was getting a heck of a price. But Queen 9, I think he's finding so dominated by someone who opened that position.
Whoa, I think he's 3-betting.
There we go. Okay.
If Stu calls here, he's or gets it all in. He's got ace king or 10s plus. This could be the second big misstep by you. I mean, it is a really good squeeze because you got Renee that's fight calling, so you know Renee's range is relatively tight or wide because he didn't 3-bet. His range is kind of capped. I mean, he's never going to wake up with jacks plus, so you know Renee's probably out of the situation. So you just have to get through Stewart.
The thing that Stewart has to worry about is that Hugh might be less likely to be bluffing though because he is against multiple opponents.
That's just how well they know each other. I mean, again, if I have 10s plus here and I'm Stewart, I'm going. If I have less than 10s, I'm folding. But I would have made that decision before I raised. You're down to 5-handed.
There's the all-in.
So I'm going to go ahead and give him 10s.
And now you're Renee.
You're Renee screwed. He's just going to fold.
You have to fold.
Yeah, you got to fold.
Against this action, ace-jack suited, even suited, fares so poorly. I didn't mind him with the stacks. I didn't mind him flatting. That was fine.
I don't even know what he. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to say 10s versus say Queen 9. Well, I mean, Hugh's going to fold here. I would imagine he's got to call.
Yeah, Stu's always folding.
Yeah, he's got 742 to go.
Yeah, he's got to call off way too much.
It'd be interesting to see if he had like 10s there. Do we get to find out this time?
Looks like we're not going to see it.
Stewart, you suck. Show your hands, or we can't commentate.
Hiya.
We're just going to run with 10s because I think that's what he had. 10s. Could have been king deuce suited, someone said, or deuces, 8s.
It's queen. No, he's blocking a queen.
It was a sexy squeeze.
Jacks, 10s, same thing.
Yeah. Someone needs to go tell Stewart to stop doing whatever he's doing to his cards. Now we get to see the 6-5 from Stewart. Looks like Ducky's going to win this hand.
Nagi Corp says he thinks moves faster with Jack. I disagree. I think you're going to take the same amount of time with your really strong hands that you are with your marginal hands.
How does Ducky have... Oh, sorry, that's Ducky that has 2 million.
Yeah.
What do you say now? What was the question here?
Gabriel said that he thinks he moves in faster if he has checks. I don't know. I don't think it matters. I think they're effectively the same hand.
Yeah, I think someone like Ducky, that might
be the case, yeah. But I think Stewart's going to take his time and kind of like. I mean, he can have aces there.
Yeah,
I mean, that's not unreasonable. He would do the same thing, kind of hem-haw a little bit.
I've been watching the whole stream with Stewart. He doesn't seem like he has a whole lot of timing tendencies, but
no. He's a different player. There might be some timing tells there.
Honestly, I think this is like a four-person match right now. No offense to Edmund. I mean, he's not out of it by any stretch, but you know, he's going to have to find a new gear. He's been so quiet over there, and anything can happen. You know, he wakes up with cooler over cooler, but I think the other 4 players have a little bit more experience and a little bit more gears that will give them a better chance. So, if you play this out 100 times, they're going to win it more than Edmund would. But Edmund's got here; he's right there in it, and with 5 people to go.
Good luck, everybody.
He's going to fold the Stewart in the small blind. He's probably going to open up the Queen 8 over Renee's big blind. He just completed. We're at 25K, 50K with a 5K ante. Stewart completes.
I don't mind the complete there. Maybe not against Renee, but I could say complete pretty good.
Heads up to the flop. King 3-5 and Renee pairs.
See, now if I'm Stewart in this spot, from here on out, I'm raising every button. You got Edmund's big blind.
It checks through. Renee backs all the way into a flush. Is that what I saw on the board?
Yeah. Renee. He's just not going to get any action.
No love.
Nope.
Like half of what you got.
But this actually, Stewart's got back up to 1.3 million here. He could really capitalize on this situation.
Absolutely.
By raising his button. Very, like any 2 cards is where I'd be raising my button. Make Renee ship on you. Make Edmund ship on you.
Yep.
I mean, Stewart's right back in this now. All four of these guys are right back in this. And,
Edmund's got to find a spot.
Edmund's got to find a spot, and he's there. But Edmund should have spots because people are going to be raising in his button.
Yep.
Edmund, if Edmund gets another walk again, I'm going to leave the booth.
God.
I'm just trying to get out of the booth. Yeah, I honestly expect Hugh to open up a wide, start opening it big, and then...
and Ducky's going to wake up with queens here. So Hugh opens up ace deuce under the gun, and Ducky wakes up.
This could be big. You make a small 3-bet here.
Price him into making a bad decision.
Yep. Hugh's already shown a few times that he's, willing to go. He did it with Renee. He did it with the Queen 9 that he had to fold already. I just don't make this too big. I like Ducky's sizing. I think he made it like 240, 250.
250.
That's really good sizing.
And if you're Hugh, do you mess around? No.
That's good, Ed.
Yep.
That just shows he's a grinder.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been playing this
not
game long
going to waste
enough.
his time, get caught in an ego pissing contest.
That's the one that, like Tony with the ace-8. Tony was never calling that ace-8.
No.
He took 30 seconds to Hollywood a little bit about the ace-8. You've been playing long enough. You know you're not going to fold, call, whatever. Just go ahead and get out of the way.
Yeah.
Just let's move on. Ducky waking up with this ought to be an interesting hand because you have Ducky under the gun and Hugh in the big blind. I expect Hugh would probably defend here with ace-3, especially after getting 3-bet by Ducky.
Yep.
You might play for a living, but you still have emotions, and
no, he catches up with all of us.
Yep. I mean, he made it 2.1.
It's good sizing.
It's really good sizing, but it also prices Hugh into calling, which he does.
Heads up.
Now we get to see a flop.
8-4-4. And imagine this is going to go check. Not a whole lot to rep there for anyone. Checks through.
Nope, Hugh. I don't think Hugh's folding now. Oh, wow.
Hugh still might not be folding.
Yeah, I still don't think Hugh folds.
Ducky check back?
What? I don't know how to play poker. I don't know how to. Why not go for value? Don't look at me. Don't look at me. The guy's told you you have the best hand. Twice. 3 times. You got to go for value there. Hey.
I'm feeling worse about myself. I'm not trying to like say anything. Like, cause
I know. You busted this tournament.
I had a chip lead. I had a chip lead on day 2.
I know.
And I mean,
hey. Your reaction on screen's beautiful.
oh,
Hug Donger says because he has to fold to a check raise. I mean, yeah, but you know how hard people just don't check raise there. It's not like something that's done. It's done 1% of the time. You have to go for value. You get looked up with an ace high or random card. Hugh might have called with a queen high there. I mean, I'm not saying he would, but he could have called with queen high. I think he's definitely calling with ace high.
oh, absolutely.
Yeah, you bet. Make a bet right there. He's going to call you. You get 100K in value.
My brain's broke.
Yep. And Hugh just flops world. Now
How do we get value?
See, but like now we've seen Ducky so many times. Like I told you before, Hugh doesn't go. Ducky doesn't go for value. You said you check back to him, so he'll go for value. He just doesn't go for value. He doesn't go for bluffs.
And look, Hugh's going to lead right out into him.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like this play though. Blind v blind though. I mean, it's really hard for anybody to have a 5, and Ducky just doesn't look like the guy who's going to mess around trying to outplay you. I think you let Ducky try to catch something, and
Yeah, a guy that just checked back a king there is going to be less apt to get creative.
right, you just let him try to catch something.
Let him catch up.
Now, other players, if I'm playing you, I might fire. I don't know.
You may lead into something. Yeah, I'm going to get aggro there. Like, he never has anything of 8,
Stuart, Renee, they might get aggro there, but Ducky's already shown.
I mean, literally just showed. Just showed. We got a clear picture into his mindset where it is right now.
I wonder if Edmund gets a walk here. We don't know Stewart's hand, obviously. But Hugh is on the. What was I saying? Stewart's on the big one. Sorry.
Hugh, 23 on the button.
I like it. Make him play, baby. That's good. I think Hugh starts running over the table pretty significantly, unless Stewart really steps up and stops him. If I'm Hugh right now and I saw what Ducky just did on that king, it's go time.
Yeah.
If you're not going to make me pay, then you're going to be so transparent with your hands a lot of times.
Maybe they say ATL they did just remind Stewart to put his hands on or his cards on the reader.
Yeah, it happened twice.
He did,
We've been seeing it.
They're pretty good about it there. I mean, that's why the dealers have the headsets on. The guys in the back, they're telling the dealers or asking the dealers. I shouldn't say telling, asking the dealers to remind the players. But the problem is in poker players, we're habitual about everything we do. We're doing naturally. The way you hold your cards in a certain place relative to your stack size.
Bye wine, by the way. Sorry.
God, so jealous. I'm so jealous.
Hey, your water's good though, right?
Oh, it's delicious.
Fantastic.
It's delicious.
Stone's special water.
Jeez.
Edmund just ships his 5s.
Yeah, and the stacks get big enough for me. Literally, you get some of these physically large stacks, and it's kind of hard to put your cards out there in a comfortable place out in front there sometimes. So.
Well, Stewart hadn't had that problem yet.
Stewart.
If you're
He's not cheating. Put it away, smoking aces. Put it away. God, they're so easy to pop off in the chat. They need that much encouragement, that much.
Just give him a little crumb, baby.
Yeah.
Give a mouse a cookie. What does he want? Milk. Edmund with a 9-10. Now this is a stack that he should be reshipping. I don't know how many does he have? He has 457. Maybe not reshipping. He's 10 big. So.
I'd still stuff it.
I'd stuff it, and especially if I'm Renee, I'm stuffing. because Renee's going to get credit. But the only bad thing is I think Hugh raised. Did Hugh raise?
He raised. Hugh's raising arbitrarily. Edmund's gonna flat.
What?
This is real. This is happening.
All right, we got a flop, guys. Way to go.
9-10 king.
And Edmund's going to double up here.
Hugh's open-ended. He opened jam. Oh, wow.
Can Edmund really just open jam again?
Yes.
Edmund, baby. Come on. You're killing me.
You're giving him a chance to get away. I mean, normally you think, hey, you open under the gun, that board's got some, but like, come on, we're like playing like 5-handed here. 6-8.
And you flop a monster.
He was open-ended and he's like, God, how much is in the pot now?
The only way, I mean, you know, Hugh would have barreled this river. I mean, if Eddie checks, Hugh's going all in.
Yeah.
Hugh's shoving. And he called anyway.
He calls anyway, wow.
He got really lucky that Hugh called. Really lucky. I don't know.
See Hugh's reaction, like, Jesus, how's he ever that strong? He was hoping that he's opening it and might even have 2 live cards if Edmund was jamming a flush draw.
Yeah, but even jams a flush draw. He's got. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the call. I mean,
I don't love the call. No, I fold.
Edmund let him off the hook. Monster.
Flush draw. Heart, 6 or a jack. And Edmund's gonna get the double up.
I just heard Edmund plays better than we think. He might play better than I think right now, but right now I'm not convinced. Edmund's right back in there though now. He's got, you know, he's over $1 million.
And so is everyone now.
Everyone's over $1 million in chips.
Everyone's over 20 bigs.
You know, I think Hughes made some mistakes here in the last. With you know, I don't. The ace deuce was fine in my eyes. But calling with 7-8, you're calling with 8 high. You have to hit. You only have generally 6 outs, 8 outs sometimes. You know, depending on if he has a flush draw.
Yeah.
If he has a pair of.
If he's got a flush draw, then your pair outs are liable too.
But if he has a pair and a flush draw, if he has like 9,
got a pair and flush draw, yeah.
He has ace 9 of hearts, you're dead. I mean, you got
10x of hearts. I think is black
or whatever it was.
Whatever, same thing. I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Where you got the jack man.
Yeah, I don't think the call's fine, just for the simple fact that how the stack sizes bear out, and how the fact that Hugh is, you know, Hugh and Stewart are probably the most 2 experienced. Again, Hugh can bob and weave here. He can use his experience to.
And I feel that it's kind of interesting because like when you're calling off, you're electing to level the playing field. There's other people that take coin. I try to avoid flips in tournaments.
If you're Edmund or someone that's a little bit less experienced, you take the coin flip.
Yeah, absolutely, all day long. I mean,
if I play Fedor Holtz, I'm taking the coin flip.
I was just gonna say the same thing. If I'm playing Fedor or something like that, let's just flip a coin. That's my best shot to win anything. You know? Against other players, let's play a million hands.
If I'm playing Jake,
let's grind this thing out.
Yeah,
baby.
we're gonna grind it out long term.
Let's do it.
We got ace 10 versus 7s here. This ought to be who?
Edmund stuffs ace 10.
He just stuffed it.
Now what's crazy is Hugh just saw Ed flop 2 pair and just open jam it. He likes to jam his monsters.
Wow.
And now Hugh's got like in a self-leveling war, I feel like, where he's like, Jesus, this guy like just like
Hugh's gonna call this.
No way.
Yeah, he was gonna call this.
No, I think he folds.
I don't think so. I think he rightly puts him on ice high. No.
Okay, considering the way that last hand just played out, I don't even want that fold. Because
how the last hand played out, and he doesn't know how he should know how the ace jack played out if he's watching the screen.
Yeah.
But at the same time, 7s is never. But the thing is, 7s is ahead of a lot of his range because he's gonna ship 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s.
Everyone's got 20 bigs. I don't think,
we're all even playing field right now.
I think that's a fold. You just you're never dominating.
Yeah, but I thought the 7-8 was a monster fold. I would rather call the 7s. You know, if you don't call the 7-8, you can call the 7s. They're a lot easier.
Well, yeah. Then he's got less chips in his. It's
all it's all whatever. Again, we're in the booth. They're out there playing. So what do we know? But now, I mean, this whole dynamic of this table's changed.
Yeah.
Because.
Everyone.
I honestly now I used to think Hugh was the favorite. I really think Stewart's the favorite to win the table now. I think Stewart's sitting in the best spot. He's the most experienced.
Position on Hugh.
He's got position on both Do It, and he's got Edmund, who is playing more of a
Face
all in or fold style.
Yeah.
You can open up any button. I like Stewart's chances to win this.
I played with him today. Played with him yesterday. I think I said that I felt he was the best player at the table. Stewart. I genuinely felt. I mean, it's not a knock on. I mean, Hugh is a very good player. Very, very good player. He had a lot. He's got a lot of tips.
Stewart, I haven't seen Stewart make a mistake.
I mean,
quote unquote mistake yet.
The Ace Queen Spades bluff. That's one. Okay, but it's also, it goes back to now. I mean, he still has less chips than Ducky by a lot. He has less chips than Hugh, but he's got position on both those players in most hands now. I mean, it's like I said, it's chips, it's how the kind of ebb and flow of the game, and positioning. Stewart's in a great spot.
So big right now.
Yeah. The way this thing's going,
it's actually worked out really well for Stewart.
Yeah.
Really well. Because now he can open up even more on the button because Edmund can't really profitably ship his range as much. When he was down to 20 bigs, he could. Well, what do we got here? We got a raise and a re-raise.
Hugh makes it 120, and Ducky takes better hearts.
Now again, we're all human. Hugh's been getting run over. Hugh's got to be getting sick of this.
Yes. At some point,
if Hugh doesn't be careful, he's gonna make a mistake.
Hugh makes a call.
Wow, this is
Both
bad. This is bad for Hugh. Because Hugh's getting sick of this. He's just got run over twice by.
And this should go check. It does. Thank you. I'm glad Ducky did not bet these deuce there.
Wow, but look how much he's betting on the 225, 250. He'll probably get looked up here. I would be shocked if he didn't get looked up here.
If you're Hugh, you have to look him up. There's no point in doing anything other than calling.
If Edmund wins this tournament, I'm going to have to go out and shake his hand and apologize.
We both will.
No. And Edmund, it's nothing but love for you, brother. We just call it like we see it. All right. I'm going to always be honest with you.
If you're Hugh, you do nothing but call here.
No, you have no other choice.
And you're probably hoping to go check river.
You can fold. Right, this is a big fold. That's good. But there's so many people that check back that ace flop there. He just got 3-bet, and he checks the ace. I mean, and then he bets 225. I actually don't mind that. That's actually good. But it's still tough to do. But is he going to come back and bet 9s there, 10s, or is he just going to check it down?
I think he's going to come back and bet 9s and 10s. Do it. I don't think he should. No, I don't think he should.
But Ducky,
I think, yeah, definitely Ducky. I don't think
he does. He checked back at the king. He checked the king on. He hasn't gone for value at all. There's one hand that he's played, Ace Jack, where he semi-bluffed was Ace Jack, and he played that hand, really well against Stewart with a Queen 10. But every other hand, Ducky just hasn't gone for value. See, Ducky, I don't understand. You should never fold buttons. With the stack sizes the way they are, position is so important 5-handed, you should almost just never fold your button.
Stewart, I agree with Babyface Hotel. Like, Ducky could be betting after goes check on the flop. Ducky could be betting a lot of hands on the turn. A lot of hands. And we can see the cards. We know he was good. We know it's a good fold by Hugh.
Yeah, he could be, but how many is he 3-betting pre-flop?
I think he's 3-betting a lot of weird pairs. Like
a lot of weird pairs. I just don't think he continues.
I think he's 3.
I think a lot of people can. I just don't think Ducky's one of them. But just watch. We'll see if it comes out. We'll see if the situation somehow comes up again.
And if he does it, and
if he checks and bets a worse hand. Well, Hugh wakes up with kings again. Look, oh my God, ace, king, kings. So we're gonna have a
wow. Everyone's got a little something. Ducky, thank God, can fade out the world.
Yep.
By waking up cold.
Well, Renee's going to too, because it's going to get around to Stewart, and fireworks are going to happen between Stewart and Hugh. Now, someone asked earlier, why can't he have ace-king? This is why he can't have ace-king. He's not calling here. He's going to 3-bet. He's 3-betting. This is why he can't have ace-king.
And he just stuffs it.
He stuffs it.
Hugh makes it 110K to go, and Stewart.
So Poker Pro, that's why you can't have Ace King.
I guarantee it's probably been years since Stewart has flatted Ace King in a tournament.
Yeah, or just it's not very common.
Call, and here we go.
Hugh's run pretty damn good, I'll be honest.
And it goes,
He's woke up with kings 3 times in these spots. Now I say that Ace is going to peel right off on him, but
here we go.
I think our stats are wrong. I don't think it's 73-23 because I know there was one Ace out.
Was there?
Yeah, there was an Ace out.
Shot
Someone aced
opportunities. Need running straight
Poker Pro,
cards.
quit saying I'm a monkey. I'm right.
Dead to the ace.
And it's 5-handed, 9-handed, yes, but still the same. That's it.
There it is. And Stewart, who we just talked about, had found himself in such a great spot.
I'm just telling you,
deck.
he doesn't have Ace King. Yeah, that's a cold deck.
And Hugh is now just fully recovered from all the oopsies.
Yeah, now, you know, Hugh made some mistakes this tournament. And all of a sudden now he is looking really, really good.
Hugh's a great guy. I love Hugh. I mean, I would love to see him take this thing down.
I don't know anybody in the field, but they all seem like they're really nice guys.
Renee's good. Adam seems like a great guy. God, if anyone who told their button or their one of these Jack, that's a good guy in my book. I mean, I want to be their friend.
What's that now?
Anyone who would hold their big blind ace Jack face up, that's a good guy. Nice guy.
Yeah, nice guy.
Nice guy. I'm the worst.
You are the worst.
I am the worst. Ducky's a great guy.
No,
Ducky's a great guy who says
the good thing is,
like playing with me.
I like commentating on this because I don't know any of them personally.
Yeah.
And I can give honest.
No, I'm gonna have to see all these people after this. I'm gonna have some explaining to do.
I don't.
You're gonna give me in so much trouble.
I told them up front. I said, you know, if you don't want me to commentate with like hard on you, I won't. I'll be nice to you, but I'm gonna tell you what I think, and you know, again, my opinion. No, it is gospel. Well, my opinion's not gospel, but you know. Again, I'm in the booth. They're out there playing, so more power to them.
So I think we got Ducky's wife in the chat. It's gonna be Alicia 544. Ducky's a great guy. He just never remembers to take out the trash.
Well, I can tell you one thing. Ducky doesn't play trash very often, so he doesn't value bet very trash. He thinks Ducky value bets trash. Wow. Oh, is this all in? No, it's not. Okay. Because Edmund wakes up with 9s here. Edmund's gonna show. Yep.
And you snap fold.
Edmund called.
No, Edmund
yeah, I
can't.
see the button. I see the button. Yeah.
And snap fold.
You know, as much as we've talked about Edmund, if Edmund keeps waking up with hands in this situation,
and he can get better hands to fold. I mean, with his image.
I mean, yeah, that's a race.
How strong would I have to wait if Edmund open jams? I'm trying to think. How strong would I have to be to call it like jacks plus? I mean, what am I going to like?
If I'm the button and he jams, I'm calling 9s plus. Probably.
9s plus. Yeah, and I'm probably folding 8s. Like, just like we saw Hugh fold the 7s. I think it's right.
Well, it depends on dynamics a little bit. You know, Hugh's got a pretty big chip lead now.
Yeah, it's a little different.
I think the other 3 are pretty even. And you look at the payouts, I mean, you got 41K, 25K, 18 and 13. So you got a 5K jump here. And I like what Hugh's doing. You know, I said Stewart was a favorite, which I believe he was. But now this is Hughes to lose at this point. Now Hughes made some mistakes. I'll be the first to say I think he realizes. I don't think the ace deuce was that huge of a mistake, but he's made some mistakes. I think the hand before when he played against the 7-8 when he called off was a pretty big mistake.
Yeah.
But he's faded all those mistakes, and this is his tournament to lose. Now if he can bob and weave in this group, pick. You know, min raise, just keep the pressure on him, and he can accumulate his chips.
He should be opening here.
Yep. Yeah, open every button, open every cutoff because you have Edmund in the big blind. And I do think that Hugh is aware enough and knows what's going on enough and he's good. He's a good enough player. He's going to be doing this. I expect Hugh to raise 80% of the hands from here on out when he's in the small blind, or in the button, or the cutoff. Because if he's in the cutoff, he's got Edmund in the big blind.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think he just
can't lose.
I think he just opens. Now, sometimes he'll probably slow down a little bit, just not to be abusive about it. Poker Pro says it's Ducky. The only reason I say it's Hughes to lose is Ducky's a solid player. I'm not saying anything bad. I just think Ducky misses some value. I don't think Ducky's going to really optimize his value. I think Ducky's played great. I think Renee. I mean, no offense to Edmund's not played bad by any stretch. Don't get me wrong, but I think Hughes played. Actually, how it's played, I think Ducky's probably played the best overall. Hughes made some of the bigger mistakes. Renee's probably played second. Renee hasn't made any mistakes. Edmund's not made any mistakes, but with Hughes' style, how he plays, he's going to make more mistakes.
Yeah.
It's just natural.
He's playing looser.
Yeah. I'm not insulting anybody. These guys, they're four-handed in a tournament. They've all played really good to get here. I'm not trying to say anything negative about these guys at all. I'm just offering my off-the-cuff commentary of what I see happening at the table.
So now Ducky, he's going to open up a pot.
This is Ducky, though. The Ducky he'll get after it pre-flop, which I like. I mean, Ducky's got game. Ducky's got a chance. I just like you. And I don't think Ducky has. Now, Hugh has about 400K. I could almost see this going down to them dwindling down Renee a little bit, and maybe making a deal three-handed potentially. Depending about how Renee's stack goes. I don't know how they are about deals, but I could see a deal being made. I mean, we're playing four-handed. It's going to be interesting to see how Edmund's range changes four-handed.
Renee jams, king queen. It's going to get through.
What are the blinds? So what he had?
25K. I'm sorry. Yeah, 25,000, 50,000.
And he had 700. He had Oh, he's the small blind. Okay, so okay. I thought I thought Edmund was a small stack there. I can't help it being nice. That's just who I am. I don't want. I mean, these guys are playing. I mean, they're up there. Going at it. So I don't play high stakes cash because I'm just not a cash game player as much. I like playing smaller stakes cash. It's just who I am.
Hughes button. Probably going to open again. ATC. Here we go.
And this is why, honestly, I think Hugh has the best chance to win. I think he's going to open up the most. I mean, you don't see any of the other players opening at Queen 7, 3-betting with Queen 7.
Nope.
He does have the chip lead. And he's pulling away from Ducky a little bit, and he will continue to do so, I believe. Now it'll be interesting to see what Edmund does here with 10-Jack suited in his big. And there we go, Lou's continuing his raising.
Ducky's gonna make the call on the button.
And
7.
And Edmund will be calling with the 10-Jack.
Yeah, still wait.
I got the donkey here. Here comes the donkey. Yep.
Three-way action of the flop. 8-7-3. Ducky had the best hand already. Makes a pair.
Yep. But Edmund's got open-ended, gut shot with 2 overs.
Backdoor spades.
But Hugh's got to kind of realize this doesn't hit their range, but at the same time, it doesn't hit his either. I like the bet here. I don't. It's obviously not going to get through. I think it gets called in both spots. Wow. Kind of surprised Edmund folded there. He's got backdoor flush draw. He's got 2 overs.
I think with his image, he can profitably check raise.
Yeah.
Gut shot, 2 overs, and backdoor spade.
I just don't think that's in his game.
Repertoire now.
Yeah.
Hugh pairs on the turn.
Well, that's going to slow Hugh down.
He now has some showdown value.
And we know that Ducky generally, he's not going to go for value, so.
Diamond.
Now, this is where Hugh might fire.
After Ducky checks back the turn, Hugh's got to, oh no.
Well, see, but the thing is, Ducky's not going for value, so I think I like Hugh's play here. Just go ahead and check it down. Avoid, he's going to call if he has the diamond. He's not going to really value bet that much. I think you can just wait Ducky out. You're going to get heads up with Ducky a lot of times. I mean,
you win that pot so much more often. Once he checks back the turn, when for Ducky to check back the turn, he's going to have some semblance of showdown value. So
but Ducky could also, Ducky could have had the 10 jack type hand there, 10 jack, you know where he misses, and he has showdown value with the 4. And it's not, Ducky doesn't have a whole lot of 7s, 8s, or 9s.
I think once he checks back the turn, I think he's gonna have more 7s, 8s, and 9s, and he has draws. Generally, if he still has a draw once Hugh shows weakness on the turn, he'll then game theory wise he'll try to pick it up.
Game theory wise, you bet.
I mean,
we're gonna get too deep. We're gonna get too deep.
Project. I mean, it's a habit I have. Unfortunately, it's a bad habit where projecting my own thinking on other players, and at times it gets me into spots in tournaments where, okay, well, he can't have this, where he must have some of this because that's what I would the quote-unquote right thing to do, and other players oftentimes just aren't thinking along the same lines, and projecting your thinking on other players can get you in a lot of trouble.
Oh, of course.
And it definitely has for me at times.
For sure. I like Ducky's race here. That's good. Poker Pro, I wish you would come over and play PLO tonight. I wish I could stay around. I would love to play with you. Unfortunately, I got to go to the UK. I love getting called out. I love it. It doesn't work out good for most people. I love trolls. I prefer.
You have to have them.
Yes. All right.
Middle pair for Hugh.
Now
it'll
be interesting to see what Ducky does here. He picked up
hearts.
Hearts. He's got a gut shot.
He's going to put a little value bet.
Well, I like that. I mean, it's really hard for Ducky to have a queen here. He's going to... I think Hugh pretty much knows he has the best hand at this point. An 8 would be dirty.
Jesus!
That's so mean. Because Hugh's value betting this almost all the time. I would be shocked if Hugh checks. This is tough. Did he just call? This is why I think Hugh's won. He just flatted there. He says, "See, Ducky's better than you." Really? That's what you're gonna base that on?
That's like so results oriented. He got there, so he's better.
Wow.
And
Poker Pro, if I knew who you were, I'd make a side bet right now that Hugh at 2.1 wins over Ducky. And I like Ducky. I talked to Ducky for a long time.
Great guy.
But to not raise in that spot, four-handed. Whoo.
I mean, Hugh's got no re-raise bluffs. You can raise there, and if Hugh does stuff it, then he has to have the boat, and you can confidently fold. But if he's got trip queens, he's going to call the raise. He might call with a 9. You have to have busted. I don't know if he's going to call with a 9. He's probably folding. I mean, you're probably not getting more value, but I mean, But if he's got a queen,
you gotta give him a chance.
Yeah, you gotta give him a chance. If he's got a queen, he's definitely calling.
Yeah. He's got a 9, he might call. Because he knows Ducky doesn't have a queen, or generally he doesn't know. But there's a higher probability he doesn't have a queen. I don't know if he calls or not. But you gotta give the guy a chance.
Yeah. Yes, who's more handsome, he or Ducky? Renee. Easy. Ship it.
You went with the third choice?
Yeah.
Good call.
No spoilers in the chat, please.
Yes, we know that the river completed Jack 10. It doesn't matter. You make a straight four-handed on that board, you make the raise.
And you hear he was talking about it. I went on the small pots, and you take it all back in the big pots. And it is. Hugh had cut himself out of the chip lead, had it all, and then he wins all the little pots, and then Ducky wins a few big ones, or a big one. And all that work down the toilet.
I think actually, I mean, Ducky's played a really solid, good game.
No, Ducky's played great.
He just misses value in spots. That's the only
knock that
I could even see in his game.
No, he's played fine. And I said Hugh's made more mistakes than Ducky, for sure.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, but losing value is a mistake too. So I mean, it's like
there's so many combinations that. There's more combinations that his straight is not beaten that will get paid than not, and there's so many combinations that if he raises, he's never getting re-raised unless he's beaten. So you got to go for the value in that spot four-handed. You just have to.
Making hands like that, pots that play out like that.
Yeah, it was
so few and far between that you have to, when you do make a hand like that, back and do that little sneaky hidden gut shot straight that gets there. You cannot let them off cheap.
You can min raise it. Just go for small value. He just moved all in. Renee moved all in with ace deuce.
It's gonna work.
Yep.
What's the all in? Do it just like a regular. You got 4x bet? You get like 3 million over there? I haven't counted. You, I don't. It's a lot.
The 18 big blind is the number of big blinds that the short stack has.
Blind versus blind violence.
Any ace we're gonna do.
Again, I would be really shocked. Yeah, it's going to be a raise. And Ducky will probably call here. I mean, Ducky's got the big stack. He's got position. He's shown that he's going to call in position a lot.
Ducky folds. Ducky's going to fold. It's at queen 6.
Yeah, but he's in position. I think Ducky calls. I played with Ducky type players a ton.
See, it's funny because like Ducky, he told me both yesterday and today that he doesn't like playing with me.
I mean, I played with a Ducky type player.
Ducky fades me. I don't know why.
Ducky fades you.
And you've been here twice. You probably played more hands with Ducky than I have.
I've never seen Ducky before in my life. I just know the type player. I played with players like Ducky a million times.
You know a Ducky when you see one.
I know a Ducky when I see one. And I like a Ducky. A Ducky's a good.
He's a great guy.
It's a good meat. It's chewy. Duck tacos here are really good.
They're delicious. God, that sounds good right now. Did you have a chance to have the lamb while you were here?
I had prime rib, I had steak.
You had the whole.
I had many bottles of wine.
I'm glad to hear that we took care of you here.
Oh God, y'all took
been a blast.
Beautiful care. Yeah, I've had a blast. I can't wait to come back. I mean, you guys sponsor one of my GPL members here, Scott Ball, and
Scott's another great guy.
Scott's a fantastic guy. I don't know why they have you.
Oh man.
It's been fun sitting in the booth with you. You're good at the commentary thing. You know, you might want to find a profession there.
Get real, take off.
Let me see.
We can BS poker.
What was it, Jake 2? What was it, Jake 2?
Jake 2?
Yes, there it is.
Some people talk to me.
I love Nightbot.
He's my only friend.
I got 2 friends, thank you. Jimmy Bluffett's my friend.
Renee and Edmund both around 17 and 18 bigs. It's all Ducky and all Hugh.
I think we called that a little bit earlier on, didn't we?
A little bit. Ducky's away from the table right now. What are you? Kind of surprised here.
When you gotta go, you gotta go. But that's an expensive go.
Yeah, that's a lot of go.
Makes it really easy for Q here. I just got reverse trolled by my partner here.
Oh, God.
We have little notes on the side. I'll fill you in what happened. Jake just told me about 10 minutes ago that they chopped, so we're done. And
then I was, yeah.
We're going on a break in 15 minutes, so they're on a break, we're not. We'll get our break in 20 minutes.
Yeah, I pump faked Chris.
Oh no! Lucky High Chew's in the chat box. No, I don't want your damn Lucky High Chew. ATC
no,
Dan.
ATC Dan.
He offered me a Lucky High Chew 5 or 6 times, and every time I took one, I lost.
Hey,
don't ever take one of Dan's Lucky High Chews. They're evil.
Ducky makes it 120K with Ace Queen. Q, not the time to get Q. There you go. No, the D-nuts, they did not chop. That was my misinterpreting. We're on a 25-minute delay, so we're commentating. The commentary's live with you on the delay. Looking at the table, I thought I saw that there were some sort of deal was being worked out. In actuality, it's just them going on break. I'm sorry for the spoiler, but
yeah, it's an anti-spoiler. It didn't happen.
It didn't happen. Spoiler is that Chris and I didn't final table. That's the real spoiler.
Yeah, the spoiler is we're sitting here acting like we know more than people that made the final table. But
right. A lot of things got to go right, or more specifically, a lot of things got to not go wrong to final table tournament oftentimes.
I don't care who you are. You got to run pretty damn pure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just be going on break here soon, guys. Vogelterra, I will be your friend. Come say hi next month when I'm on my stream, and we'll have a beer online, or wine, or whatever else New Jersey has to offer.
Renee takes down the pot. Four-handed.
And Edmund's got to be getting under 1 million chips here. Yeah, down to 799. I mean, I know I keep picking on Edmund, but folding ace-5 here, it's not terrible, and it's fine. But he's gonna have to find that other gear at some point.
Egregious is a strong word.
Egregious? I didn't use the word egregious.
That's what I'm saying. It's a strong word. That's why we don't use it.
Thanks for pointing that out. No one used the word, but thanks for pointing it out.
Renee makes it 120K off the button with the 6-2 soft. I'm sorry, Hugh makes it 120K off the button with the 6-2 soft. Renee wakes up ace-jack, stuffs it.
Pretty standard. That's what you're supposed to do in these spots. Hugh made the correct play.
I don't know, Dan. I had some high chews. I'm pretty sure during my first 3 bullets, and none of those went right. Had high chews in the 4th bullet, and we were off and running. Maybe that was the problem. I didn't have Dan's lucky high chews today when I had captured the chip lead and decided to punt.
Jimmy, dude, why would you want a glass with ice when you're drinking wine? This is red wine. He said, "What? You know, you can't get a guy a glass with ice." I'm drinking red wine. We don't really need the ice.
No.
And yeah, I'm driving to the city, but I'm not leaving for 4 hours, so I'm good. This is all the wine. I'm done with the wine, so we're gonna be in this booth for another 4 hours, and y'all will be here with us, which we appreciate. Do you guys not sleep, by the way?
No. These people, they're sitting at home in their pajamas in their mother's basements.
That's just wrong.
No, not our chat's the best. Our chat is the best.
Did Edmund just limp in here? Yes, he limped in on the small blind. Come on, Edmund, fire it. Fire a shell. You got check two. Hugh will raise you with any of those big cards.
A couple more.
We'll see what Edmund's got here. Because 10 Jack Queen, anything that plays there, I would imagine Hugh's going to raise. Maybe not Queen 3 or Jack 5, something like that, maybe, but
I don't know. I mean, he's been open Queen 4, Queen 7. He's been open a lot of junk.
I know, but I'm saying he didn't open.
Oh yeah.
He just checked.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So that's a pot where Edmund can just go back over the top. I mean, there's no way that Hugh's strong there, ever. That's a spot where Edmund could pick up.
But that's just not how these players.
I understand, but people are trying to defend Edmund in the chat, saying that I'm just, there are spots that you look for in tournaments, and they may bust you, but at the same time, you gotta find these spots where you can pick up chips. Someone lost his basement in the poker game.
That's brutal.
Yep, it's pretty tough. I like to see this. I like Ducky raising here out of the cutoff. He's done this twice in a row now. He did it with Ace Queen, now he's doing it with King Deuce.
Hugh, Ace 4.
I would imagine this is a little bit bigger raise. You still might look him up, but four-handed. But he's making it, his sizing's gone up a little bit.
Jack Deuce 8.
Oh, don't worry, Jimmy. No worry. It'll be interesting. Does Ducky bet here? I don't think he does. I think he checks back like all the time.
Should be check back.
Look at it. Ducky's changing it up a little bit. I like this, though.
It's good. It's very good.
Yeah, I like this.
And if he's going to be c-betting his entire range there, you got to c-bet some, value type hands, I guess. You're not going to get called by worse ever.
Ducky's turning me a little bit. Like, that's a hand previously that he's been checking back 100% of the time, so.
Yeah. I'm pleasantly surprised.
Listen, it's a fluid game. I can be easily swayed. I still think Hugh's still going to be the favorite to win, but I like what Ducky's doing.
No, I don't think you're right.
Ducky betting the Ducks. Maybe it's just he likes Ducks.
What is the origin of the nickname there? I wonder.
Anybody know? Help us out.
Renee folds Ace 7.
I don't hate that. That's a shove or what is that? Oh, he moved all in. Okay.
Edmund jammed the Queen Jack.
I like that. That's a good jam. Really good jam. Duckies should not be thinking of calling here with King 9.
Don't do it, Ducky.
It's 10 bigs, but Edmund has played so tight.
Snug. So snug.
If he calls here, he's going to be right, but he literally caught the worst of his range.
Yeah.
It's just not profitable. Ducky's wife texted him, told him to stop playing like a pussy.
Oh, goodness.
I'm assuming that's what that little messed up thing means. Yeah, he's getting the text right now. Maybe it's a later text, I don't know. I am so sorry, Alicia. What was the word that you used? That wasn't the word she used.
Goose.
A goose. Was it goose?
Ducky, don't play like a goose.
Don't play like a goose.
Yeah, don't play like a goose. It's good.
That sounds so much more appropriate for someone that she might say.
Absolutely.
I saw your picture, by the way. No, I didn't. I saw that picture. Dave's picture.
Yeah.
That was the wife. Sorry. I thought you were Dave's. I'm all confused.
No.
I thought Alicia was Dave's when I said it first.
No.
All right, so we got Alicia, is Ducky's wife. Welcome, Alicia. Yeah, tell me, we're rooting for him here. It's tough love, but we like what he did with the deuces. Babyface, you're just getting me in trouble now. Can I ban Babyface? Can I do that? Because he got me in trouble. I don't ever want to get in trouble with someone's wife.
No,
that's bad news.
That's negative EV. Definitely negative EV.
For sure.
So we're still 25K, 50K.
Hugh's gonna raise with 10-7. No. I wonder if Ducky getting him a few times have slowed him down.
Slowed his roll.
Now Ducky folds.
Jesus.
I'm really shocked Ducky and Hugh both folded. That's again, like Edmund should never get a walk. He just got to walk. If I'm playing at the table, Edmund's not walking.
No.
Has anyone thrown up in the booth? No, I hope not.
No.
Alicia says I'm a foul-mouthed motherfucker, so it was worth the pussy. I feel better now. Alicia, you're my type girl. I like it. Good to hear. Ducky chose well. I'm gonna have to root for Ducky now, just because of his wife. He's got wife equity.
God, that's good. It's got equity. I mean, God, how do I get wife equity? I need to get life equity.
What's that?
I need to get life equity before I even worry about that. Edmund's gonna jam the.
So life equity's not sitting in a booth with Chris Moneymaker at 1 a.m. in the morning,
right? Am I running good or am I running bad here? I haven't found out yet. It's 50-50. It's very polarized. I don't know. What do we do there? We saw Edmund open up a little bit there. Edmund, he jammed the Queen Jack. Now he just jammed Queen 10 offsuit.
Oh, I missed that. That's good. Well, he's getting down to 11 big.
And now he's going to wake up Queen 10 suited. He just jammed Queen 10 off, and there he jams it again. Ducky now.
Ducky with ace jack.
Call.
I don't think Ducky's folding ace jack.
No. This should be a call. 19 bigs. It's a big jam. 16,
it's not 19 bigs.
17. 860K, 17 bigs.
He's already folded ace queen. I think he folds ace jack to Edmund. And I mean, it's not terrible. He's got a big stack.
No, I'm Lyman Son. This is a multi-day tournament. 3 starting flights. Day 2 is today. 484 runners. 193K in prize pool, and we're down to these 4. Edmund has moved all in for 864K, 17 bigs, and Ducky.
Don't show Ducky.
Don't show it. Don't advertise it.
Ducky. Alicia, we have to.
No, he called.
He called.
He called. Okay, he called.
All right, I thought he was folding. Okay, good.
Okay, here we go. Edmund's gonna need a queen.
This call for me
diamond.
is like a 50-50 type call.
It's and 17 bigs. It's not a small jam. It's like he jammed like 9 or 8 bigs.
That's nice right there.
And there's top 2.
Wow.
King or running diamonds. Running queen 10, running 10s. Dead to a king.
King.
Boom.
That's gonna do it.
Well, Ducky's my odds-on favorite now that Edmund's gone.
Ducky's a monster now.
And got the big stack. I told you it's a fluid situation. I can change it at any time.
And Edmund is going to finish in 4th place for $13,694.
You know, it is for much grief as I personally gave.
Yeah, I'm going to blame you.
You
I have to. I gotta see more.
That's fine. I'll take it. Fuck it. I'll take it.
Take the credit and the blame. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the first one to take blame and take credit, but Edmund, he got out of here with 13K, and more props to him. You know, I wish him well.
Absolutely.
I mean, he's got a 27-year-old wife, so fuck it, go about yourself, man. He's 58.
Love it.
More power to you. Love it.
Then there were 3. Ducky, Hugh, Renee.
Poker Pro's making me stick with Hugh. You know, I don't think Ducky's like the monster favorite, but I like Ducky now. I told you it's always a fluid situation.
This will be the last hand before break.
I mean, Ducky folded ace queen before, which I didn't quite understand, to the ace 10. I didn't quite get that. But I mean, he made a big call with the ace check there.
Hugh opens up.
They're really
and they jammed
Hugh.
it.
They're really getting after Hugh.
All right, guys, we're going to break. We'll be back in 10 minutes. 3-handed. We're going to finish this thing out.
Yep.
Hey everybody, welcome to another Stones Live Hand of the Week, and we're going to get into a pot here at 10:25. This game was playing with the straddle, and JC Tran right here was in the straddle. Nate raises here to 160 pre-flop. Brian calls in the big blind, and JC Tran calls in the straddle. Both the blind and the straddle flop flush draws, but it gets checked over to Nate, and he does not bet his deuce. The turn here is the king of spades, and you can see here Brian with the top pair and the nut flush draw, but JC Tran with a huge draw, queen high flush draw, and a gut shot to a jack. He just calls the turn bet here by Brian, however, does not raise on the come, rivers the 4 of hearts, and both players make a flush. Brian with the nut flush, ace-5 of hearts. JC Tran, he's got the queen high flush. Now, Brian's going to make kind of a small bet here at the end, about $425 into $1,100, and JC Tran is going to raise it up here. He is going to make it $1,300, and you've got to love this spot if you're Brian, staring at the nuts, and a guy has raised you on the river. He's going to put a little bit of a Hollywood act for about a minute on, and then he finally moves all in. JC feels like he's pot committed, I guess, and he makes the call, and Brian wins a huge pot in this 10-25-50 game. If you want to check out live cash games, watch Stones Live Poker every Monday and Wednesday at 7:30 Pacific Time over at twitch.tv/Stones Live Poker. Welcome everybody to another Stones Live Poker Hand of the Week, and we are going to take a look at one of the deepest 1-3 no-limit games you have ever seen. Up at Stones, they do Match the Big Stack, and we have several people with over $1,000 here at the table. Kathy, who is in the straddle in this spot, is lucky enough to pick up kings, but she is just going to flat call L8-8's raise pre-flop. She does not 3-bet, and that's going to bring Frank along here behind, and they're going to see it multi-way to the flop. Wow, you flat with pocket kings, and you get top set on a board that's just not that draw heavy. L8-8 is going to make a continuation bet, but Kathy figures there's no reason really for her to raise. She's just going to flat call, but that's going to bring Frank behind in the pot with a gut shot wheel draw. The turn comes off a deuce, and Kathy now gets checked to by L8, and she's not going to slow play now. She's going to bet, build herself up a little bit of a pot, but she bets really tiny. She bets 90, and Frank is going to continue to come along here as well. You can see L88 releases his pocket tens. We move to the river, and what a crazy river it is. It's an ace. It gives Frank aces up, but it's got to be really scary here for Kathy. But give her credit. She is not scared, and she is going to make a small type of value bet here to try to get looked up here by 2 pair aces up, and you can see that Frank calls her immediately, and she wins a big pot. Check out Stones Live Poker every Monday and Wednesday night at 7:30 p.m. Pacific Time over at twitch.tv/Stones Live Poker. Hey everybody, welcome to another Stones Live Poker Hand of the Week. We're going to get into it right here in a 5-5 no limit game. Now, AD has made a very optimistic open preflop for 20. He gets 3-bet by Kelly from the cutoff, and he calls. And look what we have here. Kelly, as the 3-better preflop, has flopped top set. AD, with just a gut shot from out of position, 4-5 offsuit, Kelly is going to bet out here with top set. She's not going to slow play it. She bets $80, and incredibly, AD is going to peel here for his gut shot. The turn is a 9, does not bring any help into AD, and Kelly is going to continue to bet here for value. She is going to look at her stack, try to figure out how much money she can get in there, and she bets $120. Like the sizing, but AD continues to call. He peels for 4 out, and it comes at the end. He hits the 6 on the river, but he checks it over to Kelly, and of course, Kelly's going to bet here with top set. She's going to try to figure out how much she can extract. At best, you figure AD has a lesser queen. There's no way you can possibly put him on 4-5, but the most incredible thing happens. He just calls at the end. He doesn't check raise all in, and he definitely would have gotten all of her chips. She only had $320 left. He leaves an incredible amount of value on the table. Check out the Stones Live Poker webcast every Monday and Wednesday at 7 p.m. Pacific Time over at twitch.tv/Stones Live Poker. Hey everybody, welcome to another Stones Live Hand of the Week. I am Bart Hansen, and today we're going to take a look at an Omaha high-low cash game. This is the first time anyone has ever streamed an Omaha high-low cash game with hole cards. We're playing 8-16, a game that is commonly spread at the Stones Gambling Hall, and we're going to see a very interesting river here. Seat 3, David DDD, has actually driven the action in this hand. He's bet the flop, he's bet the turn, and now on the river, in position, he has run into the nut low. So it's going to get checked over to him, and he has a very, very easy value bet with 3-4 as the nut low. And Danny Boxer here on the river had made a full house. He actually makes a pretty good play and checks the river with what is not the nut full house, and he doesn't have a qualifying low. So it gets checked over to the button. The button bets with the nut low. Danny Boxer calls, and this gentleman, BKT, is just in a really, really tough spot. He's in a quandary. He's got ace-king for trip aces, doesn't have a full house, but he also has a low here too. And you can see he's just not happy about it. He's saying, well, if you call, how can I call? But sometimes in Omaha high-low, especially in a limit game when the pot gets big, you just have to throw your chips in and you hope to get half. This is a lot easier of a call if you are heads up. He makes the call, and he is going to lose to aces full of deuces on the high, and he's going to lose to 3-4 on the low. He gets chopped up, and the hand is chopped between David DD and Danny Boxer. Check out Stones Live every Monday and Wednesday over at twitch.tv youtube.com/stoneslivepoker.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back. Chris Moneymaker had a nasty stripper pole accident during the break, and they're treating him over. There's some paramedics. I don't know. He'll recover. He'll get over it. It's either that or alcohol poisoning. I can't really tell. We're just getting back to the action here. We are still three-handed at the Stones main event Fall Classic final table. 125K guarantee. We ended up with 193K in prize pool. 3 players left, Hugh, Ducky, and Renee. Blinds are now up to 30,000, 60,000 with a 1K ante. And cards are in the air.
What's up, Jake? How are you?
They fixed you up over there?
What's that? What were you telling them?
Nothing?
I don't want to know. Chair hype.
So when these guys, sat down at the final table, they probably all look at each other and like, hey guys, let's have a three-way poker game, and now they have it.
I don't know what you just said. I don't want to know what you just said. I'm just gonna drink my wine.
So Ducky's gonna open up the button, make it 170K. We are 30K, 60K with I just already said it, 10K ante. Ducky makes it 170.
This is not a 250K tournament, it's a 125K tournament, is to answer your first question.
Eldar, welcome to the chat. Zaberju. And look at Ducky there, 4.1 million in chips. He's got 2 million. Renee, no slouch himself, he's got 1.2 million. Eldar says that he will pay you heads up. I'm just going to drop the L out of that, and he's going to pay you heads up. So, there's money waiting for you somewhere.
Eldar, anytime you want to play, man, I'll be game.
Barrels.
I ain't scared.
So, Renee here still's got a 20 big stack, and three-handed, you got some moves there. I don't think he necessarily has to go all in.
No, you don't have to go all in at this point.
Still got a lot of chips to hurt people.
In my current state, I'm fine. What do you mean in my current state? Is my
in California?
I'm in California. I don't understand what state what does state have to do with anything?
He wants to I will play you by Tennessee rules only.
What's Ducky doing? He has a duck in his hand, so
it's no good. Yeah, there was 250K across all the guarantees for all the tournaments. And I believe they crushed every guarantee. God knows I did my part. Jesus, I barreled hard this tournament. God.
I know, I saw. Calling me
Yeah.
7. Fish.
Fishy.
Ducky with a 2-1 lead here at this point. Ducky's my new pick. Ever since Ducky's wife got on him, Ducky's been stepping it up.
He jumped it up a notch. It's amazing. See Justin Caritas there, tournament director, creepily taking pictures of people while they're not paying attention. He likes to watch.
Looks like Hugh raised up the 6 deuce.
As we have to do on the button from time to
I
time.
mean, and this is again, Edward must have 4th. He would never have a 6 deuce raise, but all 3 of these guys are going to have that in their game, and I think we have 3 of the better players here at the final table. They've done a real good job.
Everyone remembers your classic heads up match with Far Odd. Was it Harrington that was 3rd?
Harrington was 3rd.
Harrington was 3rd.
Yep. Alicia said it's amazing what a good woman can do for you. I agree with that. I've got a good woman, so I know. She busts my ass all the time. She said, "Why don't you win every tournament I play?" You act like you know what you're doing.
Well, honey, we try.
Yeah, we do try.
Women are GTO. Contrary to what is it on the Rounders? What do they say? Women are the rake.
Women are the rake. Yes. See, here goes Ducky. I like it.
Opens up to 10-8.
Button raises. I mean, position right now is so crucial. And it puts these guys in such bad spots. So, I mean,
yeah, forces them to wake up with a hand or to have the stones to 3-bet light.
Eldar, I am neither high or drunk. I don't do drugs, first of all. My eyes are closed. I've had a bottle of wine, but I don't think I'm in the state of California.
Yeah.
I know where I am.
Yeah.
Well, what the heck? I'm in a beautiful casino, having fun with you guys. I think Jimmy can vouch for me that he's seen me in much worse states on my stream. We're in good space now. This is going to be a really good, there should be some action here, I would imagine, three-handed here. As long as we don't get 9-3, 5-2, and 7-4 hands.
Renee's not opening the button, 7-4 diamonds. I think you kind of got to get in that kind of just that routine. Hey, it's the button's going to open, force the buttons to wake up, and we're just kind of go through that kind of like.
If I'm playing three-handed, I'm the button more deep like this.
Yeah.
I don't even look at my cards really. There's no point.
You're going to open, yeah.
He asked where I would have raised it. Yeah, without a doubt.
And you just kind of go through the motions of it until someone wakes up with a real hand, or until someone finds something they're going to take a stand with, or picks up on something. But I mean, you can't. If you're Renee, and both your opponents are opening every single button,
you've got to be doing
it as well. Otherwise, I mean, you're giving it up one.
Yep. And every single hand, you're dwindling chips.
Yep.
W Coop this year, I end up buying in for like 10K worth of events, and I end up cashing out like 9K. So basically, broke about even. Had a few good chances at some scores.
Ducky's gonna take a flop with a 6-7 of hearts.
He's got so many chips. I mean, it's not it's
screw it. Why not?
At some point, But the thing is, you know that Hugh's opening all his range. That's why 3-betting here is so profitable. Ducky really needs to start incorporating some 3-bets to Hugh's because I
really wouldn't want to take that out of position, but not the worst flop for Ducky. Wow. Look, ace 4-5, 2 hearts, open-ended, and a flush draw.
They actually put Hugh's outs out there. Hugh's got the best hand, and they put his outs.
See there, Ducky's 73% to win this hand with 7 high. And if I'm Ducky, I am putting a fat raise.
400.
He meets at 400K.
Well, that'll effectively end this hand.
And that's it.
Yep. Love it. 3 cashes and 14 events. That's good. Really solid. I did skip the 100K.
Hugh says, why'd you raise? Because he's got 7 high and all the deck for outs. That's why we raised there.
You asked why you raised?
Hugh says, oh my god, why'd you raise? Like you're doing so strong, why do you raise? I'm like, because we have 7 high and the entire deck for outs. Well, but we still have 7 high.
Yeah, in Ducky's defense, or used to, I actually like flatting there sometimes.
Oh, you're sick.
I know.
You just like.
But you raise on the turn. You get more value.
Yeah.
Equity.
Yeah, let's minimize our fold equity with only 1 card to come.
You're so deep right now.
You got 7 high. I mean, it's you're happy to get all your chips in, but you got 7.
Don't be a fish and be scared.
I ain't scared.
You're scared, Jack 4.
Yeah.
All right, so now we have an interesting Ace 3 versus Ace Queen hand developing. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Stones is going to have another event like this coming up. I mean, Stones.
We've been doing about two a year, like a spring classic, fall classic, something like that. I'm not sure.
Well, I just had a meeting with Stones today, and I know that they're really, really proactive with Twitch and really proactive with social media. So I'm super surprised if they didn't do more of this. Excuse me, I got to sneeze.
Yeah, it seems to be going, really, really well. I mean, the turnouts of this series, the turnouts were phenomenal. I think they got the price point right on the main. And it's all coming together. And the success of this one, I think, is only going to lead to the success of more events in the future. Like I said, the word on the room is out. People love coming here. They love playing cards here. As you mentioned, the more, big name, pros that we get through here. We Scott Ball, we get you, and GC Tran was in here the other day, and Balance from 2550.
Bart Hansen was in
here.
here.
Tuck. We got Lon McCarron through here.
We got Jake in here.
Me. I was watching another poker show the other night, and the players at the table were sitting, and they were talking about stones. And it's a great feeling, when we're leaving that kind of impression on the rest of the poker world and everyone that comes through here.
Well, I will say, and I had this conversation with them earlier, that this place is kind of unique. It's not like most other casinos you go to. It's non-smoking. You don't have slot machines. So when you come here to play poker, it's really a poker, and they have obviously the baccarat and blackjack.
Yeah, table games on the dark side.
They do, but it's glassed off, and the food's amazing. The customer service is amazing. They've got 18 tables here, 17 or 18 tables.
17, yeah.
They're spaced out really nice. It's a really, really nice place to play. And look at Ducky waking up with kings.
Into Ducky flat.
Oh, did he really?
Oh, that's so sick.
Oh, I love you, Ducky. Yeah. Ducky's the boss.
Ducky's
my new favorite to win. I love it. That's a great flat. He's going to check to him, too. You got check back.
Ooh.
What a bad turn card for Ducky, but it's going to work.
Wait,
wouldn't
you imagine if you're Ducky? Wouldn't you imagine that Renee would see bet those ace high hands on 3, 4, 5 maybe?
You would think so.
Got shot in an overcard or in 2 overs.
That's just a really bad card for Ducky.
But we don't love it at all.
Yes, Poker Bro. The tournament was huge to lose. They lost it so far. Yeah, lost it. He still got 1.8 million.
Yeah.
I know those guys on the left.
Oh, dude. That is a good-looking guy. Then there's a fat guy in the Deke sweatshirt next to him. I love being 2 places at once.
Boat was there.
My bullshit.
Way to be results-oriented, Eric.
You know.
I love you, Eric, but you're the worst.
He's not going to let me live it down.
He's had a lot of
Eric's the guy who, call off, or the flop coming in 4-4 or something. I should have played my 9-4. No, Eric, stop. He's not that bad, but he's a little results-oriented.
No, not Eric.
So here we go.
All right, someone's beat me up because I said super deep. Maybe I shouldn't have said super deep. 26 blinds not deep, but they're deep. Oh, I'll shut up.
Renee shoves. Hugh's got King Jack suited.
Wow, this is gonna be close.
It's only 12, 13 bigs.
Yeah, you got to call.
I think
King
you're
Jack.
gonna call King Jack here.
I call King Jack here.
And if Renee doubles up, it'll leave Hugh as the short stack.
But how can that be? Because I said this is Hughes to lose.
If he calls, he's got to get there.
Hughes gonna get there.
He's got to call first. I don't think you can fold.
If I lose saying that Hugh was my pick, then Eric's never gonna let me live it down. Next time I come on stream, Eric's gonna follow me and just try to ruin my life.
If I can see the cards, if I'm Hugh, I'm probably calling. He's going to be doing the same thing with a lot of the pocket pairs. If there's any money in the pot at all, you're getting the right price to call. Maybe you just got ace-X, you're still getting the right price to call. You're not loving it, but you're, like I said, you're 60-40, and with the money in the pot, you should call. If he showed you his exact hand, you should probably still call. With the money that's in the pot already.
I think if this is someone like Edmund, I think he folds. I think he calls Renee.
And he's going to be... He's going to be ahead here a small percentage of the time. It's very small, but he's going to be flipping most of the time. And like I said, with the amount of money in the pot,
I don't think he's ever going to be ahead.
I said very small.
Very, very small.
And there's the call. And Renee's in a position to double up now, which would leave Hugh as a short stack.
But, I mean, look at the odds. I mean, for people that don't realize it at home, it's only a 60-40.
60-40, yeah.
I mean,
it's not a huge split there.
That's why you call it, though. That's why, if you have an opponent that has an ace or, a hand that doesn't have a king or a jack in it, a lot of times.
6-9-4 is not going to do it. But the king of hearts will.
Ouch.
Renee now needs an ace.
Oh, that's not an ace. We knew that was going to happen, by the way.
Yeah, we might have saw that.
Yeah, we saw Renee checking out. We were talking to him on break. And we didn't give you the slow roll. See, I told you he was going to win. I love slow rolling, Eric. Oh, man, no. I don't need no drinks. Why are you giving him his equal amount to what I got? You're the man, thanks.
Renee, third place for 13.
I think that's the first time ever that the commentators have been tipped. Let's go play Cal games later.
Barrels.
I took this exact amount the other night. Actually, $50. I took $50. I turned in 1,600 playing Cal games. It doubled it up 5 times.
That's a problem. It's a problem.
Come on, I said I was going to dump 50 or leave.
Yeah.
And I said I'm going to get to 5K or I'm going to leave. And I was up to 3,200. I was going to double it, and they changed dealers on me. So I cut it in half and walked away with 16. We're doing that tonight. Sorry, we're making late night plans.
So now we're heads up. Hugh just won a big pot there.
They discussed a deal, and they chose to not make a deal. So we're going to play this bad boy out. And either me or Eric are going to be right. Me versus Eric. 1-8. I've called 1-800-GAMBLER. No one answers.
Gentleman's not in the room right now, but I don't know if you've ever been told that when you, I don't know how many representatives they have, but when you call 1-800-GAMBLER, one of the guys that was on the other end of the phone that answers, plays cards in here regularly. I'm not joking. I was playing cards with him today. He's been on the live stream before. When you call 1-800-GAMBLER, he's on the other end.
You get a gambler.
Yeah, you get like, no, I get it. Yeah, I fully understand. I know what you're going through. So hold on, it's my blind. 1 second. You got to.
Well, you gotta give him the defense. At least that guy understands. You would hate to have someone that's never gambled.
Yeah, you don't want to call like talk to someone who just doesn't get it. I mean, like.
How many prop bet on how many rings before they answer?
How many rings for? Jesus.
Come on, all in.
The guy who answered like to side on Monday Night Football.
So here we are, heads up.
All right, we got heads up, and we got a stack of 2.6 to 4.7.
Open and Ducky stuffed an ace-9. They're talking about a deal. Hughes.
Yeah, we've already been there. They didn't accept a deal.
He says no. Let's play it out. Poker Pro Air asking, can we get 100K chips? That'll be the next thing here that we'll need. Is 100K.
Well, the tournaments are growing, so yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 484 runners, 15K in chips. I mean, there's 7.2 million in play. Earl Troll.
You saw it too. Troll. Go away, Troll. No, don't be trolling us.
That is our good friend, Mr. Earl Mencken.
No, Earl. Come on, man.
Earl's the best.
No, he's not. No, Earl's not the best.
Earl's the second best.
There we go.
You're the best. Ducky makes it 250K. Queen 10. It's a big open. Hugh makes it 420K. You know, like I got heads up in a
Why are they not min raise? You min raise.
That's what I was going with. So like, I got a lot of flack because I got sucked into opening 2.5x like the entire, and that was too big, and I knew it was too big. And I didn't utilize the limping range on the button, and I got a lot of flack from my poker playing friends for knowing better to play heads up and not. I gotta level myself into this, like, well, if he's opening 2.5x and I'm only opening 2x, and we're playing equal number of pots, he's gonna be playing larger pots in position, I'll be playing smaller pots in position. So I'm gonna, keep pace with Joneses and do the same thing, which is bad. It was wrong.
Yeah, you 3x when they make mistakes of going 2.5x.
Yeah.
Or you fold, you get out of the way.
But I mean, here we're seeing what he just opened at 240.
Yeah, that's a what? Is that a
4x?
Did he just really 4x it?
He 4x'd, and he clicked right back at him with queen six. They both hit their queen here.
Yeah, which is bad. Bad. That's a lot of discipline from Hugh. And Ducky showed him the hand. Hugh's my pick to win it. You can't show someone your hand. You can't do it heads up.
We don't do it. Kind, what place did I take? I 30 whatever. Okay, I made day 2. Had the chip lead early. I took all Moneymaker's chips into day 2 and punted them.
They would have been punted anyways.
Yeah, somewhere.
Might as well be you than me.
Might as well be me.
What's GYO? 4.20 is GYO.
Go yodel off. I don't know. Like, what do you do with GYO? There's so few words.
Did he? I think Hugh just flatted his button.
And I mean, so reverting back to the last time I was playing a heads up in a tournament is not utilizing a limping range on the button. I mean, generally I'm opening everything like 2x, but I still have to kind of balance that with somewhat of a polarized limping range as well.
I play a lot of heads up, and lipping is really good. Oh, this is going to be a big one right here.
Here we go. Open-ended for Hugh. Top pair for Ducky.
His wife did not teach the 4x raise.
Vocal tear early on day 2. Earlier, yes, today I was at one point the chip leader very early, and then poker happened. We're not here for that. We're here for Hugh and Ducky heads up.
And this is a big one right here.
Disco.
Ouch. Well, the one thing is that's going to save Ducky. The ace will save Ducky some.
I don't think you can fold yet, though, if you're Ducky.
No, he's going to call another street.
There's 380 in the pot. Looks like Hugh bet 200. 200K.
I mean, this is better than the 6 for Ducky. I mean, obviously, not speaking.
Wow, Ducky gets away.
That's strong. That's a strong fold. I think it's an exploitable fold.
I was gonna say, like, I don't. If Ducky folds here, I don't know if I'll be impressed or not, because like, yes, it's the correct fold, but like you said, I pointed out that's so exploitable.
Heads up, that's.
I mean, folding a pair of kings nonetheless. Heads up. Yeah. I mean, we can see the cards, but I still don't know if I love that fold by Ducky.
Yeah.
And I didn't know he was drawing dead.
Yep. Yeah. I don't think.
Long term, I don't think that's the right fold.
No, I don't think you can call. I don't think you can fold there. Profitably, you can't fold there. I mean, he only bet 200K into a 470. I mean, Hugh's going to run over him if he's going to do that.
So Ducky now opens up 3s. Hugh, 8-9 suited.
And now Ducky makes it 150 with the 3s. That's a messed up flop. All right.
Ace 6-5, 2 spades.
And see, these are the type of hands that if you're folding a king here, Hugh's going to be able to just take this away from you so often. I mean, I don't think that Hugh's going to fold here. And now Ducky will check back on the turn, and Hugh will be able to steal it on the river.
Hugh picks up the club draw.
Hugh's definitely not folding now. Picks up the club draw, but he also picks up
They already had
a
the
club draw.
Yeah. Already had the
Oh. Even if the clubs doesn't come, I think Hugh probably takes this pot down.
620 in the pot.
We'll see, because I think Hugh bets no matter what would have come. So we'll see if Ducky pays
After he
him.
goes check on the turn, Hugh's got to imagine that it's less likely for Ducky to have an ace here. So your bet size here is really important. I didn't hear he verbalized his bet size. And I didn't hear what it was. How much did he bet there?
I have no idea.
He said, I thought I heard him say 200, and a quick call by Ducky. $350. I'm sorry, it was a $350K bet by Hugh, and Ducky snapped him.
Really?
Snapped. I'm very surprised that he called that quick.
That is quite shocking. It's just weird because he folds king 7 and he calls pocket
Snaps the threes. Yeah, no, it's very.
Hey, you got to keep your opponents guessing. You know, I like Ducky that he's obviously going off, some kind of reads that he's got here. But I mean, the bad thing is everything got there with the exception of spades and the 7-8.
Yeah, 7-8 missed and spades missed.
I guess not everything got there because the clubs came back door, but I don't know. I just find it a little bit odd that he's folding kings, and hey, more power to him. He's playing a little, He made one
right once, wrong once.
50-50. He's heads up. We're in the booth.
And that pulls stacks a lot closer now. And now Ducky picks up kings on the big blind.
Wow.
Hugh's gonna open in the button.
Yeah, I mean, Hugh's going to open on the button almost all the time. A bad flop comes. This could be really trouble for Hugh. I don't think Hugh's interested in folding either in this spot. Thanks, babyface. Yeah, unorthodox is kind of what I'm looking for.
Hugh makes a call in position. He's gonna need a lot of help. And that's not the kind of flop that's going to get Hugh in a lot of trouble.
Nope.
Ducky checks?
Does he? Did he check?
No,
he didn't check. It would have been awesome if he did.
Would have been a great check.
On that flop, that would have been a good check.
Ducky comes out strong, 500K. Getting hard for him to get value there from anything but a queen.
So again, we got Ducky with a almost 2-1 chip lead. Wine go bye-bye.
It happens sometimes.
It was good. Thank you to Stones for providing that and your water.
Likewise.
Cheers. I'll do the water cheers with you now.
Ducky, queen 3 on the button.
I like it. You know, he's back raising buttons, and we got a match here, guys.
These guys are going to grind it out.
I can verify that they are. Good, we took a break. You missed it.
We are.
Well, it's right over there. That's what we're commentating on.
You're on break?
No.
All right, Eldar, thanks for joining
we're on
us
break
tonight.
in
Good night,
an hour and a
brother.
half. No worries. Who's going to win? I've called both of these guys. The one thing I've been consistent about is I said these two were going to end up heads up.
Yeah.
And Eric's over here busting my chops.
There was a point where I thought Stewart was gonna, had an opportunity to take control of his but he just got cooler. He got cooler. I mean, he's king and the king, and what are you gonna do?
Yeah, I think definitely he had a chance.
Check, check. And Ducky smacks the turn. I don't know if I like the bet here. I think.
I like it just because. Oh, Ducky's making it. I thought Ducky had the 5-4. No, but I like it because he keeps him guessing. I mean, he hasn't been doing that that often. He very rarely has been going for value. Anytime Ducky goes for value, I like it. Who do I have in the college football championship game? Ohio State, Clemson. I'm just gonna have to go the 4.
Bama.
Yeah, Bama. I mean, I hate it, but Bama.
Likewise.
And maybe Louisville. I think Louisville has got a shot. They played really good against Clemson.
Raise it up, 150.
Ole Miss, yeah, you're dreaming. They're dead. They already lost to Bama. And Florida State. Oh, I love Tennessee. You just got to be realistic.
And he was going to flat the 7 out of position. I think he can 3-bet there.
For sure. It'll be interesting to see if there's any lighter 3-bets as we progress. Poker Pro, you're wrong. Tennessee is not 4-0. Kiting, I did. Louisville's got to play Houston, and that's all they have left. Michigan and Ohio State, I think they're going to probably knock each other out in the later of the season. And I think Ohio State is a little bit better than Michigan. Tennessee, I mean, the good thing about Tennessee is as long as they go 1-2 in their next 2 games, they got Texas A&M and they got Alabama in the next 2 games. If they go 1-2, then they'll have a rematch with Alabama probably in the championship game, so they'll have a chance to go to the playoffs. I just think Bama's the better team, unfortunately. Yes, Tennessee's 5-0. There you go, Jimmy. God, y'all all suck. Tennessee's 5-0, not 4-0. Wake up. I'm the one been drinking wine all night, and y'all still can't get it right.
Love it.
What kind of Twitch chat do we have going on here?
At 1 in the morning, I don't know, evidently it's pretty marginal.
Ducky, gonna 3-bet here with King 9?
No,
Or is he just fighting?
Huge limp the button.
Limp the
Ducky
button.
made it 150 to go. Lucky Lefty Poker, good night, and thank you for joining us.
Yes, appreciate it very much, man. Thanks for checking us out. How many times can I say Poker Pro, you're wrong? It's been a lot. I mean, but when he's wrong, he's wrong.
He's going to lead for 200K here. Hugh hits his 8. Got a pretty easy call.
Yeah, much draw.
6 on the turn, pairs the board. Can
I like this.
Ducky double barrel?
I like the double barrel. You haven't seen a double barrel yet. It's very rare that these guys have double barreled into each other.
Bet at 350.
Yes, I bet Georgia this week. No, I don't love the dogs.
Just love money.
Yes, I tend to like money. I really like this bet by Ducky.
Puts a lot of pressure on you.
Nope.
If Hugh calls here, a third barrel might just do it on the river.
It depends on the river, but yeah, a third barrel should do it.
And if he bets the third time, he's dropping a very good jack or better. The 5 is an insignificant card.
It's not insignificant. It does fill up some straights and stuff, but at the same time, it doesn't generally do a lot. I mean, look at Ducky go. Look at him. I like it. You know, but there's only one bad thing here is Ducky's representing us. You know, when the 6 comes,
very strong jack.
Yeah,
or
like
better.
Ace Jack or better.
A very strong jack or better.
I think he's going to get looked up here. I think Hugh looks him up.
All in.
Wow. I don't know what he was doing here.
I don't understand the all-in here because
what worse hands call you? Unless you can get.
he gets a jack to fold, I guess. Yeah, he gets a jack to fold. He gets a
better
he
8
has
to
7,
fold?
9. Yeah,
Gets a better 8 to fold.
it doesn't matter. He had the best hand no matter what. So
Yeah, I'm just trying to I'm trying to figure what we're trying to accomplish here. Jamming the 8-5. I mean, if you're good, you're good. If you think you can get him off of a jack, I don't know if I'd fold a jack heads up.
I've been hit.
If you can get him to fold a better 8, because you don't have much of an 8.
yeah.
Stop doing that.
But would Ducky value bet an 8 there? I don't think he would.
I don't think he ever value bets an 8. But he
So you're trying to get him off a jack? Ah man, that seems a little cracker jacks to me.
as a general rule, you don't try to make people fold top pair.
No, I was saying that's a little bit nuts.
Lucky for Hugh, he did not have anything, and
could not snap him.
Hugh has the lead now.
What were you saying earlier?
I think Hugh's going to win.
It's still a long way to go. I mean,
we have no idea what's going to happen.
Unfortunately, there could be a lot of poker left to be played. We have no idea.
Poker Pro, sometimes you have to get someone off 8-9-9 when you have 8-8.
I don't think he's value betting 9-9 there. I mean,
don't argue with Eric. Eric's always right.
I love arguing with Eric. I wake up in the middle of the night and my phone ring, or like buzzes, and I'm getting a text, and I'm just like, no.
Eric,
like,
I
never
want
has ace king there.
Eric. Please come to my stream next month. Team Moneymaker. I'll be streaming all of New Jersey Scoop. I need someone that's smarter than me to help me, guide me through my life.
I mean, worst case, it might help keep you. I mean, it might distract you, but it might also keep you focused. You know, if you're constantly, thinking you can't be zoning out doing other crap. If you're constantly trolling about something in the chat box. I should check about 8-8 12 hours ago. Why you gotta bring that up, Eric? Why you gotta bring up the 8-8 hand? Yes, he had 8s, I had 9s, I laid it down. But he thought he was value betting.
Actually, I like Eric all of a sudden.
Yeah. He thought he was value betting. He was over. It was weird. He thought he should always be better there. It was just weird. The way the guy played the hand, I should always be beat.
Yes, I do cap sports. I love sports. I'm not always right, obviously. I'm right about half the time. But I do love it. We got about even stacks here. Oh, this could be a pretty sizable hand. Eric, you're a smart guy. You just increase the value by about 50 cents.
Got a raise and a call.
And like normally when you have heads up, you're going to flop a lot of nothing. And again, I don't think Ducky's going to fold here. But I do like the bet from Ducky. I don't think Hugh's going to fold.
Hugh makes a call. 7 on the turn.
Now, it would be real impressive if Ducky had some more barrels in him. I don't think he. Once you get called down or moved on like that, you just it slows you down. Now, is Hugh to take advantage of it here? I think he's going to probably make this. He does.
You got a bet.
Wow, really?
He bets 250. 300? 300. And Ducky is considering looking him up here with ace high.
It's good. I mean, he misses hearts. You know, again, what is Hugh betting here?
And Ducky shows him he's folding the ace 10.
Couldn't do it.
I didn't like folding that. What? I didn't like folding that.
He's kind of scared.
What are you nodding at?
Not actually bad.
There's a girl behind you. I was like, hey, what's up?
What's up?
What's up? Call 1980 points out it's a bad run out for Hugh, but it's still going to work.
Of course, once he's got more chips, he's never
I hate when you eat hit back.
You mean what?
Read the chat. When you eat hit back.
What?
Cold prod. Never mind.
Jesus.
We're playing. Oh, Ducky flops Jack 7, and Hugh's got an open ended with 8-9. This could be a really, really significant pot. This could be it. The wrong card comes out here for if a 5 comes out, you could be seeing the end of the event.
Ducky's just going to flatten the 2 pair.
I like it. Oh no.
10.
This
Disco.
This is gonna end the event.
It checks through.
Oh my goodness.
Hugh checked back. Hugh checked back the nut on the turn. And now Ducky leads. The queen gets there.
And Hugh ships. What happened? I missed the action here.
He said it went check on the turn. Ducky leads, looks like for 250 on the river. Hugh verbalizes his raise, and Ducky snap calls
I wonder
and
how much you bet.
How much was the raise? Looks like. I see 6. I see 800K. 800K. It was lead for 250, raised to 800.
That could have been over though. He bets the turn.
He bets the turn, and it's done.
Yeah, we go to the house.
Is that open-ended or gut shot? Open-ended?
And now Hugh has got a 2.5 to 1 chip lead.
I don't know why you would check that turn. That was a really unusual check on the turn.
I don't know.
But hey, that's the way we play, and we got one big chip leader now. We got what, 6 point versus 2?
Ducky makes it 150 to the king 10. Hugh's got a worse 10. He'll probably defend. He does.
It'll be interesting to see if Hugh uses his newfound chips to put a lot of pressure on Ducky.
Check to Ducky.
Check, check. I bet Hugh bets the turn. Yep.
Yep.
Hugh's got a pretty big advantage here, but I'm not like thrilled with the way he played. You know, we all make mistakes, but I'm not thrilled. Like the check on the turn there. I mean, this could be.
I think you should be betting there. I think you just start building a pot. I don't know. I don't think you're going to induce many bluffs on the river by checking back.
Kites and quit trolling me, dude. Stop it. Just stop it.
Oh God. I've been in here too long.
Dude, man, he's got 2 million chips. Of course he's super deep. Clown dog. I swear, I get trolled no matter where I go. It's all in love.
It's gonna happen.
It's all in love.
Hugh makes it 150 to go. Ducky defends.
I wonder if Ducky leads here with a 7. This is generally a play that when you get frustrated, you just start forcing some things. It's gonna mean it worked, but
I think it's a pretty standard check call spot.
yeah. I think if he would have won that other hand, I think he'd check calls there.
He plays that hand differently.
Yeah, he check calls there.
Claw 1980 referring back to that big hand says they both should have bet the turn. So we just should have seen bet raise.
That's the first time he's let out of the pot all night.
I think I could definitely see Ducky in that other hand on the turn. I mean, looking to check raise, just because that it's such the board that card completes. Makes so many other hands that he might be looking that even if Hugh has nothing, that he'll maybe rep it and put some money in the pot and he can check raise him small or something like that. But I would never expect Hugh to check back.
Yeah.
I just don't think with that board texture. I mean, how many bluffs are you really inducing on the river? I mean, he'd have to have but then when he bluffs, it'd have to be like only value hands. Like, okay, I mean, the only hand he's going to take a line like that with something that he would be, and then intending to check raise the turn with, which in case that he would then lead the river with as a value hand. But if that's the case, then you could just bet anyway, because then he's not going to fold. So you're never. I just think checking back there is kind of silly.
Yeah, I didn't quite understand the whole shit.
I hate everything. So.
Well, we've proven we can't play. No.
I wonder if there's anyone in the NFL that needs a punter. I don't know. I might be able to take the job.
I'll compete with you. A 5 here would be really bad.
Ducky lets it go. And Hugh is starting to establish himself.
Yeah, but they're both still super deep.
Super deep.
That's for you, Kyton. I mean, at the end of the day, Ducky's still got 30 bigs. I mean, there's really deep
heads up 30
up.
bigs. It's not like he's not super short.
Jake would be a Pro Bowl punter.
I could be.
TSM, yeah, we had a couple big hands. Ducky had 2 pair, and Hugh had a straight. That was really the big one.
Yep. Ducky makes a call. Ace 10 5, 2 diamonds. Ducky hits his 5. Hugh misses, but he has position. Ducky's gonna lead. We saw him do that with the 7 before.
Yeah, but he's doing this recently.
So we're currently at 30K, 60K with a 5K ante, or 10K ante. I'm sorry. I believe our next levels would be 40K, 80K.